Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian.
Oh, baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 18. And you know what's crazy? I just realized, I was telling Eric as it was playing, we know Nintendo watches our show, so they've been watching that intro now all long, baby. Nintendo, that one's for you, buddy. I hope you love it. We have some special stuff going on today, guys. We obviously have a full panel here, and you might notice two of the panels members are brand new, never been here before, and Colin and Barry will introduce them in a moment, because the bottom line is this is our first ever podcast featuring actual game developers. So they're our first. Yacht Club Games is next month, but we had to slip in quadruple A games, not to be confused with what is that, Skull and Bones? First quadruple A game, apparently, according to Ubisoft. Not to be confused with that, an actual company. Making a Smash Bros. Style game. We're going to be talking about that today, of course. That's one reason why they're here. They have a Kickstarter going on right now. I know, at least in my chat, it is pinned in the pinned comment. You can click on the Kickstarter to check it out if you want to already check it out before we get to it. It's also down in the description as well, I think, on all of our shows that we have hosted. And if you guys want to check it out just to see what it's like before we even get to it, maybe you guys have questions in the chat. You want to get into these guys when we get to that part, because Royalty Free for All right now is currently not coming to console, but we can get it there. We just got to get that Kickstarter goal. Just got to get it there. Right.
We are just a couple days away from the end of the Kickstarter campaign, and we are almost at the goal. We're on track to make it. And the three main goals of the Kickstarter are console ports for all your favorite home consoles. We want to get some improved online features going, and we want to do another pass over the VFX. We want to make all the menus, all the hit sparks, all that stuff really, really pop. So we're looking forward to crossing that threshold.
By the way, there's some stretch goals that I don't know if they're going to get, but there's some pretty cool stuff. If it's somehow just skyrockets past it over the next 5 days, they get 20K, 30K coming in.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is,
will you be excited about all the dev work you're going to have to do on that?
Yes, honestly, it's probably the best job I've ever had. I love it. It's really making. I mean, I know it's like a Hollywood dream. I'm going to make video games. It's usually just as cool as I thought it would be.
Awesome. So obviously we have Colin and Barry on, guys, from Well, they say royalty free for all creators, obviously, on their stuff and developer. They're from Quadruple A Games. Why don't we introduce you guys and maybe, I guess, how you know me, because that's sort of how this all happened, I guess. I guess we can start with Colin, since he was the one that introduced me to the company.
Absolutely, totally. My name is Colin. For a long time, I got started in my career writing on the internet with Nate at some various fan sites, posting gaming news, reviews. Just a blast. We were getting review copies of video games and products sent to us and doing some unboxings and stuff. So that was just a really fun time in my life. The last couple of years, I finished up school. I became a stage carpenter, building stages in theaters. And I kind of was floating on this idea of someone should make a platform fighter where the hook is it's all royalty-free characters. It's a legally distinct platform fighter where everyone's from the public domain. And during my job building actual physical stages, I was rolling up enough ideas for characters, music, stages in the game, and ultimately decided, this is what I want to be doing.
Okay, cool. And then Barry.
Hi, I am Barry. Actually, similar background. When I was a wee lad, Colin over there, he asked me to join Zelda Informer because I was active in the forums, and I was obsessed with Nintendo at the time. And when Gamnesia came around, the sister site, I loved interviewing independent developers, and that was always a dream of mine. And a few years later, actually during COVID, I started teaching myself to program, and then ended up at PAX West with Colin about a year ago and got hired on to assist the lead developer. Not to assist the, yeah.
Yeah, be careful there. Don't be stepping on people's toes.
Yeah.
All right. Then we got some special guests coming on as well. SkySwordsAlisa, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. Glad to be here.
Right, you're here for a historic episode. Do you think that was going to happen?
know. Right? I was like, I'm on that day.
I'm on that. Yeah, that's right. You are. And of course, somehow N64Josh weaseled his way in here.
I know, like 2 shows in a row.
Every time.
How did this happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we got to stop inviting you.
I think the trick is rubbing Gamebird's belly. That gets you on the show more often.
Yeah. Just wait. There's a vlog coming that addresses this very issue.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, Josh, that you gave me more physical attention at PAX than my own wife. So I don't know what that means. But
What?
Well, so that's a thing. I don't even know how to respond to that one. I'm like, you guys have your own hotel room. I don't know what's happening there. Apparently a whole lot of nothing. Just waiting for Josh's special touch. Eric Moore is back. What's up, buddy?
Hello. Learning a lot today.
Well,
Me too.
Yeah. Our 2 developer guests on here are going to learn quite a bit about how this show runs. Of course.
I've watched.
Free-spirited back in the Zelda Informer days. So, yep, they're going to see a side of me they've maybe never seen before. Gamebird, how you doing, buddy?
doing well, man. Glad to be here today. Exciting time. I've had a crazy 2 weeks from just being so busy since getting back from PAX West. Had my birthday, my daughter's birthday, my wife's birthday. Yesterday was my 2-year anniversary, and today is a historic podcast. We got Colin and Barry ready to talk royalty free for all, and I'm just really excited, especially since I got to go hands-on with the game at PAX.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it even better.
As did at least everyone up here. I don't know if Josh checked it out. Do you bother to stop by their booth and check it?
So I did not get to play. I looked for it often, and I, for some reason, never came across it as because you guys kept talking about it the whole time, and I was like, I gotta try this one, especially if it's like Smash. And I didn't see it.
Gamer subs.
We were behind a big, we were behind the Goof Juice from Gamer Subs, and we were also behind. There's like this big like loot box dealer that was like, floor to ceiling.
Massive. They took up a huge chunk of the floor there. Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about. So
I know exactly what you're talking about. I walked by your booth 7 times and just didn't.
Apparently, I'm blind.
They had a giant TV with the game running on it. Pretty hard to miss when you walk by. I'm just saying. I
But
appreciate
hey, PAX is such a stimulating experience. You know, it's hard to notice stuff that's right in front of you.
I got to play. There's only 2 demos I got to play where I got to sit outside of like when we went to Nintendo's backstage stuff. Again, thank you to Nintendo for inviting us to that. Your guys' demo and then Resident Evil Requiem. Nobody else let us sit. So
Crimson Desert.
Crimson Desert. I mean, you know what? That might have been seated.
Yeah.
You're right.
They brought us chairs.
Oh, that's right. No, they probably weren't supposed to be seated.
They brought us chairs.
They were going to give us the royal treatment.
Yes.
Because we were there as content creators, and because I was watching other people when they were playing the demo weren't sitting.
Yeah.
So I think they just
we weren't at PAX East. We didn't sit at PAX East.
Yeah. But every time I walked by, everyone was standing playing the demo. I'm like,
yeah, it's a couch co-op game. If you weren't sitting, it would not be true.
It wouldn't be the right experience.
Good point.
Yeah.
That is a fair
I
point.
wanted to get an actual couch, but that's not. That's what is it? I don't want to make up a fake number, but it costs an enormous amount of money. No couch. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Hey, we did get to sit, and there was one other demo I think Stash sat at that he played. Another indie game that had a little couch set up for a demo.
The good old days.
Yeah, the good old days. Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a good demo. I didn't play it, but I watched. I got everything I needed from watching. I get how it works. I'm kind of excited for that when I actually have it bookmarked now. So
it's modern day Goonies. What's not to like?
Yeah. All right. So that being said, guys, we have some killer topics today. Obviously, royalty free for all. We're going to get into that. This is going to be our first topic. We got some stuff about Capcom, former Capcom dev going nuts over all these things that people hate Nintendo over, and him being like, "Hey, you're helping us." So we like it, which is kind of crazy because he doesn't even work at Capcom anymore. So there was that. Also, this was like a fresh thing that happened today. Apparently, there's a rumor. I shouldn't say apparently. There is a rumor about Nintendo working on an achievement system. And the crazy thing is, everyone keeps saying there's actually a patent for it now, too. I haven't seen the patent, so I'm still looking that up. Stash, if you have a link to it or whatever, feel free to add it to the doc because I haven't seen the patent yet. So that actually just adds so much more credence to this that, like, if Nintendo's already patenting things surrounding it, then clearly they're working on something. Whether it ever actually comes out, that's always, the big bugaboo with Nintendo. They work on a lot of things. They don't always release those things. Hello, Wii Vitality Sensor. I'm still waiting.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
I was thinking about. I wasn't going to say it.
They had it on stage like it was a real product. They wanted us to get excited for, and then just never. I mean, do I need it now? I mean, this thing basically does the same thing. At this
excited
point.
for it?
Yes, I want to know my O2 levels while I'm Ring Fit adventuring.
How are you both thinking about this? I haven't thought about this in 11 years.
Because it's one. I
think about it every 11 days.
Yeah. Oh. I think it's because it's one of the few products. Like Nintendo has a lot of products they patent and stuff, but don't actually release. It was one of the few ones they were on stage and showed it and then didn't release it. It's very rare that that's happened.
Oh, yeah.
But anyways, and then last time I have no idea because it's a dealer's choice. So who wants? You know what? Let's go to Eric. Which topic would you like? We already know what order we're doing the topics in, but which one do you want?
Yeah. You know what? Let's do the fresh rumors appear for possible achievement system.
Well, there we go. Yeah, it's a good one. All right, Birdman. What are we thinking?
I guess I'll take former Capcom dev stands behind many of Nintendo's controversial decisions.
All right, Stash.
Yeah, you could take royalty free for all topic 1.
Okay. Yeah, I know you. I think you had another idea for a topic. I didn't want to scroll up and read it. To be honest, our chat was so long. Yeah. Anyways, cool. So, speaking of royalty free for all, we have some important people from the team from royalty free for all. So, what is it? Well, I think it's only appropriate that we show a little bit of it while I introduce the topic here. We have a couple of videos that were sent our way. We'll start with the Kickstarter one, of course, so you guys can see what's going on with this. Let me just full screen this and rewind, hit play. So royalty free for all is literally what you're seeing on screen. We have 2 of the lead people, not as Barry so adequately put it, not the lead developer, but 2 of the faces that have been at all the events I've seen anyways. They've been doing a lot of the marketing for it along with Kit and Krista that they're working with. And Kit and Krista dropped a video yesterday I will be looking at that one in a bit. And this is really cool because their company name is Quadruple A Games, or that's how I pronounce it. I don't know. There's 4 A's. So
You say
Games. There we go. So yeah, we all got to play it there besides at PAX West, besides N64Josh, because
my bad. I'm sorry.
And you hung out with us like a huge chunk of PAX. Like at no point did you ask us, hey, where is that game? I mean, had opportunity.
Well, I had a pretty good idea where it was. I just didn't even know what the logo looked like. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be
Google. You should be Googling, man. Googling. Well, now you're being shown now. You're being shown right now. These are some of their stretch goals on Kickstarter. So let's just throw it to the people that are here. I don't know who wants to go first, Calendar Bear. Like, why don't you guys introduce the game and like what it is and maybe like what inspired it? And
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So it's called Royalty Free for All. Like I said, it is a royalty-free mashup game. We've got Sweeney Todd, Lancelot, the Loch Ness Monster, Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. I don't remember exactly what it was a couple of years ago. There was some news story about we're in this sort of golden era of iconic characters entering the public domain. And there was some news story about one of them with some other additional complications. I don't remember exactly what. And it just kind of sparked a joke. We've got all of these crossover platform fighters that all kind of have this like umbrella of a corporation that owns all of their rights. And so they don't need to make legal negotiations to cross over with each other. And it felt like just about everybody who had a stable of characters like that, it was already making a game. And I thought, it'd be really funny if we took the other umbrella, which is characters that everybody owns, not just, one corporation can smack this guy versus that guy, but anyone can reimagine characters from the public domain in any way that they like. So we made Sweeney Todd an electric razor who looks like a barber pole. We were trying to, I couldn't decide between Dorothy and Toto for the Wizard of Oz rep. I knew like it would be cute to give the dog the magic slippers. Public domain creative freedom says I can just make Dorothy a dog. We can do it both at once. So it's been a blast, trying to go through and like honor all of these like classic characters that everybody knows and loves, but at the same time do something that makes it unique and really feels like its own.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
Barry, you have anything you want to share from like the dev side of some of this excitement?
I would say that the big thing that drew me to it is that I have wanted to work with hand-drawn 2D animation for years now. And the thing about hand-drawn 2D animation is that I can't do it on my own. And Colin has one of the most talented artists I've ever seen working for him. And now I get the honor of like programming the animations to like interpolate properly and like draw beautifully and like alias the edges. And it's just like, I just get to polish this awesome artist's really excellent animation work. And I love hand animated games so much.
Yeah, and it's funny, you can actually see the development of Barry's work in real time from like older trailers. You go back and notice like our graphics are just a lot crunchier and a lot less smooth. And it's like there's an actual record in real time of how much better and better our game looks, the further along we go.
I remember the comment that'll always stick with me from the first PAX West is I just overheard someone saying we had a fun pixel art style. And I was like, no, we don't. And then the anti-alias the heck out of it. And now it looks nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We've also got a fun little, like, it's sort of a classic film grain shader too. We haven't shown it off really yet, but it's sort of like,
cool.
If you want this old like VHS look, which I do. Yeah. Thank you.
Right up my alley. Cool, honestly, I think that sounds awesome.
Yeah. I want to really go crazy on those and make sure that we can get a lot of really nice, visual flair baked in here.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the 4 co-hosts of the Nintenbyte podcast, we got to play this. I should correct this. We all got to get our ass kicked by ThunderStash.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I mean, look, it is what it is. Look, to be fair, I'm the only one that didn't get a victory. In fact, I'm the only one that was always in last place. Remember how guys always told you I'm not a fighting game guy? I think I proved it. Last place every time on a yet to be released game.
But did you still enjoy it?
Of course I did.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we're going for.
That being said, let's first we'll go. I want to get all of our co-hosts here thoughts on this quick, since we did get to play it. And I want to start with Stash, the man who kicked our ass, because he actually did a preview on this. So what are your thoughts on this game? Just from like, obviously we're on the player side. We, development wise, we're not part of this. We're just playing. How did you feel about the game? Do you like how it played? Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I'm very excited for it. I definitely liked how it played. I feel like it's one of those games that's easy to learn, but can be harder to master, which is a good thing in a game like this, because there is strategy involved with how you fight. Obviously, I love the characters. I love the idea of this whole thing, royalty-free characters. I told you guys at PAX, I think this is an absolutely brilliant idea, and I'm glad you're actually going out there and executing on this idea. I feel like the sky's the limit as well once we get through this Kickstarter when it comes to adding things to the game, because there's always going to be new characters that are going to be added into the royalty-free aspect of this. Another one of my big takeaways, though, was the soundtrack. When it comes to video game music, yeah, I'm a very big fan. I've been loving video game music since literally the 80s, before it was, I guess, kind of cool to enjoy video game music. When it was a little niche back then. And I mean, you guys got David Wise, who to me is goated, and Grant Kirkhope, possibly, right?
Yeah, Grant Kirkhope is a stretch goal alongside the Bigfoot tier. So we're revealing stretch goals, as they're closer. And Nate, you mentioned, they are a bit of a ways away, but the good news is when you cross the Kickstarter baseline, they have a new feature called late pledging. So as long as we make it through that goal, Bigfoot, Frankenstein, Dante, they're not out of sight. We leave the campaign up, and who knows, what could happen if that's where people want to go to buy royalty free for all and get, backer rewards, digital art books, behind the scenes commentary. We're going to have a playtest branch where you can try early access content that's in development. There's an amazing little plush pack. I should have gotten my plush out to demo it, but there's a lot of great backer rewards that'll just stay up as long as we cross that goal. So I think that there's a pretty good chance for everybody to join the battle.
Yeah. So obviously, for those watching, if you're listening to the audio version, go check out the video version so you can see what the game's all about. And yeah, if you guys obviously want to back the game, you totally can. The link is in the description and in the pinned comment. The thing is, as he said, they just got to get to the goal. Once they get there, things can kind of just keep growing organically from there, because it's just going to get more and more attention. We were talking about before the show, IGN's actually featured this in a short that got like 500,000 views, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like,
that was a good day.
So, it's just going to get more and more attention. And especially if it gets like, if they hit their stretch goal, or not their stretch goal, their original goal of like the 40,000, which is really close. They're at like 32 or almost 33,000. If they get there, this is when it comes to console. This is when you guys in the chat can be like, oh man, I can get this maybe on Nintendo or Xbox or PlayStation. Like, that's a really exciting way, because obviously right now, most indie games start out on Steam, but already being able to get a stretch goal to come to console is really huge. And that is just there. It's not even a stretch goal on Kickstarter. It's just they get funded. They're bringing it to console. That's huge. That's going to get a whole new wave of news cycles out there, because all the big Nintendo websites and PlayStation websites, and they can pick up the news and be like, hey, this game's coming to our platform now. It hit the goal. Go check it out. I think there's a lot here, and the Bigfoot tier is one I really want to get. One, I think Bigfoot's one of the coolest looking characters.
Thank you. Yeah, he's so my speed. I could go on for a shockingly long amount of time of how much actually went into his design, which at the end of the day is just a big foot, literally as stupidly as possible. But there's actually awesome, like a whole lot of like cryptid lore and deep, like I did my research on this guy. I didn't just make him a foot for no reason.
And then again, obviously getting Grant Kirkhope in, who I have Worked with one time. I worked with him on one of the shows that we did. He gave us some music for one of our live shows. He's super easy to work with and just a really nice guy. So being able to get him added as well, along with David Wise. Are you kidding me? You get David Wise.
That's what I thought.
Are you kidding me? He's a legend.
So, it's I suppose I shouldn't speak for him, but I think this is fair to share that I was just getting in contact with him and he pointed out Scott Joplin to me. We're using the Maple Leaf Rag in all of our trailers, and I was asking him if he wanted to do songs for our Loch Ness stage and our coal mine stage. Because obviously, growing up, I played some games that David Wise scored as foundational texts for me. And so our stages, I knew he would be able to knock each of those themes out of the park. And he said yes. And that was for stretch goal, development. But then he mentioned that Scott Joplin is one of his favorite composers ever. The guy, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't know if I'm quoting right, but I think he said that Scott Joplin was the reason he became a composer in the first place.
Oh, cool.
And again, don't quote me on that, but it was just phenomenal to see. And I said, that's so full circle, because literally David Wise is the guy who got me into making music as well. We were talking about this in the pre-show. That's like a pretty personally significant hobby of mine. And it just blew my mind. So I said, well, we know that we're doing several Scott Joplin songs in this game already. Do you want to just hop in right away instead of waiting, months down the line for these Kickstarter battle themes? So that was really, really fortuitous. I couldn't believe it.
That's so cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome.
You got to do what you love.
Oh yeah, totally got to do what you love. So I'm moving the layout around a little bit to make it look nicer.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Does anyone on? You know what, Gamebird? What are your thoughts on the game so far? Actually,
yeah. I had an absolute blast playing this game at PAX West with all of you guys.
Thank you.
Just so much fun, and I as well love hand-drawn art styles, especially in games. And the look of this game, it's going to be timeless, which is so cool about it. And all the color schemes for the characters that you're able to swap through. I especially like the black and white. I feel like it makes the characters look like they were just pulled straight out of a coloring book, which is really cool to me. And just the variety of the stages, like ThunderStash and Nate said, the music in the game's fantastic. We got to smash that stretch goal. Grant Kirkhope is actually my favorite video game composer of all time. Just so many memories from like Banjo and GoldenEye, and even a lot of his recent work. He kind of reminds me of like when I was a kid. I was like, oh, Grant's like the Danny Elfman of video games, because his music's so weird and zany. But this game was just so fun, and I have to mention, Stash may have kicked our ass 99% of the time, but I did win the first battle as Lancelot. I decimated everyone in the first round. I think I like had a weird thumb cramp from traveling, and it just messed up the rest of my game.
You did. You just didn't do a lot with your lance after that.
But another thing I really appreciate about this game that I noticed right away is that all the characters feel wildly different from one another. Very unique gameplay. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that's a little bit rare. I feel like when you're going through characters in a lot of other games, you feel a lot of the similarities, but everything felt so every fighter felt like such an individual, from the way they move to the way they fight. It was very noticeable for me right away. And I got a chance to try every fighter. But yeah, this is one, like Stash said, it's really easy to just jump in and play, but there's definitely some skill to it. And I felt like the more I was spending time on a character, I was like, oh, I'm getting a better feel for this. Another thing I want to mention, we did a stage, and maybe you guys can help me out with the name of this, because this was such a highlight of the demo for me. I was just smiling from ear to ear the whole time. It's the stage where there's no walls and you don't fall off, but your body's flying. Or is it a mode? I forget. We did a
might be a mode. The haunted stage, the screen wrap mode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Screen wrap mode.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I had the biggest smile on my face the whole time.
I've never played anything like
cracking
that.
up.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear it. Yeah, I love screen wrap.
It's very silly.
Yeah, it's so I did want to mention Grant Kirkhope again real quick, since you brought it up right as they were coming into this 100-acre wood stage. To be clear, that's the song that he will be doing, the Teddy Bears Picnic, for this 100-acre wood stage, which comes in a daytime and a nighttime theme. So it will definitely remind you of your childhood video games for sure.
That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, this game's dripping with style. And
Thank you.
Guys, like this is like, we got to hit that stretch goal. This is the type of game that, like, sitting down with 3 friends or brothers and sisters or family is like it's the classic experience that you just don't get enough of today in modern gaming. So yeah, I had a blast. We all left this demo, I recall very specifically, saying that was so much fun, wish we could have played more. You know, I think we had a meeting coming up
for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to speak on some of, like, a couple of you have said that it's you know, really easy to pick up and play, and that's kind of the idea behind it, is that, like, you know, the most famous platform fighter in the world is my favorite of all time. You can imagine that I largely made this game because I wanted to play more content. And one of the biggest problems I have playing any platform fighting game is that they have, you know, directional attacks for 3 different strengths of buttons. They have grabs, they have advanced text, they have just all kinds of situational stuff that, like, people will look at those games and say, that looks awesome, I really want to play. And then they'll pick up a controller. And I'm talking generally about people who don't play video games, not people who grow up with the platform fighters for 20 years. We play them no problem. But when you're trying to show someone for the very first time, no matter their age, or maybe they just don't play video games very much, a lot of people jump out of this genre right away. So I wanted to figure out, you know, how do I make a game that actually brings people in, and eventually they can play other platform fighters with me and not just, you know, this one and this one alone. And so one of the ways that we simplified things is by taking the same, like, strength setup of, like, you know, attacks, heavy attacks and special attacks, but we stripped away the directional buttons. So it just, if you're on the ground, you do 1 of 3 strengths of attacks, and if you're in the air, you do 1 of 3 strengths of attacks. So it's a lot less new information for people to absorb when they're playing for the first time. It's still, like, you still need to move fast and think even faster. You need to know what these moves are going to do. You need to know how to space and how to outsmart people. But you're going to get to that point so much faster in a game like this than anything else out there right now.
Sure. Totally.
Yeah. And I think most importantly for new players, it's hard to do a missed input, right? Like you're not going to, like, accidentally do an attack and then not remember how to, because there's only 3 buttons.
Yeah, you're not going to accidentally do, like, a reverse jump back air and then have no idea why, like, you were trying to do something else. And, you know, a lot of that kind of confusion happens in these games. But we're sort of getting it down to its basics, so you can just jump in and win.
Yeah, and it's not like there's anything wrong with games that have that high of a skill.
Oh no, we love them.
Yeah, but
that's why we're here.
There is definitely a dearth of games for people who are interested in platform fighters and are not ready to commit to it like a job.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. There's a certain indie game that came out recently that very much feels like that. Hours and hours and hours on one boss fight. Great game though. Great game.
I'm also playing that game.
Yeah, that song is incredible.
Yeah.
Eric, you got any thoughts on royalty free for all?
Yeah, no, it was I remember PAX East. Nate and I were just walking around and kind of just killing time looking at stuff, and we saw the game and we're like, you know what? Let's try it. Because it looks like Smash, you know, why not? So we sat down, we played it, absolutely loved it. Nate leaves a card, and little did we know
Colin's in my
Yeah.
DMs like 10 minutes
Yeah.
later.
Little did we know, we actually know the people that are behind the game. So we loved this even before we knew, who was behind it. And then when we found out, we just made us love it even more. Yeah, no, it's a whole lot of fun. I mean, everybody said it. We played for an hour. It felt like 5 minutes. It was just, this game makes you lose track of time. It's a great just sitting down with friends and bullshitting and trash talking and stuff like that. So, this game is so much fun.
I wanted to trash talk so bad as Stash was just wiping the floor with us, but I'm like, this is a professional setting right now. We're just meeting you guys for the first time, but all I want to do is talk shit.
Dude, there was some shit talk. I just was off of the PAX floor.
Yeah.
We kind of waited. Like, someone's gonna get this on camera, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, look at these assholes." I'm like, whatever.
Look, as long as you're having fun, I mean, that's the point of the game. We just want to make people smile,
There were definitely some people who kept coming back. The trash talk did occur. So
It's a core tenet of the community.
One kid who would not give up trying to 1v1 against the developers, me and Chris, and he told us, "Don't let me win," and we didn't.
So I got a fun question for you guys, because I like reflecting on my time playing the game with the Nintenbyte crew, and I'm thinking about how fun that mode was. I think seeing Eric's numbers being like close to 1,000, I think it was just like flying around the screen.
Yeah.
Do you guys have, like, is there a specific memory in your time working on this game, a match that's just super funny or memorable, or even like a moment of like pride, or like we did it, or I don't know, like, is there like a standout match for you guys, or
Oh yes,
anything like that?
Match.
Yes,
Barry,
so
you want to speak on that?
I had been playing the game a little. Like, I'd been playing the game for a while, being a developer on it. Obviously, I played a good amount at like the first PAX West, and then Colin and I in the team, we've done a lot of network tests. We've played a lot internally. The first time, I was just casually testing the game with the combat balance programmer guy, the fighting game guy on our team. I was like pretty excited. I was like, here we go. We're playing the sort of like simplified platform fighter. I'm gonna have a chance against this guy who's really good at this genre. I just got 3-stocked immediately, and I was like, what? And I got a little tilted. I started complaining that characters were unbalanced, and then remembered that was my fault. And I was like, hey, this can work.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is just totally cracked. And we took this game to Evo. People really liked it. Like, it's not, we've got a wave dash button, like a short hop button. Like, we're really just trying to lower the barrier of entry and not actually lower like the skill ceiling experience,
Just the floor, not the
That's
ceiling.
awesome. I mean, it shows it in the right ways, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a blast. I mean, and it's been really rewarding, especially to like, we're in the thick of it every day. I'm more tired than I've ever been in my life doing this indie developer thing. And it's like, when you get to PAX and you see like just how many people walk by, smile, sit down, play, stay, come back, like, it's just so rewarding. Like, that's what makes it worth it, really.
Yeah. We only got like one or two people who were like, Most people were like pretty into it, which was very inspiring. Because you never know going in if what you did that appeals to you actually appeals to other people. But it so far so good.
Yeah, no, and it's a big test too, right? Because like the genre is the way it is for a reason. Like, and this is sort of like the idea behind the game is that all of these other platform fighters that have come up in the last sort of 10-15 years, they want to go for like a game, like an early 2000s era, like super fast, super technical. Like, you learn a bunch of things on each character, and you just almost like a tool assisted fighting game style,
Right.
like speed run of like high technical, and it's just you know, people who like silly cartoons and don't play video games very much are never, not never, that's so wrong, but they're gonna have a much easier time sticking with just 3 buttons and, you know, a whole bunch of laughs before they can start to understand, okay, when do I pull out again, reverse, you know, back air, like, you know, be reversing, and these high technical things, you know, they're going to want to be able to learn with a lot less complicated, like flight controls. You know, they don't want to go to pilot school in order to learn to play a fighting game. So
absolutely. Yeah. My thought 90% of the time was stay away from ThunderStash in each match, to be honest with you. That's it. I was just having a blast. Josh or Alyssa, do you have any questions or anything that you guys want to know about royalty free for all for Colin or Barry?
So actually, you guys inspired me to go and back it on Kickstarter. So I actually,
oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're welcome, of course. And I wanted to say they have so many like options on Kickstarter. This is the first time I ever even used Kickstarter. And guys, they have an option for $15 and you
World
get to
first,
pick the
everybody.
game. You get to pick the game on what platform you want. So you back it for $15, help them reach their goal, and then you get the game. It's a great deal in my opinion. So I did that.
Thank
Then
you.
I also was yeah, of course. And then I also was getting like emails then, I think, and then I signed up for the playtest. So I was actually playing earlier today before the show. But I didn't get to play with a bunch of people. I just played on my own. But I thought the game looked beautiful. The art is really, really nice. I played as Nessie, Dorothy, and Sakura.
Thank
But
you.
I
Yeah,
could
what
definitely
did you think of them?
Yeah.
I liked how they really do feel very different, and it did take me like a little bit used to get into some of the controls based on, because I was kind of using Smash logic, try to like do stuff. I'm like, oh, I don't have to think this hard.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah,
I wasn't playing with other people either, so it wasn't like I had to really like. I was just trying to just see how the game was, but I could totally see me and my friends getting together and playing that. And my fiance came in the room and was watching me for a little bit, and he's like, yeah, that seems like really fun. So,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And it seems like a lot of people feel that way. Like it really is just the kind of like, I take this philosophy of like, you know, fighting game players don't necessarily like people who, you know, do 4 jumps in the air and then drop a rock on you. But like, that's kind of the funniest thing that you can do is just keep jumping and dropping and jumping and dropping. We made a whole character about it. Who flies up
I
into the
remember
sky and
we
drops a
had
doghouse on you.
there were multiple weeks of internal debates over whether or not chaining the doghouse was too cheap, and Colin was eventually like, yeah, it's cheap and that's why it's funny.
Yeah,
And
it's just funny. The number one design philosophy is it funny?
Yeah,
exactly.
I love that. I love that. I personally I did not master this character in our short time playing, but it was the character. I don't know why I was drawn to Oliver Twist. I love the design. I love that he burrows underground, and the longer you're under, you know, you create a bigger mushroom vine that shoots up. And it was just such a cool little character that I was like, man, this is the one that I think I want to master. I don't know. That might change when the game fully releases and stuff.
Yeah, we don't know who else.
I really enjoy. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Josh, you got any questions for Colin?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm a pretty big Smash player. Like, since like learned the game competitively, which was, I mean, it was like climbing a mountain for sure. There was no question. I would continually just invite people into my stream that were way better than me, let them just beat my ass, and then they would literally pull a Morpheus on me and be like, "Why did I beat you?" And I'm like, I don't know, because I fell off the stage. What do you want me to say? You know, so like it really does sound like this is going to be because it's one of those things, like once you learn Smash to then try to, you know, play it like a party game, it's not going to be as fun for those around you, right? And it sounds like this one, obviously there's going to, like you guys were talking, you know, it's you got 3 stocked or whatever the case may be, but it sounds like the skill gap may not be quite as crazy like it is in Smash, and that's just going to really lend itself to being a party game. I don't know if it was mentioned or if I saw it, but are there items like in Smash, or is it more like the competitive Smash?
So we have items in 3 different areas of the stretch goals for 3 different tiers of items. So some are like basic snackables. Some of them, the second tier, I'll say it right here, is that we can't, because it's 2D, like in a 3D game, you can pick up an item. And so you just graft the item model to the character's hand model. But in 2D, you need to, in order to hold an item, you need to draw every character in every frame all over again, just with the thing in their hand, which is several thousands of drawings.
Sure.
So we're going to give them all telekinesis, and they just go like this, and then they pick an item up. And so we get a whole new set of items that you can hold and throw, and the excuses, no, they all just have telekinesis now.
Oh, that's cool. Super cool. So, I mean, Stash, I'll ask you, it sounds like you're a pretty big Smash player. Like, I'm assuming competitively, yes?
Yeah, I've played in and won a tournament or 2.
Nice. So,
but I don't probably play as much as you do.
But you picked it up pretty quick. Like, somebody that's an avid Smash player, like, is this going to be one I definitely want to put on my radar?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Cool. This is very fun, and like I mentioned before, you can get very strategic with combat and just how you navigate the battlefield, by like choosing to not strike an enemy here because you see like a wind up animation from someone else, instead jump over them and then go behind them and hit them and then try to knock them off the screen. It's like everything that you love about Smash, minus some of the chaos that comes with all of the items. So it feels almost like a more competitive style Smash.
And I never play with any items on Smash. Like I don't turn them on ever. So.
Oh, well then, yeah, dude, this is totally your cup of tea.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering too, is it like you guys played Air Riders at PAX? Like, is it kind of like, Smash is to Mario Kart as royalty free is to Air Riders, like just kind of less buttons, less like it not quite as crazy, but still a ton of fun.
Yeah, and still the depth is still there, right?
Yeah.
Because you played it obviously, so you know that despite it having not a lot of actions on the controller, that there's actually still a lot of depth there.
For sure.
So
Okay.
yes.
Cool.
Yeah, we're trying to make sure to design it so that like some characters just really show off the basics of like Dorothy. Every single one of her attacks just does the thing. You hit the button and she does the attack. But then Lilith, we've got a character who has a projectile. It's just one button. It's her ground special, but she can aim it in 5 different directions and charge it at the 3 power levels, and then juggle the projectile that she launches with any of her attacks. So like we have this huge gradient scale from like, just really straightforward 6 possibilities, jump in and have fun, to like, you can really think and mess around with how to get like extremely mathematically perfect. We really, again, we don't want the simplification of controls to take away from some of the thinkier stuff that goes on when you're playing these games.
Yeah.
I got a question I got to ask. The name Royalty Free for All. It's too good. How did the name come right away, or was it?
It was pretty
other
quick.
Names that you were because it's so good. Like it makes so much sense. I was like, I don't know. It makes so much sense that it just seems like it was really hard to come up with for some reason.
Yeah, well,
but
no,
perfect.
Honestly, it was in that same brainstorming session where I just thought of the game fully as a joke that it just came to me like a light switch.
Yeah.
And that was almost like my green light of like, well, you have to do it now. Like you just got that gold from the universe. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally.
A perfect Wheel of Fortune answer. Before and after.
Yeah, that definitely feels. I don't know. The name is just so perfect. When Nate first told me, I'm like, damn, royalty free for all. It feels like one of those, like, I don't know, the detective, like seeing the missing piece in the puzzle. Oh my god, like
Yeah.
you know, it all makes sense now. Like that revelation moment. But that's cool.
Yeah, word. Thank you.
I also
Yeah,
appreciate that it. Oh, sorry.
No,
Oh,
you go
I
ahead.
appreciate that it emphasizes something that I think is, and this is a personal opinion, that a lot of platform fighters, it's very 1v1 focused, and I mean 1v1s are
Mhm.
awesome, but I've always felt that 3-player matches were where it's at, because there's just that. I mean, obviously, if you're going like hyper competitive, you want the consistency, you want the like reps and drilling. But 3-player, there's just so many emergent things that start to happen. Stuff gets so weird so fast, and underdogs come back a lot more often. And I like that we're emphasizing that that's like the main mode. I mean, 1v1 is also front and center, but yeah, 3-player, 4-player is just it's lovely.
Yeah,
And I
you can
just
hop
want to
into
jump in real quick.
Totally.
Really quick, I just want anyone who's joined us a little bit later, the link to the Kickstarter is in the description box. So please, if you guys are interested, check this one out, support this. Let's help them meet their stretch goal. We got less than a week, and this stretch goal is going to bring it to all consoles. I mean, guys, think about playing a badass hand-drawn 2D Smash like on your brand new Switch 2 with friends and family. Let's get that goal.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
we're really excited. And I think also like the free-for-all aspect of it is something that is not actually in any like competitive fighting game scenes right now. All the games will sort of default to 1v1. You know, you can have some tags and some you can do, sometimes there will be doubles games, but I think with fewer moves per character, the free-for-all mode really shines, and it's up to the fighting game community how the like, you know, competitive meta would develop. But I do see sort of an opportunity vacuum to have a free-for-all competitive game where, as Barry was saying, you know, people can come back a lot more dramatically, a lot quicker. And there's kind of like this ebb and flow to 4-player battles where it's like, especially with a limited move pool, the increased energy and possibility space by having 4 players constantly interacting with what one guy is setting up for another, and you know they're doing over here, but then they come together, and it's just it's a lot of fun, and I think that there's nothing really like it in the space right now.
Awesome.
Hey, it's that guy.
Also, for anyone who wants to see like a lot of extended footage, I do have a video on my channel of all of us playing, and I think it's about at least 15 matches. And I had taken the direct feed footage that was provided, and I linked up the audio to sync it perfectly, because I think it's really important that you guys hear the music in the game because it's so good.
Yeah.
So
Thank
again,
you.
if you want to see more, check that out. You got it.
Yeah, that came out really nice. And I want to take the opportunity to shout out our composer, Josh Cominelli, who this is his first credit in a game. And I got to be so real. Like he churns it out so fast and so good. Like I can't believe the kind of talent that we're working with here. I mean, it's really a blessing to be able to be putting this kind of stuff out. He's remixing like the literal oldest song known to history is in right behind me. I've got the Plato's Allegory of the Cave stage as my discussion background here. And so we remixed a song that was literally discovered smashed up in a cave. So we've got, you know, all that kind of stuff up through like Old McDonald's, and there's some comedy songs that were released into the public domain in like the 2000s. I think they were made in the 60s, but we've just got this huge spread of stuff to listen to and remix, and it's just such a creative, you know, fun opportunity every single time.
Cool. We had a super chat come in from a fellow YouTuber Flipping the Sweat. He said, "Hey, always good to see a fun new indie game. Indie support was essential to Switch 1. Thrilled to see the trend continue. Hell yeah. Let's get this game on Switch, guys. Okay, support the Kickstarter. Link in the description."
Yeah, there's no better place we'd like to be, truly.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, the two biggest indie places in the world are always, at least lately, seem to be Nintendo and Steam. That's where you got to be.
I really like the spelling of that guy's username. That was lovely.
Do you have any more questions for these guys?
I'm curious what characters people would like to see join the battle.
If you guys got like general game dev questions too, we're happy to talk about that stuff as well.
Absolutely. How hard is it to balance a game like this?
Oh my.
I'm the wrong guy to ask because my directive is if it's funny. I think Chris would have some strong opinions on that.
Yeah, I would say the hardest thing about balancing it for me specifically is that when you go to test, like if you want to test whether something is working, you just do the thing, right? But if you want to test whether it's balanced, you have to like battle people of different skill levels and accurately assess your own skill level and see what you are capable of doing with that thing. And I am not a competitive platform fighter player. Like I usually rank myself like the top tier of the casual market, right? So it's like there's never a time where I feel like I am testing it with a proper control group. So it's very much just like every time you test the game, you see how it goes, and over the course of like 100 playtests, you start to get a feel for what people are spamming and what people are never touching. And then there's obviously a lot more like really technical, tight stuff that Chris does on the like balancing particular motions and whatnot. But for me, it's very much, is that attack even getting used? Like I've watched 100 kids play this at PAX now, and nobody has pressed that button. We need to make sure that attack is actually useful, that kind of thing. So it takes a very long time, and it's a very intuitive, almost, I don't know, like meditative process or some nonsense like that.
Yeah. See, on the dev side, I've always just wondered, like in general, what's it like making a video game from like a developer point of view?
It's stressful.
Like,
it's so much fun. It's a lot
I've
of
done
work.
QA testing before, but I've never actually been on the development side.
Yeah.
Do you mean like what's it like? Like what's the vibe of working in the team, or do you mean like on the literal level, what makes a video game work?
All of the above.
Okay, so the strangest realization that I've had in the past several years of working on video games is that, and there was some popular like meme about this at one point. It's like the first 10% of making the game is like, oh man, this rules. Oh, nobody told me I had to finish making the game. Like, you think like I've made my character walk around, and I mean, even if you aren't working with a modern engine, that's a nightmare in and of itself. But and I've made my character attack the enemies. I've made my character not be able to walk through walls. But have you made your character capable of choosing a dialogue option, which advances a quest line, which changes a global variable? Like, there is a nightmare number of just math problems to solve that you would never, that if you do them correctly, no one will ever consider that they existed. It's bizarre. They are black magic. I can't believe video games actually get released.
You know, when you're eating ramen and you like think you got like just enough, you know, in your spoon or your chopsticks or however you want to consume the ramen, and then the last little bit of it pulls up like 3 more spoonfuls and you got way too much food in your mouth. That's what it can be like bug testing a game. You know, you think you fix something in one place and then it causes a new crash over here. And it's just like this constant mountain of like, oh, what am I doing? What am I getting into? And it all ultimately works out because, you know, we've got great talented people who always find what the issue is and know where to look. But it is a lot like, you know, in order to sort of do the thing, you have to do it like several times almost in order for it to like finally work in congruence with everything else that's going on in the game. Because every attack, every single thing you can do is a whole lot of systems.
And also, if we have any students watching, pay attention during trigonometry class. You're going to think to yourself, this is stupid. Why am I learning the Pythagorean theorem? The reason is because literally everything that happens in a video game happens on triangles, and that's just, you'll figure that out. It's not pay attention during trigonometry class. You need to.
Heck yeah. We have a question coming in about game dev from Flipping the Sweat. He said, with trends such as subcontracting and tools such as Blender democratizing game devs, it is slowly becoming easier to realize a concept into a game. What recent trends or tools have you guys utilized?
From my perspective, I mean, Barry can speak more to a couple of like technical things. Like, although we're working on a version of Game Maker that's the long-term stability version, so it's a couple years out of date and maybe doesn't have the most cutting-edge stuff as of right now. But in terms of like the development process, logistically, as an operation, we use services. I mean, like Discord is a huge one. Fiverr has been really helpful in helping. Like, I made a font when I was in middle school, and it was on my computer, and I've been using it for like our game font, but it's all like out of balance, and the letters are scaled to different sizes and things, and so it's like become sort of attached. The shape language is attached to the brand now, but the font is a disaster in terms of scaling and positioning stuff. I have to do every single letter manually every single time I write anything. And so we just recently, someone was able to come in through Fiverr and make a font that looks better and saves a lot of time. And so those are the kinds of practices that are like, getting people on board for a quick thing that we don't have the skills in-house to do has been a total game changer.
Yeah. And then as far as the open source stuff goes, like, I think about 5 years from now is when the floodgates, you're going to really have seen them open on that, because like, Blender, he's talking about Blender, the open source 3D modeling and animation software. From my understanding, that really just hit a point where it's like, this is a professional tool that is free. And same goes for the game engine Godot, I imagine is what you're thinking of, which is a very cool game engine. We're using Game Maker Studio, which is what I learned in, but yeah, Godot is very promising. And so specifically, but the thing that maybe hasn't been touched on, that's been going on for like 20 years now, is like, programming has always sort of been a democratized thing. Like, so there's a whole community of people using Game Maker, right? And a lot of people will post explicitly Creative Commons royalty-free like scripts that you can run in your game. So for example, there's just like 100 examples of this that accumulate. So like, every time an animation ends in our game, you would think that'd be easy to calculate. You know exactly when that happens. You can see it with your eyeballs. Video games don't have eyeballs. So there's like this complicated math formula that's just hard to remember, and you just grab that from the open source directory, and like, because people in Game Maker are always talking to each other, and now every time an animation ends, we can run a script really easily. And yeah, I could have figured that out, but it would have taken 2 hours, and 100 scripts, that accumulates 300 friggin' hours, and it's really cool to A, use those resources, and B, contribute some of them back.
Heck yeah. I think it's important we highlight this because this just happened, and I watched it go up on your Kickstarter, Tank Sword. All right, guys, you got my $15 because I love Smash and I like you guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're gonna like our game. We got a lot of good jokes for people.
Already got a new Kickstarter. I think there's been at least I think 2 or 3. I think I've witnessed in the chat say that they're supporting it. So that's awesome, guys.
Thank you.
I believe that man's name, or that person's name, deserves being read out loud. T Forkazord. T-Forkazord? Is that Tankazord?
That's pretty great. Before, yeah.
That's awesome. God, I miss Leet Speak, man.
Oh yeah. Well, that takes me back.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyone else have some very pointed questions for these guys before we move on to anything else?
If so, I had to step away for a couple minutes, but favorite characters. What are your guys' favorite characters to play?
That's a good one.
My favorite character is a surprise.
Oh, okay.
Now, I think I'm a little biased because I spent so many hours getting his air special to work. But Oliver Twist, I think, is just such a lovely character. And oh my gosh, that air special has like 6 different distinct like code states or attack phases, and so many different branches of how it can go out. And all of his attacks are just so strange, and he's so funny. I think he looks ridiculous, and I love Oliver Twist.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And that move did genuinely take like 2 full weeks. Like usually we could do like 2 or 3 moves, in a day once we've got the animations done. But like
this one was
that one held us up.
Yeah. And we accidentally left a dev placeholder in there for months that I finally removed like right after PAX West. I was like, no one can look at this blank white circle anymore. It needs to be palette swapped and have leaves on it like the rest of his stuff. And
Yeah.
So it
It
never
looked
never
all
went
right,
away.
but now it looks even better.
Yeah.
Sure.
Got a question for you guys on
Yeah.
characters. Have you considered Winnie the Pooh or Mickey Mouse?
We have.
It's a really
Okay.
interesting question.
I've got one for you. What about
Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes?
We have.
Okay.
Actually, I got one too. And
Okay.
so I was looking at a list of public domain characters,
Yeah.
and I literally saw the guy that is on the cover of my mustache wax. And that
What?
is this right here. This is Samson. You know, if
What?
you,
Yeah.
if
We
you
have a
shave your
Mesopotamian-
beard,
Yeah,
you lose
yeah.
all your strength. And I'm like, dude, that would be pretty funny
Oh my
to see that in the game.
Yes.
I mean, Samson would be awesome as a long hair haver.
Yeah,
It is
right.
it is plausible that I considered Samson. If so, I don't remember it. We've got
just
a
to be clear-
spreadsheet of like 700 to like 1,000 characters that I made many years ago.
Yeah. There is a character in the game already from like Mesopotamian and like religious mythology. We've got Lilith in there.
Yeah, Lilith is
that's
known
right.
as the
Yeah.
mother of demons. She takes on a very sweet and unassuming form here in Royalty Free for All, but you'll notice she has a bit of a mean streak the way she whips her hair at you or shoots little seed bullets.
Proper whip crack sound effect on a few of those. That's a fun
Yeah.
character.
She's not
an
as
awesome-
she's not as sweet as she seems.
Yeah.
Other character considerations? Have you guys considered Aladdin? I love Aladdin.
Oh, I'm genuinely I'm not sure we have looked into that
I
character.
forget it was based on a really old story, isn't it?
It is.
I believe that's from 1001 Nights.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously, this is just stories I loved growing up as a kid. King Arthur and Merlin. They're apparently on the
Oh my gosh, yeah, totally. No, I really we
Sir
don't
Lancelot's already
have
in there, yeah.
Yeah, I know Sir
Right.
Lancelot. That's why I was like, but I love Merlin and King
Sir
Arthur.
Lancelot is the character from Arthurian legend at this time.
At this time.
We have a tier. I don't know that anyone's going to do it, but we have a tier where you can get like a costume in the game. So theoretically, someone can get a King Arthur costume for Lancelot. That if we made a sequel, we'd have the assets ready to go to tweak one or two moves and make an Echo Fighter out of it. But
Hey man, they give us enough money. They might do a friggin' skin. We could do a King Arthur skin for Dorothy.
I suppose.
Yeah, why not?
I got one more.
Non-binding. Yeah.
I was a sucker. Again, I like my history kind of characters in the mythology. Hercules.
Oh yeah. I will tell you right now, it's not in development, has not been teased in any sort of way, but I actually know exactly what we would do with a Greek mythos character. I think it's a pretty good one. I think it's a pretty good move.
This leads me to my question for the panel, though. What character would make you give $10,000 to see in this game? The top tier you get to pick from our short list of potentials.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know if anyone has the rights to this at all.
I don't know.
I would like Lonk to get in there.
Lonk.
Zorldo.
That's interesting.
I don't know if anyone has rights to this character. I don't know. I'm just saying.
That would be a difficult situation to untangle. Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Meme characters.
Yeah, right.
Someone might own the rights to the meme. I don't know.
If you want a meme character, you could go with Big Chungus.
Oh, Big Chungus.
Well, how old is that? How old is that cartoon?
Wasn't there a ruling on memes recently that the people who made them can claim copyright for them or something?
Yes, they can qualify for copyright.
Right,
but let's see.
right.
That meme comes from Wabbit Twubble, a cartoon released in 1941. So we're about 12 years away from
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
the good old Chungus.
Okay.
Good old Chungus.
Let me see. What would make me give 10,000? Like a realistic one. Though.
Right.
What would make me give 10K?
Or 5K costume. We'll take that too.
I thought of two, but you'd have to negotiate probably. One of them is Yo Noid, of course.
Oh.
And then that would be fun, right? Yo Noid and the other would be Johnny 5.
Johnny
Because
Five.
he should have had a video game in the 80s, Short Circuit.
Very true. Yes.
I'm not familiar.
Short Circuit.
Unfortunately,
it's
I believe
it's
this
Wally's dad.
character-
Yeah, it's basically, Wally's dad. You're right. Great movies.
Yeah, unfortunately, I believe he'll be locked up until 2081.
Yeah, no, I can get a hold of like the corporate of Domino's. I have like people who own a bunch of Domino's pizzas that are family friends.
Wait. Sorry, your character
don't know
suggested
if
is Domino's Pizza.
Well, because they own the
You
Noid.
don't know the Noid?
They own it. They own the Noid.
Oh,
Their character, yeah, they own it. And technically, like there's some of the original commercials or whatever, they messed up the copyright, so like that's not copyrighted, but the actual character is copyrighted. So it's a little weird. There's probably a way to work around it where you can get some that looks like the Noid but isn't the Noid. You know what I mean? But
Well, what's that guy from Pizza Tower? Anyone play that game? I didn't, unfortunately. I want to, but I've been too busy on mine.
I know who
There's a character who does exactly that. It's like a legally distinct Noid. It's called Noise or Void, or I'm not sure.
I've got one.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, we could do stuff like that. Like,
I've got one.
We're focused on public domain today.
What was one of the parody characters that you mentioned, like as a potential the other day? The wet floor guy.
That wasn't even a parody character.
Yeah,
that's just we're trying to think of like what characters could we if there's people out there. I don't know that I would do this personally on a campaign, but if there are, like, power to you. Make a short list of characters who we know we can get done with a labor cost that's enough to, like, we can fit them in as a Kickstarter reward. So we've made a short list of characters where the whole concept is that we can save money on production because they animate simply, like switch on and off. There's a great example of that in Smash, a character like that. The wet floor guy might remind you of that. Simplified animations or simplified shapes. We've got a character that is Cap'n Hook, but he's like reanimated by the lunar eclipse, the blood moon eclipse. So he's like this big angry beard. His sword and his hook and two peg legs are both floating. So it's a lot easier to animate a character like that than it is someone with a lot of like human-like joints and motions. So we put together this list of characters that we know would fit the bill, literally. And that's where Wet Floor Guy comes from.
One that I think would be fun, I'm looking at the public domain, some public domain, is the Headless Horseman. But if you actually did a horseman, like it's a hybrid horseman.
Yes.
Who's got the pumpkin head.
Okay, so this is one of the funny little secrets I learned from talking to a few animators, is that as cool as they are, quadrupeds are the most expensive animations, but they are so sick when they're done correctly. They look awesome.
Well, if it's a headless horseman, then you could just have them bipedal.
Just animate a table. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Give him his horse for a couple attacks, something like that. Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
So, like you said, the one that I would give 10K for, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, especially if there's a move that transforms them.
That would be cool.
Interesting.
I know it's pretty complicated to have a transformation on a character, but
yeah. But I mean, Jekyll and Hyde is a really popular character. We're getting a lot
very
of requests
popular.
for him.
Yeah. People know him. That one's been done a lot over the years.
Did you say Colonel Bleep, Barry?
Sorry, him and Colonel Bleep get a ton of suggestions out of nowhere. Colonel Bleep.
Colonel Bleep, I'm sure nobody's heard of, but he's this great little alien guy. He's like the very first color cartoon, I believe it is, that aired in the United States. It's from, I think, 1957. And they never renewed the copyright, so he fell into the public domain, and we got a lot of nominations for him. We're doing like a showdown on our Discord where you nominate a public domain character and we just put them all in a bracket against each other. We're actually right now in a double rematch between Sherlock Holmes and a character named Six Gun Gorilla, who's a gorilla who escaped in the Wild West, and now he has guns. He robs trains and things.
That's great.
I never heard of him, but he beat Sherlock Holmes Sherlock came back from
Yeah.
the losers bracket and is now
Done.
rematching. And then the other one is Puss in Boots versus Cthulhu.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
we've been having a lot of fun just kind of imagining, what would these hypothetical characters be like?
Cthulhu, man.
That's
that'd be
awesome.
Wild.
Yeah. But Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is up there. They I believe unfortunately just lost to Puss in Boots yesterday. But we're nearing the end, we're getting up to the last, most popular of all characters.
Yeah, people don't realize Puss in Boots is very, very old.
Yeah.
That
Like
came
the 1300s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very.
Yeah, that's a fun story.
Because I was like, it's Antonio Banderas. I'm like, yeah, okay, they did the thing, but like they got it from somewhere. If you paid,
Yeah.
Shrek got all its things from somewhere. You
Yeah.
just don't-
So basically, not their versions, but if it's in Shrek, it's fair game. It's a pretty good rule of thumb.
yeah, they use a lot of royalty-free fairy tale characters in that movie.
Yeah, with the Pinocchio, the blind mice, there's all sorts of good characters.
That's why Pinocchio can
haven't
wear a
really-
thong. Because you can do whatever you want. It's out in public domain.
Yeah,
There's a
I mean,
live
truly.
game. That's pretty good.
Oh, we have a super chat one here. I was thinking of this one. I was pretty sure it was royalty free. I wasn't 100% positive. Ebenezer Scrooge.
Oh yeah. I did consider him. He didn't make it very far. But we do have an honorific for him in our coal mine stage, which is sort of Christmas Carol themed, by Charles
cool.
Dickens. It's the story with Ebenezer Scrooge in it. His gravestone is there.
Yeah.
As seen straight from the Ghost of not the Ghost of Future Presents. He's dead. He's not getting any more presents. I'm getting all mixed up on which
Christmas
ghosts do
Future.
what. Christmas Future. There it
There you
is.
go.
There's only 3 of them. It's like past, present, or
Also,
future.
just to clear the air, no, none of us worked at Blizzard. We are not that man.
No.
But Showbiz Pizza animatronics from Nightmares.
Is that what I think it is? I'm out of touch on this franchise. Is that what I think it is?
I'm not either.
Okay, I'll explain it. So you gotta have the oldest guy explain it. Is that me or is that you, Josh? You're Josh.
Thanks, it's me.
Okay, well we're right there. All right, so Showbiz Pizza is the precursor to Chuck E. Cheese. It's from the 80s, and they have animatronic animals that are very creepy,
terrifying
to some people, right? And we brought this up maybe a month ago, right? I was at a kid's birthday.
Pretty sure what FNAF is based on.
Yeah.
I think I was on for that one because I was like, I'm terrified of these things.
Yeah. So I was at a kid's birthday that I know, my friend's kid, and Chuck E. Cheese came out, like the actual mascot, and he ran for the doors. He's like, he was so scared, and I'm like, oh man, like imagine if he had to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Because like there was like 5 of them.
I was the same kid. I grew up in Cincinnati. They got this place called Jungle Gyms, and they had an animatronic band.
Jungle Gyms?
I refused to go to the store with my mother because I was so scared that the band would play. It's terrifying.
I love this one. Nate comes in. So to be honest, you all look like guys from a select fighter screen. I think we need an Nintenbyte brawl. This game looks fun. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. If this thing gets there, maybe we do a little celebration match to kick off one of our live streams, one of our podcast episodes.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Hey, get this. I just looked it up because when you said Jungle Gym, that sounded very familiar. It says Jungle Gym's Showbiz Pizza refers to an animatronic figure, and it says it was in Ohio.
Yeah, that's the one I was
There you
scared
go.
of. Yeah.
Yeah, so you and I both saw that, man. Yeah, it was wild back then.
I think you should consider putting your mustache in the public domain. I think that would be a great
idea. Just a mustache fighting in the game.
Yeah, I would allow that.
Oh, that'd be sick. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Any closing questions before we move on?
I can't remember. Do you guys have like a lore section where it kind of just gives a brief description of each character's lore?
Each character's lore is briefly described in their YouTube videos. Every character has a trailer and a moveset guide. but it's not very strict lore. It's not very deep.
Oh, right.
The main thing that we're really, solid on is that Dorothy made a wish that she could talk to. She clicked her heels together. Said, I want to speak to Toto, and it turned her into a dog. Oliver Twist, we've been saying it's convoluted. We've been saying he eats the magic beans that Jack. They're both like pickpockets. So Jack has the beans in his pocket, and Oliver Twist. That's a big thing in his story. He's a pickpocket. So he grabs the beans and he eats them, and it turns him into a magic bean. That's a little convoluted. Maybe he's just been a bean his whole life.
It's also one of those things where I remember Colin mentioning, like, you want to make a game where like every Easter egg that someone thinks is there is valid.
Yeah.
There's so many puns and references. We really want people to feel like if they think it might be true, there's a good chance. Like, we don't want to certify everything, but like, because we almost, you want that like myth making. Like that's kind of where a lot of these stories come from, is like folk tales that are told a million different ways. And I love, even at our own PAX events, some of us have little things we like to say the character is like I liked to say that the Nessie was the Loch Ness monster so small nobody could prove she existed. I don't know if that's like objectively what's going on.
Yeah,
but,
that's part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been saying the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nice. I got one other character for you.
Yeah.
And in kind of a nod to Nate a little bit. Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh.
I haven't
Why is
figured
that a
out what
nod
to do
to
with
Nate?
Rumpelstiltskin.
I swear. If
'Cause
he appears in the game
with his
before I
last name.
change my last name.
Yeah.
My last name is Rumpeljance. It's a hyphenated name. I've been called Rumpelstiltskin my whole life.
Hell yeah.
You know who else is public domain? I just looked it up. It's not on the list. Santa Claus.
Yeah, Lancelot's got a Santa Claus.
Yeah,
skin.
I saw the
Oh, nice.
I had a costume.
It doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily deconfirm him, but yeah,
There was a Christmas
He's a cool
trailer
guy.
with a bunch
Thought
of
about it.
penguins. Yeah.
he's a real cool guy. Yeah, and
That's
there's a lot of
awesome.
music, a lot of stages. We can make the rooftop a stage with reindeer paws.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh,
Maybe you can warp pipe through the chimney.
And like you said, the coal mine is like covered in various red and green paraphernalia.
Yeah, it's got holly and it's coal. I mean, the idea, the lore is really convoluted here. Charles Dickens, one of the things he wrote about, this were not novels, but they were letters to Parliament, like arguing essentially in favor of ending child labor in coal mines. And I just felt like that's a very specific, and the iconography of a coal mine is very specific, when it comes to like Clementine and the gold rush. And I just felt like, the coal mine is a really solid setting to put the Charles Dickens type stage for A Christmas Carol. And that's when we showed off Santa Claus, and Dorothy has a Cinderella outfit where she's like a black lab with glass slippers. And
it's funny you mention all the stage references, because since characters are extremely involved to make, but like stages, yeah, there's a time commitment from the background artist and a little bit of balancing, but like honestly, I feel like in some ways we've gone more wild with those. Like Plato's allegory of the cave does not take place in a particular cave.
No.
In the real story, and like I got to like add shadows to the background of that one. If you know the story, it's like the real world is being projected onto the background of a cave, or the back of a cave, and then like the Big Rock Candy Mountain stage is just a giant candy mountain, and that's wonderful.
That one actually, that's got really specific references to the lyrics of the song all over the place. Yeah,
fair enough.
Lollipop trees and candy cigarettes and a lake of stew and the lemonade fountain. Actually, that is one where every single thing you point to, everything is an Easter egg.
And it was that Pimento University. People kept knowing things that I didn't know about.
Yeah,
the game
so that's. People know about that because it was a meme in sort of like the YouTube poop era, where there's a Looney Tunes short called The Dover Boys at Pimento University, and they've got this great like vaudeville style villain in it who became a big YouTube poop subject in like the late aughts. And so Pimento University is a setting from that short. I was looking at this because people had been requesting that character. The copyright's expired, and so it's all public domain, and it can be reused any way you want. So I was looking into it, and basically the opening shot is just the university. It's up on a hill at like a different angle, but the way that they drew it in game was just almost 1-to-1 like a fighting stage. It was like the platform is here, and then the two little window awnings are here. And so I said, there it is. You know, we just draw the building head on, and that's our stage. And we use music from the short, and you know, we make it a really good time.
Sweet.
Yeah, I got one other quick thought.
Please.
You guys said something about VHS, right?
Yeah. I want to have like shaders on the game that basically overlay everything with a really nice texture that sort of like implies you're watching VHS. Like,
Yeah,
in the
what
90s.
if you did like an old film, and then at the end of the match, it kind of melts away, like, you know, the film itself like fried, and then
that's pretty good.
Or stuff.
That's a fun idea.
Yeah, so one of the ways that we're looking into this, and we haven't arrived at solutions yet. It's part of this like VFX pass that you know, the base Kickstarter funding aims to fulfill, is that like different stages can have different VFX based on their source media. So like if it is like based on old pen and ink illustrations, you know, it might have like a page texture. Maybe there's a coffee stain or something on it. And there's actually an old film. It is the source of our London Bridge stage. It's called London After Midnight. The stage is basically the poster of this movie. And the film was lost in a warehouse fire. There are no surviving copies. Like, you can't watch it. We don't know what happens in this movie. And so that would be a really great, you know, end game fade out on that one.
Yeah. Making the filters is very cool. I love, as a avid watcher of Digital Foundry, I have a profound respect for, they call it technical art, which is like the visuals that don't require you to be an illustrator or 3D modeler. So that's everything from image quality to filters, post-processing effects, and that's stuff I've been learning a lot about and implementing in this game, and I'd really love to implement a lot more overlays.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. We guys, go check out Royalty Free for All's Kickstarter. It's you know, I don't think we've featured the Kickstarter yet. Let's go ahead and show it quick. So people know you're at the right one. Yeah, pretty easy to see. It's got a giant logo.
Yeah. There's all those copycats out there.
But this is the Kickstarter right here. You can see 675 backers. You can see how close they are to their goal with 6 days to go here. You can go down and just see all the things they got going on. The different pledge amounts, of course, you can just do $1 if you just want to show some love, but don't intend to buy the game. You get a special thanks, you get your voting rights, you get the free game at launch, so $15 basically to buy the game. You got $20 if you want an instruction book and wallpapers. The RFA for $2 for $30. The RFA art book and OST. The RFFA for $4. Hey, that's the one for you and 3 buddies. That's what you need right there.
Yeah, that's the sweet spot. That's the best.
That's the one my mom got.
One behind the screen updates, of course. For $75, you can get the BTS closed beta access for $100. They got the special tester build. There you go, 150 to be part of that.
That one's good. You can just play anytime you want. You know, early access to content and development. That one's really fun.
Yep. You want to be in the credits? The little cameo. Little 250 there.
Yeah, look at that cute little piggy. If you have a favorite public domain character, you could get them into the game just like this little guy.
Yep. Get a custom drawing for $500. We got a couple backers on that.
Yeah, and to clarify, that one is like you see these characters in the character select screen. We'll draw a portrait for a character that you choose that's not in the game, as if, you know, a little royalty free for all alternate universe.
There you go. This is the Dorothy plush. I've seen this in person. The Dorothy plush.
So cute.
Peak.
I wish those pictures are like 32 pixels, but
yeah, I know. I know. I wish there was like a bigger one like you had for the pig up here, but you know.
Yeah. It's been giving me a little bit of image trouble, but that's all right.
Yeah, I've seen it in person. It looks really cute.
You got 100 of those in your house right now, Colin?
Yeah, I've got
his whole house is just littered with them.
It's actually literally I literally can't get places. we got a big order of these adorable plushies, so
That's awesome. And then we got what is it, 600 for another Dorothy plush pack here. You get a limited edition.
Yeah, so one is like early bird pricing, limited quantity. You know, you get to save some money on it.
Yeah, 47 out of 50 left there.
Yeah.
Credits and cameos was this DX. Is that, what do you get with this? You get
so that's like the credits cameos. You basically get like a Final Fantasy style. The characters are going like this. They're cheering for you at your name at the credits, like they just
that's cool.
Battle. Credits cameo DX. We will fully animate them. You know, if you want the Mad Hatter in the game, he might like run in and like trip on a teacup and shrink down, and the teacup.
That's sick.
I don't know exactly what, but that's the idea. Is we'll like fully go all out on that character.
Ivan is the most efficient animator I have ever seen. His work is stellar, and sometimes we are in the middle of a meeting and we are coming up with an idea, and then he has drawn it, and he's like, "Yeah, like this," and we're like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted it to look like."
Yeah, we've literally like play tested a character and been like, how about like this kind of thing? And like minutes later, he's got the move done. Whoa,
ridiculous! It's remarkable. Like, yeah, illustrators are a different breed.
Yep. You get your in-game cameo. It's an animated in-game cameo from one of your favorite public domain characters. So there you go.
Yeah, so I'll point out, we've seen the Little Shop of Horrors stage with this big guy, Gravis, the plant from the Little Shop of Horrors.
Yep.
That's our own lore on it. But, he is a big animated cameo. He's got a lot of fun expressions. He does a lot of different things when you're there in the battle. And so we can add more characters like him with this backer reward.
There we go. And then you can't forget about the legend status.
Shout out Mr. Gamer Guy.
Yeah.
You got two backers at this level. It's
two
crazy.
backers. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That's basically, you get your battle cameo in the game no matter what. There are some characters that, depending. The previous one is, you list your top 5 because we think, maybe we can get your number 1, or maybe we could get your, number 3 and 4 for the same price if, the designs are simpler. So like that, the first one is you send in your list and we work with you to see like what, you can get the most satisfaction for your money out of. The Battle Cameo DX, just, you got it. We'll do it. We'll make it happen.
There you go. They already got 2 backers of that. And then, you have 1 backer at designing a costume.
Yeah.
So that's not
this is what I was talking about.
Full paint over of every sprite on the character.
So this gets hundreds and hundreds of drawings redone, sometimes up to thousands for a character. And that's what we were mentioning earlier with like, we could potentially do a King Arthur version of Lancelot. We could do a Toto version of Dorothy where she becomes a
your
terrier.
dog is Dorothy.
Yeah,
you could literally do that.
Yeah.
And then again, as they mentioned before, they do have you want a fighter in the game, you can force a fighter to be in this game.
Yeah.
You want to be the big baller, say I love this game, and it's getting my fighter in the game. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wet floor guy stands rise.
Yeah,
but don't too fast or you'll slip and fall.
No, it's all about Colonel Bleep. It's all Colonel Bleep all day.
Yeah. And here, Kickstarter's a great place too, guys. If you want just more information on the game, there's a ton of information on here about what's already coming, what's already part of the game, and then obviously, what they're trying to do with the game and what this Kickstarter is for. And obviously, the big draw for me is get this in the consoles, please. I want this. I want this on my Switch/Switch 2 like yesterday.
Yeah, same here.
The only one. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the customizable controls. Obviously, they talk about the tunes of David Wise and everything in here. Josh Connelly.
There's London After Midnight, like I was saying.
All the music on here. If you guys want to like check out some of the tracks and stuff like that, see what you're getting with the game or what you might be supporting. The full breadth of people working on the team here. And yeah, just all the stuff and all the stretch goals. And this is where you start to see, the Bigfoot, the Frankenstein. Again, guys, this stuff is still possible. Don't think that this has to be all attained in the next 6 days. We just got to get to that 40K. We get to the 40K on this, it stays up.
That's
and
right.
then things can keep building from here. So we might get up to Bigfoot as more marketing keeps happening for the game. Kit and Chris is pushing it really hard. Might somehow pull off getting to Frankenstein. You know what's crazy too? You see the giant gap in trying to get this fighter here. You know, if you just give 10,000, you can get any fighter you want. Just throwing that out there.
Not quite any fighter you want, but yeah, yeah.
Any fighter that we know we can do within that labor cost.
Sorry, Stat. Yeah, buddy. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah.
But no, that's totally right. I mean, these big jumps are because, you know, these characters, first of all, have a whole bunch of stretch goals in between them that are not revealed. But you know, also in part because, you know, Dante is like an unbound spirit. You know, we want to do some crazy reality bending like tricks with him. So, you know, these are characters that are, you know, otherwise hard to realize.
Yeah, these are Dante's. Yeah, he'd be pretty freaking sick though.
Yeah. He's a great design.
This is what they get if they just get to the 40K, which they're trending towards pulling this off. You get the 8 fighters plus the stretch goals, 16 stages plus stretch goals, customizable controls, rewatchable replays, performance mode, rollback netcode. Some of you guys are going to love that. 1v1 online quick play, free for all online quick play, private online lobbies, items according to stretch goals achieved. You know, obviously there's nothing yet, but we'll see what happens. Guest composers. Again, that's where we start to get Grant involved, guys. Come on. Battle cameos from fan favorite public domain characters. You know, and then they have goals and backer rewards might take a little bit longer, of course, past when they plan to get they have a console ports, arcade mode, digital instruction booklet, digital art booklet, digital soundtrack, remix, etc. So yeah, and obviously you can wish list it right now on Steam as well. Let me see here. What price you guys planning to sell this for when it comes out? Are you going for the $15 like on the Kickstarter?
We're going for $15. Yeah.
Going for 15? Okay. That's good. It's good. I know there's some people wondering. I was like, I'm pretty sure they're going to stick with what they're charging on the Kickstarter for, but you know, some Kickstarters have like, this isn't that price. It's a special price for backers. It's more expensive at launch, you know?
Right. No. We're not going up from 15. I mean, what's that?
There were the $12 early birds that we blew through right away.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
That's
yeah.
Right.
$2 cheaper for those super early birds. Yeah. And then it goes through all the challenges and risks of everything. So guys, you absolutely should go check this out. Link in the pinned comment or the description. If you're listening to the audio version, it'll just be in the description of the audio version to go check this out. And you can follow them. I know for sure they're active over on X, royalty free for all over there. Pretty easy to find them.
Yeah, we're taking off over there. We are on all platforms. That one's been really successful for us lately. But anywhere you like, you can find us. TikTok, Instagram, we're on Facebook. I mean,
if you hang out on
like to be.
And like it's a small team. You hang out on our Discord and you want to chat, you probably can.
Yeah, I respond to lots.
There you go.
Sometimes we set up private lobbies in there
and talk to them directly on their Discord. So go check out that Kickstarter, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it so much. Thank you guys.
Yeah, guys,
so
thanks
much
for watching, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem.
Absolutely,
loved having you on.
And great to meet you.
It's always great to see you.
In person. It was awesome.
Oh yeah,
seconded.
Second time in person for us. I feel like royalty now, royalty free.
Yes, we got that
royalty free. That's interesting.
You've been made royalty free.
I should have grabbed one of my. I have an old crown for one of my Halloween costumes. Would have been badass. Pulled it out. Okay, you guys gonna stick around for more topics?
I have to get back to playing Game Redacted on my System Redacted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've got a pretty big surprise coming pretty soon that I actually am probably going to be up all night on. So
okay.
Keep an eye out. Coming up soon.
Yeah.
You should have gone for the. Actually, I just remembered I had a dentist appointment I gotta get to right now.
I've got a dentist appointment. Yeah. Oh, it's already 10:45 p.m. I gotta get going.
Yeah, this is 7 hours late. That's the only reason I even got in. You know, I gotta.
My dog's kind of looking at me all sad. I think I need to take her out.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for being on. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, thank you,
guys. Go check it out.
Total pleasure, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's ours.
Colin and Nate for getting me a start in the friggin' games press. What was that? 12 years ago now. Wild.
Yeah, truly. Thank you.
The amount of people we worked with that have gone on to work somewhere in video games is crazy.
It's really bonkers to see the spread. It's really wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. You
All
guys
right,
have a good night.
All right. Have a
Yeah.
good
Good
one,
night, guys.
everybody.
Cheers. Thank you,
Cheers, have a
guys.
good
Thanks for being here.
Later, guys. All right. And then we're down to the original crew tonight. Thank you so much to our special guest, of course. Our next topic. Oh man, what were we talking about again? We're talking about. Wait a second. Nintendo's patenting things about achievements. What is happening? Who has that topic? I don't even remember who has it.
That would be me.
Okay, Eric.
One popularly requested addition to Nintendo's platforms has been the achievement system, hopefully and ideally a universal one, as most other platforms have. While Nintendo has dabbled with medals in some games on Switch 2, reality is those were very individualized to the game and it wasn't anything you could see from your friends if they happened to attain any. Of course, Nintendo was to ever do an achievement system, most assume they would do something different than the norm today. We got a fresh rumor from Nash Weedle.
There's a Nash Riddle rumor, and I can put it up here. And then he probably pulled a lot of it from the patent, so I have to talk to him to see if he's heard things in addition to the patent. But what he does have is a really great summary, so we don't have to go through like 40 pages of the patent, but we will put the patent on screen. It's not 40 pages, but there's some diagrams. We'll just basically prove to you guys that Nintendo literally this month published a patent for achievements, which means they are definitely working on something. So let's go ahead and grab the Nash Riddle stuff, which has a good summary at least here. So there you go, Eric. You can read that.
Okay. Leak Express missions and rewards are gearing up for an update. Achievements are coming. New rewards that will be received depending on the game we play. Icons, wallpapers, points. Points will be received to redeem for rewards, but rewards will also be received directly by playing specific games or achieving certain achievements within the game, using a specific weapon, defeating a boss without taking damage, so on and so forth. You'll be able to see the rewards and achievements that other users have earned and those that they haven't. By meeting certain conditions, rewards can be exchanged. You can choose your favorite rewards to be automatically redeemed when you have enough points, and then mandatory to be a Switch Online user.
Okay. And then I'll grab the patent here as well. We're not really going to read through the patent, but it pretty much matches a lot of what was just explained. But just to kind of show you that this is a patent, we'll go all the way to the top here, that Nintendo does have out here, published in September 4th. So this was just published this month. And here's like just the abstract. Says a processor gives points to a user if any of a plurality of given conditions is achieved by the user, and gives a reward selected by the user from among a plurality of awards to the user in exchange for points owned by the user. The plurality of giving conditions include first giving condition achieved if a specific game is played, and the plurality of reward included first reward set in an initial state of being unselectable, and second awards selectable without achieving the first given condition. When the first given condition is achieved, the processor updates the first reward corresponding to the specific game among the first rewards from the initial state of being unselectable by the user. Don't you love how these patents read? But as you go down, you can kind of see some of the sort of back end thinking of how this all works, the reward list, the point shop. And down here, you'll see them literally mention achievements in one of the figures directly, just to show you guys that it is a thing. So present mission given, achieve the mission, give points, consume points, acquire the reward, kind of the basic setup here. Achieve a second type mission, achieve a first type. And as it keeps going here, game apparatus service, activate predetermined game title, yada, yada, yada. Basically how this all would function in general. User IDs, all this stuff. They're storing everything. Your friends will be able to read it. It talks about all of this when you get to the text portion and you actually read because all these little points are in, like the numbers on the side, they're all explained down in the text what each of those means. But yeah, it's pretty crazy that regardless of whether it's a rumor or not, Nintendo has factually received various achievement events, like achievement determination. Nintendo has factually worked on an achievement system. Whether this is the exact system we get or whether this was just one they scrapped for something even better, we don't know. But what is clear is that Nintendo seems to be really considering hard bringing achievements to Switch 2. So what do we think about what's proposed? What do we like about it? What do we not like about it? and what would we like to see if there is an achievement system added at some point, this year, next year. And I will just start out and note, I do find it fascinating that this patent comes out, because sometimes patents come out right before something's revealed. And we talk about how there's supposed to be all this new stuff being revealed supposedly for Kirby Air Riders in a new direct. What if the achievement system is one of those things being revealed in that direct? Because that would suddenly make that direct 10 times more hype for all Nintendo fans.
That it would.
And Sakurai, come on, he's the perfect guy to put achievements. You give that guy, you give Sakurai achievement, like the ability to put achievements in games, perfect guy to reveal the system with as well. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. It could be something that they reveal with a Smash game or just 3D Mario or something next year. But thoughts. Let's go to the people who didn't get to talk, because they didn't get to go hands-on with royalty free for all. Don't know what the hell is going on besides, it's a cool character. Oh yeah. Wow. Let's go with SkySwordsAlisa. We need some female voice up in here. What are your thoughts on achievements?
So I honestly don't really care about achievements. But I said on the podcast before, I did platinum Clair Obscur. So if it's a game I care about, I think it matters.
So Zelda.
And I care about Nintendo games. If it's to get all the Koroks, then no, I don't care about that achievement.
Yeah,
but
you can't get the platinum without the Koroks.
Yeah, no, then it's all right. Then it's like 99% of the trophies, and that's fine. But like, I think it could be really. I feel like Nintendo would definitely put some kind of spin on it. I don't know what they would do, but
yeah. And Benny brings up a point here. If you played the original Kirby Air Ride, there was a form of achievements in the game that notably has not been teased yet for this game. And it would be very weird if it wasn't there when the original had it. And this could be why. They could be literally unveiling the whole system with this next direct. And that could be like a huge part of the direct, which is one reason why we might be getting that. And they figured, if we're going to do it, let's do it with a deep dive on Kirby Air Ride, where they may debut the whole system. We'll see.
That's a great point.
Imagine if they debut the system and it just starts appearing in other games the rest of the holiday. Dude, can you imagine, like, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond comes out right after this? That has achievements in it. All of a sudden, they open up achievements for Age of Imprisonment. You know what crazy things you can do in that game? Oh, man. Oh, that'd be great. Excited.
I think it kind of depends on like what the reward is, like what the incentive is. Like for me personally, like if we got like a cool wallpaper or something, I'd be like really like driven to try to go do that. Or like
I think it's a great
we could have like a little background music when we're on our home screen or something like silly like that.
It's a great way to bring in themes. I think this would be sweet if you could spend points by themes.
Favorite.
Yeah.
What?
Nate's favorite.
Oh, Nate's favorite. Yeah, I just heard favorite. And I'm like, favorite what?
I think it's a neat reward. I don't give a shit.
I'm kidding.
Personally, I don't give a shit, but I know a lot of people do. So I think this would be a really neat way to bring that to the system by basically just rewarding you for playing video games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, I'll just say this about achievements. I'm not a big achievement person either, just to get this out of the way, because I have the least amount to say on this, because I just don't care that much about achievements. However, a lot of the reason that I don't care is that there's been a lot of achievement abuse in the industry. You just get achievements for everything. You turn on the video game, it's an achievement. You jump for the first time in the game, even though the game's a platformer and you're going to jump 10 trillion times. That's an achievement. You know, like, oh my God, you beat your very first ever enemy. Pause, achievement. I'm like, what are we doing? I don't need a participation for every move I make in the game.
It's a money issue.
Yeah. Dude,
it's a way to sell games to people that want those achievement points to go up, or those trophies to go up.
You want to pump up your gamer scores. There's a ton of indie games that are literally nothing but doing that. Is the game good? Nobody cares. My gamer score went up. It's like, so and by the way, we don't know if Nintendo is going to have any sort of system like that, where there's a trackable, like, just overall history that adds up to some sort of ranking or score. Maybe on a per game basis, whether you can see how many points people have. I don't know, but the points are spendable. And that's the big difference here. Is you kind of look at how platinum points work now, where you can buy certain like icons. You can get some stuff on My Nintendo with it, some physical items. I don't think they're going to go with the physical item route. Or maybe it is just all platinum points, and that's all this is they're just implementing platinum points into it, which I don't think is a bad thing, by the way. They did do that with platinum points before. If you guys remember, they had achievements. This isn't the first time they did it with their mobile games. You used to be able to do the mobile game achievements and earn platinum points.
Oh, yeah.
So they kind of had something before. It just wasn't in all their games. And like, Stash and all of us know now that like they've had medals. They experimented with that with Switch 2. There's certain like little achievements now with the app on Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. But there's nothing that's like universal and like unifies so all the games kind of have like a universal system. And I feel like that's what they're trying to do here with this patent. So that's really cool. Obviously, the question I have are the third parties. Are they going to just literally open it up for third parties to do whatever they want?
Even more slop
than the other systems. That's literally what it is. They can just do whatever they want. And it's like, so I'm curious if it's going to be just Nintendo games. Probably just Nintendo games at the start, I would assume. And then like select partner games, like if Bandai Namco games have it, because they're a huge partner that actually make Nintendo games. I can understand that. Some of their Japanese partners like Capcom or Square Enix maybe. But, I'm curious if they're just going to let just indies go to town with this stuff and go ham. Because that's going to be wild if they do. But again, the other platforms do it and people love it. So I have someone that doesn't like achievements. So I'm not the best person to talk about this, even though I'm probably going to make another video on it tomorrow. So give me something that I can clip out from people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Josh.
Well, I think the fact that it's tied to NSO may be a way for them to keep the slop out and keep it more to strictly Nintendo games. I think that's not something you see from the other companies whatsoever. It's just like achievements are here. I was a big achievement guy. My gamer score on Xbox is over 100,000, and I have all of the Halo achievements from the 360 era. Like that was a big thing for me, and that was super fun to do. Like it was incredibly difficult. There are some pretty insane. I'm talking Halo Wars, everything. Like every Halo achievement on 360 I was able to get. And I love that stuff. The only thing I stopped getting achievements for was Mario Galaxy. And then I played Galaxy 2 much, much later. So I love achievements.
See, I can't send Eric to the dollar store. He just comes back with all these snacks and treats out of nowhere. He just pulls them out his ass. What's going on?
Yeah.
All right, go on. All right.
No, you're good. You're good. I owe you $55 for pizza, so you interrupt me anytime you want. So I love the carrot that they dangle if it is done correctly, right? That's what makes it so fun when you can. And I love what Xbox does now, where if you get, it shows like a percentage of like how many people have this rare achievement.
Mm-hmm.
Like that kind of stuff. I think is super cool. This is an area that I feel like Nintendo is lagging behind in, and it's not just in the achievements side of things, but it's in I tweeted about this today. It's the gamification of gaming. Like Splatoon does a good job. They have a catalog. You're leveling up your catalog. They give you reason to come in and do stuff. Mario Kart World, and I know I'm talking about Mario Kart again, but like, give me reason to do 5 knockout tours a day, or go in and do some online multiplayer, or something that is like a daily goal, right? I mean, any of us that have been gaming for a long time, we've had our games where we do our dailies. And, Fortnite has that. Your first game is a lot of points. Splatoon's first game is a lot of...
Any MMO. Dailies and weeklies.
Yes. And it's what we've kind of grown used to. Like, to just... It almost seems like they're lagging in the game in just making this a reality in their games. Although, like I said, Splatoon has it. It seems like they threw out Mario Kart World and they were like, they truly believed it was worth $80 and it was this content filled. And I think it would be doing way better, and you'd have more people playing online if there was like, if I'm unlocking something by going in and doing a knockout tour. It's not that they aren't fun. They're completely fun. But if I have games that I need to put time into because I'm unlocking something and there's only X amount of time on this battle pass, or, this season's going to come to an end, where do you think people are going to go? And so And you know, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people that push back on this, but having this achievement, like if I get some kind of a achievement for doing 100 knockout tours, guess where I'm going to be rushing to? Doing knockout tours. If there's one for 10,000 and it's some crazy, one of my favorite achievements that I never got was called Seriously, and it was on Gears of War, the first game. You had to get 10,000 online like multiplayer kills. I was at 15,000 because if 2 people left during your match, none of your kills counted. So I never hit the, like, I don't know where I'm at because it only shows me that I'm at like 15,000. You only needed 10, but mine never popped because there was some like that weird little glitch. So, but that was like, we would randomly be playing and then somebody goes, I got Seriously, right? And everybody goes crazy in the chat. Like it just added to the overall fun and dopamine hit. So I think achievements done correctly are fantastic, and they just keep us playing the games we love and keep us doing like, it's just that carrot on the stick. Because right now I don't see a lot of reasons to go in and do knockout tour, at least just by myself. It's there, it's fun, but you know, I mean, I want to get the Green Ranger in Fortnite right now. You know what I mean? Like there's not that like sense of FOMO or urgency that I think sometimes achievements or seasons can bring.
Totally.
Yeah. Eric, what do you think? Have you ever been into achievements much?
They're fun when they pop up on the screen. Like Josh said, if done right, because plenty of games don't do them right, and all of a sudden you go into a cutscene, and all of a sudden it's like you're trying to figure out what the heck's going on in the cutscene, and ping, really? Thank you for taking me out of the immersion.
And sometimes spoiling the story.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
I've seen that happen too.
In it. Like, I'm not even at the end of the cutscene. What are we doing?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
But you know, it's one of those that I don't seek them out. But they're fun to kind of see what they, you know, when they pop up and you achieve them, they're fun to look at. So I mean, I have nothing against them.
I think they're really fun when you have friends.
Yeah.
If you don't really have friends, then like, you know.
So what do you say? What are you implying, Nate? No.
Well, you know,
life's more fun when you have friends.
Yeah, no, I know.
And we have this podcast crew.
Yeah.
I already could tell, like, if there's achievements and like the next Zelda game comes out, this whole crew is going to be competing to see who can get the most achievements in like the first week, and it's going to be wild.
Yeah,
it's going to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, that'll happen.
That'll totally happen. Like it'll probably be Stash because he's super competitive, and he reviews games for a living, so he'll be playing it to review.
Yeah.
So he'll probably log like 70 hours in that week, while the rest of us play like 15.
I play like 2.
Now I'm going to take off a week of work to try to beat Stash on the Zelda achievements.
You're dedicated. You take a week off work.
Yeah. No. I somehow only play 2 hours, but I have like 30% of the achievements. What?
How? This motherfucker! I looked up an achievement guide online. You just achievement horde. He skipped. Oh, who cares about the story? I'm getting all the little achievements. I don't even know what happened in the story. Right. I collected 10 Goroks.
Baked an apple.
Yeah, right. Oh man. Gamebird. Awesome.
Yeah. Listen, this would be a massive win. Like massive. I've been crying for achievements to come to a Nintendo platform for years now. In fact, I think I did a video, feels like 5 or 6 years ago, when I was like, my channel was like brand spanking new, and I was, you know, just getting into the Nintendo YouTube, about what I'd like to see coming to a Switch Pro, and achievements was in there. And I specifically talked about Nintendo having the special spin being a reward system where you can unlock wallpapers or themes by completing a certain amount of achievements for a game. And it's something that I mentioned. I think I must have mentioned it on Andres's channel multiple times over the years, using the game Persona 5 for reference, because Persona 5 had a special theme if you platinumed the game. And that would be like my reference, like, oh, this is how Nintendo should do it.
You mentioned it here.
And I mentioned it. Yeah, it's something I've been. So I like when I saw this from Nash Vito, I'm like, dude, I feel like Nintendo Damas right here, because I've been talking about this for over 5 years now. but it just feels like such a Nintendo way to tackle it. And listen, I've been rooting for achievements on a Nintendo platform, like I said, for 5+ years now. I personally could care less about trophies or achievements, but I fully understand their value. And I remember now, I talked about on this podcast how my best friend, and this is just one of many people that I know, will actually buy a third-party game on Sony's console, Sony's platform, specifically because the Switch version doesn't have achievements. Multiple friends like that who are like, well, I have a friend who loves the Souls games, and I was raving about Dark Souls 3 Ring City DLC, unbelievable DLC. He ended up not wanting to finish it because there was no achievements. He's like, why didn't they put, or sorry, trophies? He's like, why is there no trophies in this DLC? It makes me not want to play it.
It
So
gets
like
people playing. It absolutely gets people.
A lot of people felt that way too.
And not only does it get people playing, it keeps people in your game longer, because maybe not every game. There's going to be games like, it's like Alyssa said, if there's a game like Claire Obscura that I love as much as that, I'm going to go for the achievements. So yeah, while it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea for every game, like Nate said, when Zelda comes around, I know we're all going to be gunning for as many as we can because we're all diehard Zelda fans. I know if back in the day, if GameCube had an achievement system on it, I would have platinumed or 100%ed Wind Waker, because it's my favorite game of all time. I would have done it multiple times across multiple platforms as we've had the game re-released. And then the thought of achievements, this isn't mentioned in the rumors, but the thought of achievements coming to NSO titles, like think like all the retro library, like stuff they could do with that. Like I could go for GameCube achievements. I could go for achievements in Super Mario World on NSO. The only thing I disagree with you guys is I don't think this should be exclusive to Nintendo titles. Maybe Nintendo is specific to this reward system. Maybe third parties don't want
I don't
to
think
that
if you're
extra
gonna have an achievement
development
system, I do think third parties should be allowed
across the board. Yeah, across the board. Because again, like I said, people will opt for another version with trophies or achievements. And I hope it's closer to trophies than achievements. I don't think there's anything wrong with the achievement system. I just kind of like the way Sony packages it a little bit better. What were we going to say, Josh?
Well, if you guys think back to the 3DS and doing the puzzles in Street Pass, that was kind of achievements in a way. Like if you think about it, right?
Sure.
And like somebody would get to see how many puzzles you had completed. And what if that's kind of the way they did it? Now it would have to probably be more Nintendo based, but like, what if I could essentially go into Gamebird's gallery and see how many pieces he's collected to finish the, if you do Wind Waker, it does a whole like
the tapestry.
You complete the whole puzzle, and then that becomes how you've 100%ed the achievements. And it also seems very Nintendo to be able to like wander through somebody else's like game library room. Their achievement room, if you will. And so that, like, as you were talking, that's what got me thinking, like, I'm annoyed that I have all my puzzle pieces. I'm glad that I can help people like at PAX on Street Pass and stuff like that, but like there's some really fun ways that they could gamify it.
And here's another thing I want to mention is, like, we all love, I think it's safe to say we all love Nintendo for its quirkiness and its charm that it's had, whether it's through their hardware, through their software. I feel like some of that's been a little bit lost in the Switch, in Switch 2 era, the lack of like eShop music and themes and stuff like that are kind of, you feel would go hand to hand with Nintendo. This is an area, like, when Nintendo takes a stab at something that everyone else has already done, think Battle Royale, they had Mario 35 and Tetris 99 and F-Zero 99, or like their stab at online shooters. It's a squid game, essentially, with ink. It's not about kills. It's about covering your, like, they get so creative when they tackle something that everyone else is doing. This is one of those areas where it's like, oh man, they could really bring a truckload of charm with this one new feature. And to touch on the patent, what's interesting about that patent is that some of that patent already exists. All right, already exists in Switch 2. You guys ever go on the Switch Online? You guys ever look at the avatars that you could get with your platinum points and the missions related to those? Where you do the missions, maybe it's as simple as just logging into a Super Nintendo game in order for you to earn the points for completing the mission. That way you can purchase the reward, which is the new avatar. That framework already exists. And what we're seeing and what we're reading is just an expansion of that. So it's obviously something.
Give us a mission list or a mission completed, right? So that we can see how many missions you've completed, how many I've completed, so on and so forth. It adds that sense of competition as well.
Yep. So yeah, I definitely think a huge, and man, here's the big thing. Here's what I really want Nintendo to nail with this. If this is something that's actually come into fruition, and I'll close my thoughts on this. Have that classic Nintendo charm that you're tackling something that everyone else has been doing for a while, but you bring that unique Nintendo flavor, that curveball that no one was like, everyone's like, what the hell? This is wild. This is so Nintendo. On top of that, make it very community driven, because that's such a big part of the fun. Like, I love, like, even though I don't care about trophies on PlayStation, I've certainly gone on to my friends and like just looked at a game that I love and just be like, oh, I wonder who got a higher percentage. I wonder how many gold trophies I got compared to them. Just out of curiosity, it's fun to see. So a strong sense of community. It makes me wish that the Miiverse was back, or there's some sort of Miiverse trophy achievement tie-in that like brings the community into it. Because I think, like, even Josh, like you talking about playing Gears and like someone shouting out they got that achievement and stuff. Even if they had some way to like share your trophy or your star or whatever they call it, they'll probably call it something weird. PII, P items. I don't know.
What
You had me till the P.
P-ware. I don't know.
Blocks, come on.
Yeah, P blocks. There you go.
There we go. All right, Stash. Come on, you got more achievements, right?
Yeah, of course. I was just waiting my turn.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. So I've been excited for achievements for a long time. I've always wanted them to come to a Nintendo platform. Okay, I love my trophies on PlayStation. Really enjoy it. One thing I've said quite often is that I don't start a game and say, I'm going to get the platinum in this game.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how I start a game. But if I play a game and I'm playing for, say it's a big game, like big open world game, and 15, 20 hours in, I'm like, dude, I love this game. I just want to keep playing it. That's when I say, okay, I want to see everything. They've earned my respect 15, 20 hours in, so much so that I want to see everything they did in this game. I don't want to miss anything. And if you don't want to miss anything, you get the platinum. That is literally how you see and do everything in the game, which is what I love about it. I was playing Dragon Quest 11S on PlayStation. Absolutely adored this game. So much so that I'm like, you know what? I think I need to go for the platinum. I want to see everything. And I did for that game. So there's certain games I go do that for. Elden Ring, same thing. I got the platinum in Elden Ring. Love it. Want to see everything there is in this game. Now, you look at Nintendo's IP, right? Clearly, there's so many games that I would do this for. And one of the things that has always gotten me excited is, again, it's the backlog. It's the NSO games. It's the retro games. And we've mentioned it. I've mentioned it specifically on this podcast numerous times. How cool it would be to fire up, punch out, and get a special achievement for beating Mike Tyson, which, yes, it's Mr. Dream, but it's just a reskin. We all know that's Tyson. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be really cool to get like a special icon. Something.
Yeah, I think people would have felt more rewarded in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for getting all the Koroks, even though it's a pain, if they got more than a golden poo.
Yeah,
I think the golden
it's like
poo
a
is
badge
brilliant.
of honor for getting it.
The
you
golden
know?
poo is great. It's like,
I think
yeah,
it's
you
brilliant.
wasted a lot of your life. Here's a piece of shit for you.
Yeah, that was
By
lame.
by the way, if you didn't know, all the seeds are literal pieces of shit. So like it all goes together.
Yeah, so this is okay, this is something I wanted to see for a long time. I love the idea of giving us something for it too. So whether it be icon, wallpaper, points that you can use to get like cool Nintendo swag or something like that. I think that's a great idea. You know, just reading through Nash Weedle's post, he mentioned, you know, maybe using a specific weapon to defeat a certain boss without taking damage. Things like that. Like they're literally games within a game is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great idea. Gamebird, you mentioned this. This is something I do with all my friends on PlayStation. PlayStation will tell you like what games you and your friends play. They'll show what game my cousins played. And I'll look at what he's played and compare trophy list. And it's amusing, you know, for me to see how far he's got, right?
Mhm.
Or what he's done in the game. Or I might see one of my friends and I see they got a platinum on the game. I'm like, oh shit. You know, like I didn't know they threw down like that. And I'm surprised. I'm taken back by it a little bit. But it's really fun to just look at what your friends have done. And I think that would be a really good time, again, with Nintendo. And you think about like these retro achievements, right? I think, first off, retro achievements are like a thing.
Mhm.
You know, outside of the ecosystem of Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. Like in retro gaming, retro achievements exist, and it's a big deal. But like you look at, I'd say all the younger kids that have a Switch too. When I say younger kids, I mean the young adults, right? That probably don't have much interest in going on to NSO and looking at these old NES games, because to them it's like Atari to us. And this might interest them in going back and doing something like that. Like, you know what? Maybe that carrot is worth getting. I'm going to go play The Legend of Zelda for the first time on NES. Or you know what? I remember Zelda 2 Link's Adventure being very, very hard. And it's a game that's always been on my bucket list. Now, I beat it. I'm obviously speaking hypothetically, but someone might be like, you know what? That reward's worth going back and actually beating this game now. But that's how you get people to hang out more in your world, in your ecosystem. And a big point that I was going to make, and you also made it, Gamebird, is that I don't know if people are just possibly ignorant to this idea, but lots and lots of gamers will skip over a release on Switch because it doesn't have achievements or it doesn't have trophies, because trophies and achievements makes your ecosystem more sticky, meaning you're less willing to leave that ecosystem. You're more likely to stick around and play your games there because you're always going towards something. And it's like Nintendo's never done this. So what happens if they do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I even look at it. Obviously, there's been, you know, mention of third-party games not selling as well right now on Switch too. And I brought this up on this podcast months before when we talked about achievements for the Switch 2 and how important it is for third-party games. Like, it's very, very important. And I really think people are overlooking it because they could swing so many sales this way.
Yeah. I don't understand the pushback, because does anyone ever get a trophy or an achievement and then just feel really sad afterwards? Or is that the worst that you just don't care?
And
because if
that's
the
the
worst, Yeah.
You can turn it off. So a lot of people are like, oh, like it breaks my immersion, which if it does, the thing is there's always been an option in the menu to turn trophies off. Always. So just turn it off. Like if your immersion is broken because a notification pops up, I would tell you to throw your phone out the window then too.
Yeah.
Because that's going to break your immersion every 5 seconds when you get a notification on your phone. And you know what? If you don't like notifications on your phone, do what I do. Mine are off too. So I can get work done. I'm permanently in do not disturb mode so I can get work done. But that's the thing, is that there shouldn't be pushback. And from what I've heard, that has always been the biggest pushback, is that there are some people that aren't competitive and they may not like it. And it's like, that's fine. Let that be part of what you do when you boot up your Switch 2 for the first time. Let it be part of that menu in the beginning when you set it up. Do you want these on or off? Here's a demonstration of what it looks like. Here's an explanation of what it is. And you can still earn these if you want, and we'll still give you points, but you can turn the notifications off. Let's make it real easy for everybody, so it's a win-win situation for everyone. I don't think people are going to be like, no, you know what? I don't want to get points to get free stuff. I'm not into that.
I got to be honest too, and I don't mean to for anyone who feels like they break the immersion, that's fair. That's you. I've never had a trophy. I can't really speak for achievements because I've only played such limited time on Xbox consoles. But I've never had a trophy ruin my immersion where I'm just like, I'm just like taken completely out of the game. I've had other things. I've had someone at the door, something going on with the kids, like stuff like that, where I have to put the controller down, pause the game, or even miss a cinematic because something that's going on in the real world. But I've never just seen a trophy and be like, oh God, it's ruined,
Yeah.
ruined it, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Maybe
agree.
it's more invasive with Xbox achievements. I can't say.
It's not. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a reskin, honestly. There's no difference. And look, ultimately, this would improve third-party sales on Switch 2. What happens when third-party sales improve? That means more games come to Switch 2 because more third parties are doing well. The big picture of this needs to be looked at because there's a variety of reasons why this should exist. And there's very few, in my opinion, kind of shitty reasons why it shouldn't. Like they're weak ass reasons, in my opinion. Like if you don't want to compete or if like you're not into it, no big deal, man. You don't have to. You could still have fun. Just turn it off. Or if you don't want free points, fine. Whatever you want to do, that option's there. Accessibility options. They're in like every game now. If you want to make it easier, you can. If you want to just play the story mode and if anyone hits you, you don't take damage or you don't die, you can do that.
Right.
The whole goal of a developer is to get you to finish the game. They have all the statistics on it too. They know how many people finish their game. It's no different than like a YouTube video. And probably someone looking at it and seeing, okay, they watched it up to 5 minutes and then they dropped off. What did I do?
Mm-hmm.
What can I do better next time? So they stick around for an extra minute. It's the same thing with games though. If people aren't beating it, then they're not talking about it. Maybe level 5 was just a really bad design level. And now they don't get to see level 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which were really good. We screwed up there in the middle of the game. This is how they get the feedback though.
Yeah.
So I think it is. Look, it's something I've wanted for a long time. And I want it with Nintendo. I want the retro stuff. I want it all. Absolutely. It would be a very good time. And we can all, we all start from scratch. It'd be fun.
All right.
Yep. And I gotta say, just to touch on one more thing, think of the traffic it would bring to NSO. You know, a service that Nintendo's literally
It'd be
really
a
trying to
huge
grow.
attraction to NSO.
Huge. Think about achievements they could do. Like everyone's familiar, I'm sure, with like the iconic fighting Ganondorf with an empty bottle at the end of Ocarina of Time. Like that's an achievement right there. Beat
Fishing pole, Twilight Princess.
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. Like those are like iconic moments from or memories from those games that everyone shares. Those are achievements. You know,
Minus World, Super Mario Brothers.
Yep.
Dude.
All that stuff would be so much fun. Like imagine getting like something special from each game. And again, this is what gets the younger kids to go back and look at the history.
I'll also say this. If they do this, and I just wanna note, if they do this, there are people that literally just hate achievements. They hate it.
It makes no sense.
I'll explain why in a moment. Have an option to turn them off.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't here. I was dealing with
yeah.
I was dealing with hernia stuff.
Yeah,
Like, just
turn
make
it
sure it
off.
can be turned off, and then then it won't be that big a deal. Then everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or turn off the notification. And if you want it, you can still keep your points and
I mean,
buy something.
I mean, even like turn off in general. Like if you don't even want people to see your achievements,
I'm
turn
saying
it
if
off.
you don't want it, you don't want it.
Turn it
And
off.
you know, you can hide your achievements and your trophies too on PlayStation. A lot of people like to keep them hidden, I guess. So
imagine hating themes. I mean, like I would never want a theme on my Switch.
Yeah,
but
it's
then
weird.
Nintendo announces they have themes coming and just throwing a rage. It's like, dude, just don't put a theme on your Switch. Chill. You know, just don't use themes. Nathan, Nathaniel.
And you can already hide
I'm not
your
gonna
game
rage
library and
over
stuff
it when
like
I
that.
said I didn't want him the first time. I didn't rage. It's not gonna be mad if it happens. The thing is, I'll probably use the themes if they exist.
Sure.
Just because they exist. But it's also like I'll change it to like one, like I'll put a Zelda background and then I'll just never change it again. Just like on my phone. The phone's a picture of my fiance from like 5 years ago. It hasn't changed in 5 years. Like I don't know if I'm ever gonna change. Maybe once we have like wedding photos, maybe that'll be a picture on there eventually. But you know, I don't. My background on my desktop is literally the Windows default. Like I just don't care about this stuff that much. Even though there's so many cool desktop backgrounds, I'm like, whatever. I'm not literally looking at my desktop ever.
The key point though is that it doesn't anger you. You know what I mean?
I'm not
like
mad.
you would never get angry if it came to Switch. That's why I think that like it's so weird that people,
3DS, you know, like it was whatever, you know.
Yeah. I just don't understand I don't get the pushback. It's like if you don't like it, just don't use it.
I can't wait if this is part of the achievement system and they do add themes. First, there'll be a lot of people excited. I want to find that one video that's raging. I just want to know. And you know what that's probably going to be? It's probably gonna be one of those Switch 2 like people that always make videos hating everything Nintendo does. And it'll be like, oh, it's bad because it's locked behind NSO. Paywall. I'll be like, okay. What the fuck to tell you? Like, all right, whatever. Like, I don't even. Yeah, they're trying. Look, we didn't have them before at all. So I don't know how, like, having a way to get them that's already part of a service that most of us subscribe to is bad when the option it wasn't there. So the option hasn't changed. It's still not there if you're not part of NSO. So, like, I don't.
There's no helping chronic complainers. And they're everywhere in every sect, so I don't waste my time on them.
Yeah. Dude, they're all over YouTube. It's so bad.
That's what I hear.
Dude, if you ever guys go to the by the way, I appreciate people that hype my videos, hype Gamebird, hype like that's they have like a new hype list on YouTube. If you ever go look at the hype list, all the top Nintendo videos are just a bunch of negative videos on Switch 2. All it is. It sucks. You can't get any positive video to pop up in the top 100. It's crazy. Insane. So I don't want to hear how positive videos get more views than negative. Oh boy. Go look at the top viewed positive video on the Nintendo Direct thing. Go look at the top viewed negative one. It comes from like a guy. The negative one comes from a guy with like 20,000 subscribers and it's got like 400,000 views. The top
That's not
positive
bad.
one is from like a YouTuber with like 500K subscribers and has like 80,000 views. It's like
This is the way the world works.
yeah, like come on.
This is the way the news cycle works, the algorithms.
Yeah.
It's been this way for decades.
Negativity works on the internet. It works in news in
Sad.
general. That's why when you guys will ever turn on like your local news, even local news, it's just like littered with bad stories because it's what people watch.
That's why I don't watch it.
Dumb.
Yeah.
That being said, we have more topics to get to. Who has the next one? Because the next one, this one, speaking of
I think that's me.
controversial, speaking of controversial, we have a game developer, former composer from Capcom, still active in the industry, has a ton of credits. I think most Nintendo fans would know their credits from the Ace Attorney franchise. They've done a ton of music for Ace Attorney. They popped off on Twitter. So, Gaber, what are we talking about?
All right. So, former Capcom dev stands behind many of Nintendo's controversial decisions. This is former Capcom composer Masakusa Sugimori, who has made music for games like Nate said, Ace Attorney. Let's pull up the tweet really quick. Share my screen.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. 1 second. Whoops. Give me one second.
Whoopsies. You forgot how to use computers, guys. It's okay.
Yes, I did. Hold on.
I don't know. He's been
Hold
too
on.
busy
I'm
editing.
gonna fix it.
If it's not video
Guys,
editing.
fill the. I need my glasses.
Oh,
Fill this up. Let's see.
do you
My
need glasses?
first
Did you
day.
intentionally not wear them?
Yes.
I used to do the same thing. You know, they invented these things called contacts.
Contacts
I hated them too. I hated
terrify
contacts.
me.
And they don't fit my eyes right because I have really bad stigmatism. So I have to get like the super ultra expensive special order $500 for 6 months edition. Yeah, I don't listen when they say, "Oh yeah, change them every month." The hell no, do I pay $500 for these fucking things?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm getting at least a year out of that. Like, geez, that's a lot of money. That said, I don't know if I've ever seen you wear glasses. Oh no, I have. I have off.
No, you have.
I've seen
I did wear them on one stream
okay.
once.
I have glasses
Okay.
too. You guys like rarely ever see me put them on, but I have worn them before on the show. Usually if I was naughty and didn't take my contacts out for a few days and I'm like, uh-oh. Need to get my eyeballs a rest. Oh, that thing's is there a way we can get that bigger? Can we zoom that in?
Let's see.
It's so huge.
Whoops.
That's what she said.
You know what else is? I was gonna say, you know what else is
Gotcha.
massive?
Whoops.
You set me up for that.
Yeah, I totally did. I was waiting for it. I mean, I might be
Here. Can someone? I'm having difficulties. Can someone share the tweet for me, please?
Oh boy, I will try to get you, buddy. I've never seen this much difficulties with with
Dude, what
share
the heck?
screen. Oh shit, I don't even have it open, do I?
I can share it. I have it open.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Thank you. Jeez Louise.
I've never seen someone have so much problems hitting share screen, click a button, and then like Control Plus to zoom in. It's okay.
There we go. It's
all
because I'm on one monitor right now.
Yeah, I know. One monitor is a pain in the ass.
It's so it's like a major.
You guys
pain
got
in
it?
the butt.
Yeah, can you zoom in? There we go. Now people can see it.
Perfect.
There
All
we
right,
go.
I'm just gonna need you to scroll for me as
Sure.
I read.
Yeah, I'll follow
Awesome.
along.
So I'm gonna butcher the name. Masakusa says, adding 1 point to the current flow of conversation regarding the claim often heard overseas that seems to have some legitimacy. It's unfair that something you bought becomes unplayable when the service ends. As a player myself, I can understand this perspective, and I sometimes feel the same way. But, well, do physical items outside of digital products last forever? Most of the time, they don't, right? Physical things always have a lifespan and will eventually break. Digital products, on the other hand, generally don't have a lifespan. This is one major fundamental factor. Personally, I think Nintendo's moves have had the following significance. Key cards. measures against illegal copying, reducing the risk of holding inventory, raising game prices, waving the flag so that game companies struggling with recent inflation can raise prices, terminating online services for older hardware, setting a lifespan. This makes it easier for companies to re-release games on new hardware. To put it further, it creates the job of porting. I feel that these moves are largely aimed at protecting the gaming industry and the digital entertainment industry. It might be a bit too optimistic of a view, but the fact is that because Nintendo takes the lead, other companies can more easily follow suit to protect themselves. Do you think a company that's already made that much profit would do this just to make even more money? LOL. Laughing hysterically out loud, by the way. So I've heard. Even if they stop selling anything right now, they have enough cash reserves to support all their current employees until retirement. Laughing even more hysterically. He laughed like a maniac right there. It's so incredible. It's almost ridiculous. Ultimate laughter. I feel that their focus is on how to move in a way that protects the industry. That's just the sense that I get.
All right, there's more.
Yeah, there's more. I also think
it's
notable. I also think it's very notable when you guys are hearing this that Nintendo doesn't have somebody hoarding the money. Okay? There's no incentive for the CEO to just hoard the money. They're actually one of the lowest paid CEOs in the industry. There's no money hoarding going on, which is very popular at a lot of Western companies where people at the top are just making really big bucks and the employees below are not. Nintendo actually has the second highest salary of all companies in Kyoto, where a majority of their game developers are. And they have actually raised everyone's salaries as inflation has gone up and the yen's had shit problems in Japan. Nintendo actually raised everyone's salaries. So like Nintendo basically spreads the wealth. They give it to their employees. Just to kind of frame why a person within the industry will look at Nintendo's move as maybe it's not as greedy as you think it is because they're actually taking care of people.
Yeah.
All right.
And then this reply is worth reading because he replies to this one directly.
Yep.
Gotcha. Jersey says, I love the music of Ace Attorney, so reading this made me sad. As a creator and artist, you should understand that taking away the right to use cultural works purchased legally from buyers leads to the disappearance of those works. Corporations are not on your side. You write about piracy, but games that are no longer sold and cannot legally be obtained, for example, due to expired licenses, are often preserved through piracy. The video game industry has long fought for games to be recognized as art, but we tend to treat games like fast food. We buy them, we play them, and we buy them again.
Okay. Then he replied,
Thank you. Regarding the issue of purchase items becoming unusable due to service termination, as someone who plays games myself, I certainly have my own thoughts on the matter. With that in mind, let me offer a counter argument. We cannot demand that a company continue a service while forcing them to operate at a loss. And terminating an old service as a strategy to promote a new one, how is that any different from Apple phasing out older iPhone models? Isn't it the same thing? So, from the perspective of a company, I could understand their position to a certain extent. That's what I wrote about. Another point about piracy, I acknowledge that it serves as a function as a library. However, there are two practical issues, aren't there? When old games are re-released on modern hardware, are they permanently removed from the library? They wouldn't be, right? Even for old games, it's not that there are no rights holders. It's just that the rights holders haven't re-released them. In fact, pirated versions can hinder official re-releases. Are people really not illegally copying current software? I recognize that if something can be copied, it is being copied. If it's not a gray area, there are people who engage in outright illegal activities, and that's why it has to be deemed universally unacceptable by law. If you don't like that, then you yourself should properly control piracy. I've seen moments where illegally copying nearly destroyed the gaming industry. And having personally experienced damage from illegal copying, I know firsthand the harmful impact it has on the industry. I have absolutely no intention of condoning it.
You want me to read this? And
Sure.
you want to read? You can read the response. Okay. So
Yeah, I like
Jersey
that.
said,
Some role play.
yeah, a little role play like we're in school again. All right. So Jersey said, concerns about piracy and server maintenance cost are understandable. The important thing is that physical media doesn't come with such cost. Thanks to that, we can play most of the classic games from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Piracy is a more complex issue. This is because pirates generally always find ways to obtain games for free or at a very low cost. For example, there are websites that resell PC game keys. If the security of the Switch 2 is breached, pirates will likely be able to copy games released on key cards as well. They always find a way. The worst part is that legitimate buyers end up suffering. I myself am a collector, but I also create gaming videos and have released small indie games. I have a large collection of Switch 1 cartridges and have owned the Switch 2 since its launch. But if the Nintendo Switch 2 version uses key cards, I still prefer buying the Switch 1 packaged version. I think many other gamers feel the same way. My friends do too. Greetings from Poland. And then there's
all right. Including those from outside Japan, pirated ROMs were widely circulated in Japan. And during the DS and 3DS eras, Japan game companies suffered tremendous damage. You know about this, right? Even so, the fact that physical ROMs were made alongside digital versions up until now was, in my view, truly a matter of creators' pride. It's obvious that digital software, which can be addressed through account bans, is overwhelmingly easier to deal with when it comes to piracy. The gaming industry has been increasingly concerned by costs in recent years, so I think it's only natural that they've shifted in that direction. As one of the creators, rather than blaming that shift, I'd prefer people to blame the pirated copies caused by illegal copying. The gaming industry has to protect the next generation of the industry. Thus, the history of the industry can also be called a history of battling piracy. Because of this, legitimate users like yourself end up facing inconveniences. I think you are blaming the wrong target.
I think that was it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. There was a reply he did, I think, to his own as well, but it's just a very small little thing. I can't remember what he said, but
so there's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack, and I know this exchange is going to be, especially, we talk about the negativity, not just surrounding Switch 2, but just surrounding the industry lately online, that this definitely generated some negativity in conversations. But what do you think about what this developer has to say about key cards, about Nintendo's tactics, and how he feels that these are measures to help protect gaming, protect the industry? Do you think it's a BS full of it? What are your guys' takeaways from this, and the piracy side or the side of services being terminated? Let's start with Prime.
So I think that there's always two sides to every coin, and he kind of referenced that, like, as a gamer, his gamer thoughts are slightly different than his industry thoughts, right? Like, because from the gamer perspective, we want prices to be cheaper, right? We don't want prices to go up. We want physical games to keep existing. We don't want digital copies to rule the day, because there is that threat of a shop going down and you can't re-download the copy anymore. Even though at that point the system's probably been hacked and you can dump it and the ROM's probably online anyways. That dives then into the piracy aspect, because they might re-release those games, right? So I think that it's like a double-edged sword, because Nintendo is always going to be viewed as a greedy company when they make these decisions, because they are $100 billion company. They're on top of the industry right now, and they don't need more money. Like, they can take the hit and not raise prices. They could take the hit and not have these policies. They could take the hit and close shops or keep shops open and eat the cost, even if it loses them money. Like, keep They can keep the Wii U, the Wii, the 3DS eShops open and take the hit, right? Like it's not going to sink their company. But I think what the Capcom dev here is saying is he's like, yeah, but there are companies that this is a legitimate problem for, and they can't take the hit. But if they are the ones that lead the way in increasing prices and closing down things before people want them to, they're going to get such a backlash that it could legitimately end jobs and careers. And we see this in the industry already, all the job losses and everything, where like those companies could be in danger. So if a bigger company that can take the backlash and survive it, and, you know, like Switch 2 is getting blasted, but it's still selling decent, like a company like that takes all the brunt of it when other companies do things like raise prices at a smaller amount, you know, end services that aren't as extreme, they don't get the same sort of backlash, and as such end up actually benefiting their companies. And I think that's the way he's sort of viewing it as, yeah, as a gamer, this feels like crap, but when you're in the industry, kind of feels like Nintendo's taking bullets for all of us so we can do things that we need to do in order to keep our companies afloat and get back to where we want to be. That kind of feels like where he's got that conundrum where he's like, yeah, I'm going to keep offering these counter arguments because all the arguments for the consumer, the pro-consumer arguments, they're already being made. Those have been being made this whole time. We just talked about all the negative videos being like the top viewed videos on YouTube. All those videos are all about being pro-consumer, and everything Nintendo's doing is making the video game industry worse. And I think that there is basically truth on both sides to this. I don't think either side is wrong. One's only going to care about the consumer. The other one's going to be, well, I care about the consumer, but I also don't want our companies to go under because the industry has shifted. Free-to-play games. There's a lot of indie games that are upset at Silksong. That was a big thing. They're $20, and their products are going to be viewed as lesser products. But they just can't be profitable at 20. They got to charge 40. Are they going to be negatively impacted that people won't buy their game at 40 now because they expect a Silksong quality game at 20? You know, and then are the $20 games going to be devalued because the expectations have now risen because of that game? Now, I do think that that is a little overblown. I think in general, most of us understand that like Team Cherry and Silksong, this feels like a very one-off thing. A game that's been in development this long, hyped this long in the indie scene. We don't get games like hyped this long in the indie scene. So I think most gamers will be fairly understanding. But as I say that, I'm coming from the space of someone who plays a shitload of games. Some people that play games, they only play 1 or 2 a year, and they might actually be like, no, I bought Silksong. What's the next indie game I buy? Well, this $20 game looks like, you know, I checked howtobeat.com or how long to beat, and also, man, you know, it's only like 10 hours. That's like half to a third of the content of Silksong. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm not gonna buy that $20 game. And I feel like that is where Nintendo comes in. And I actually use this analogy. I know people blasted me for it. Silksong costs $5 more than Hollow Knight. It actually went up in price, game to game. I get it. Who cares about $5? I understand arguing that the game is worth $20. It's clearly worth $20. And yeah, a lot of people feel like Hollow Knight was one of the greatest values in the indie scene when it came out at 15. And I get that. But they were an unproven studio selling at $15. Very unproven. So while we look at it as, oh, what a great value, nobody knew the game was going to be good. It just turned out it was really, really, really good. It was their first game. So when they brought out Hollow Knight, it went up $5. And people say, well, that kind of costs the cover of inflation from the last game that came out, right? You look at the last game, $15. Inflation is $20 today. Well, the fun fact about that, if you want to make the inflation argument, and this is where like Nintendo bites the bullet, when Mario Kart 8 released on Wii U, if you account for inflation, it's $80 today. And what does Mario Kart World cost? Someone's got to bite the fucking bullet and take all the backlash so other companies can do it and not get backlash. And I'm not saying Hollow Knight would have ever gotten backlash for just going up $5. They basically just kept the same price point with inflation. And other companies might try to do the same thing. If you were a $40 indie game 5, 6, 7 years ago. You're now with inflation releasing the same game at the same quality today, but like a sequel or whatever, to make the same level of profits that are going to matter for your company. You're now selling at $55 to $60. That looks really bad to consumers, because the unfortunate reality is most of us haven't seen our revenue go up, our income go up with inflation. But that's also true for these people where money's worth a lot less for them, and now they're making less per copy. So it's a very sticky situation. So I understand from the business side where they're coming from. But as a consumer, yeah, it doesn't feel good. None of it feels good. And that's why I think it's like a double-edged sword where no one really wants, like, I don't think game developers want this stuff to happen. They don't want prices to go up. They don't want, but also it's the reality of the world that we live in. And that's for piracy, just to kind of get this out of the way. Pirates are always going to pirate. And I know there's like all this evidence out there that piracy has never ruined anything. Well, the guy said he knows from experience that piracy has actually caused real harm to himself. Like, he's actually had something personal happen. I don't know if it's a job opportunity he lost. Like, maybe he was working on a re-release and working on a new soundtrack for it, or a remastered soundtrack. And maybe the game got canceled because of rampant piracy of it. They thought it wasn't going to sell well. Like, just because we look at the public thing and go, well, Tears of the Kingdom was heavily pirated, but still sold 20 million copies. You're looking at the top end of the industry where the biggest of the big games are probably not going to be that impacted by piracy. They're going to be the most pirated games, but the people pirating it were never going to actually spend money on it. When you're working on a smaller scale game, that's where piracy of those games comes in. And it's like, damn, that impacts real sales those games need to continue to exist, and can cost people jobs, can cost people harm. The whole music industry had a huge adjustment period where, like, with all the music being pirated with MP3s and all that back in the day, and it still happens all the way to today. It's just they've now emphasized. Yeah, Napster and everything. They've now emphasized, well, the way to make money now is to do concert tours. And so you're seeing a lot more concert tours, and that's where a lot of the money's coming from. And yeah, thankfully it's been really successful. People still love going to live concerts, and they probably always will, because there's just something special about a live show that, you just can't get at a home experience. I know that just from, I went to a concert this last summer for with Yulia. We talked about it before. It was, oh my gosh, now I'm drawing a blank on what artist it was, but it was a really fucking good time. And,
yeah, I remember that.
And so it's like, that is not replaceable by anything. Well worth the ticket of admission, even though it was expensive. That experience and the fun we had, that's probably the most fun me and my wife have had together doing anything in a hell of a long time. Like, the best date night we've had in forever. I'd spend that money again tomorrow if I could have that experience again tomorrow. So, yeah, the concerts seem to provide some pretty good stuff there. So the music industry had to adjust. The problem with the game industry is, how do you adjust? Do you just make your game free to play? But then if that's the case, then every game is microtransaction hell, because that's how you make money in the free to play space. And is that what you want gaming to be? Like, I'm okay with it. Like, Fortnite doesn't bother me, but I don't want every game to be that. And so I kind of feel like from the industry side, and let's not kid ourselves, piracy isn't just rampant with old games. It's rampant with the new stuff. Every Nintendo Switch exclusive leaked online a week or two before the game even came out. And while we focus on Nintendo's games when that happens, because they're the ones getting the most attention, it wasn't just their games getting leaked. Think about indie games that took a shot at a physical copy that you never heard from after. There's been studio closures of companies that released physical games on Switch. I don't know if piracy is why, but it certainly didn't help. So yeah, you have to wonder at times, because again, the guy says from experience, he knows, like, I know we have no like actual raw data to prove that piracy has hurt the industry. But that's because
you don't need any.
Well, yeah, and you're going to get to your point in a moment. I know Stash has a lot to say on this. But I think that, like, yeah, we don't have the raw data and the studies to prove it. But we have actual game developers like this guy saying, hey, it don't really matter if you fucking know. I know. I'm in the industry. I've seen it hurt my colleagues, and it's hurt me personally. And we're not just talking about emotional. We're talking like actually hurts our jobs, makes our jobs harder, loses jobs, creates less jobs. And we're in an industry where there's a bunch of industry layoffs, and there's a whole bunch of reasons to blame for it. And I am not taking blame off publishers and all that, and bad spending and overspending and releasing broken games over and over again. Ubisoft, hey, you kind of made your own bet a little bit with constantly releasing broken games all the time. It finally caught up to you with Star Wars Outlaws. Shadows, you delayed it intentionally, and that one seems to have hit your sales expectations. It's what you said publicly anyways. So yeah, maybe Shadows is the start of your turnaround where you met expectations with that game. And so now maybe you can start turning it around with future releases. I have no idea, obviously, if Ubisoft's learned any lessons. And there's a whole bunch of reasons that the industry has had problems. COVID led to overspending because COVID was like everyone's at home and everyone had money at the time. So we were overspending on at-home entertainment. So that led to overinvestment in the industry as well. So there's a whole lot of stuff. Inflating budgets, thinking every game has to chase everything needs to use Unreal Engine 5 and go for the top tier visuals imaginable, but yet the games run like shit when they come out because the optimization is so hard with that engine. Like there's just a lot. And it's hard because I'm not a game developer, but I know game developers, and they've told me about how all this stuff that this guy brought up does hurt the industry from the inside. But they also are very careful, and I want to be very careful how I say this. They also know that there's a lot of corporate greed, and there's a lot of really bad decisions from the top. So, yeah.
I've just the only thing I want to jump on real quick on what you said, Prime, is that's like confusing to me is that why would anyone not know or not realize that piracy would negatively affect studios? Like I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
I think the assumption is that people that pirate, like truly pirate, and I'm talking about dumping your own games. That's a legal protected thing in the US. You can dump your own games. You already bought the game. Company got your money. But the people that actually pirate, especially like brand new games, I think the assumption is none of those people would buy the game otherwise.
Right, but if it's
that's usually anyways.
If I open up a lemonade stand on my street and I'm selling Game Bird's famous lemonade, but then there's someone in my neighborhood who's notified the vast majority, if not all of the neighbors, like, hey, I've been sneaking Game Bird's inventory, his bottled lemonade inventory. I'll share it with you guys for free. It's delicious. You should try it.
Yeah, just don't tell him I stole it.
Would it be shocking that my sales were impacted when I realized the neighborhood's no longer showing up to? It's just like I'm trying to explain it in like really basic terms, but like I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea of like stealing from a company doesn't negatively affect the people who are making the product.
And again,
there's no out here.
Yeah, people just focus on the biggest of big companies where like, yeah, for them it's a blip on the radar, right? Like someone hacks an iPhone, they're $1 trillion company, right? Like no one's gonna feel bad for Apple.
Right.
I got a great example for you guys.
Yeah.
Real quick. I just want to last thing is that I'm not excusing greedy companies. Obviously, companies are greedy. This has nothing to do with that. I'm simply asking why wouldn't you think that stealing video games wouldn't negatively impact the teams making those video games? I'm not talking about greed at all. That's a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
We're just talking about like people have been like, oh, does it impact it?
I think the word is entitlement.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
Everyone said it.
theft is always going to negatively impact. Period. There's no outs there. There's everything else is bullshit after that. That's the truth. You can't say that, well, this person wasn't going to buy it anyways, so does it really count? That's total bullshit. That's not how it works. theft hurts in so many ways. And, we talk about these big companies, right? And how maybe it won't affect the big companies. So Michaela's she's born in Oregon. So if there's anything crazy that comes out of there and I see it online, I'll send it to her. Portland, Oregon, closed both of their Walmarts, the only 2 Walmart locations, due to rampant theft. And now everyone's complaining because they don't have their Walmart to go to anymore. But you guys fucked it up because everyone stole. And obviously it's not everyone, but you guys get my point. They stole so much that this giant corporation, Walmart, had to close. I mean, obviously, if Walmart has to close, it's affecting the bottom line. It's a bad business choice to stay open. We've seen this happen in other places too. I won't get into detail here, but theft is always going to hurt whether you're a mom and pop place or you're a huge place like Walmart. You got to understand too that there are incentives tied to sales. Okay? If you get hired in at say 60,000 on a contract, okay, to work as a developer on this game, and you took this contract because you know this game is going to be awesome and that it is going to exceed sales goals. Like when you signed that contract and you saw that, hey, if it sells this amount of units, I get a 20% bonus. That makes up for what I should be getting paid. Like I took the job, I took the contract at say 50,000. But honestly, I should be getting paid like 80 or 90 to do this job. But because of these incentives, and I'm confident because I'm going to give it my all, I know we can hit those and I'll get paid that and more. And then you don't because they pirated the game. You don't hit the sales goals. And now something that you thought you were going to make, you don't. And then alternatively, hey, guess what? Not only are you not going to get that 20% bonus, we have to let you go now too because we didn't hit those sales goals. Dude, it is a huge, massive domino effect. Okay, and then guess what? Now this person, they can't pay their mortgage. And it's happened to so many people. Now we have the 2007, 2008 mortgage crisis. Oh, and then you know what? Now we have credit problem in the United States. It's even worse than it is. And now nobody can get a house because their debt to income ratios through the roof and their credit score is horrible. It is a avalanche that never stops. This is why you can't have it. And this is why he very clearly says in here that you have to have laws and they have to be abided by. Now, look, I don't know where he's from. I'm going to presume Japan because it's auto-translated as Japanese. I've talked about it many times on here before, the way we operate here in the West, here in America versus Japan, other countries. Every country, we can all look at it from what we can see, right? Whatever they want to show on TV, whatever the approved message is. But we know how things are here in this country. And a lot of people do a lot of shitty things and they fuck it up for everybody all the time. We see this in the workplace too. Someone does something stupid. What does everyone say? This is why we can't have nice things. Always, man. This is a reoccurring theme since we were in school. And then we become adults and in the workplace, it becomes a reoccurring theme. But it all stems from a lack of respect for the law, a lack of respect for other people. Something we talk about a lot is what? Common sense. This is common decency, okay? Both of those things are uncommon now, and they have been for a while, and it sucks, but this is the fact. But this all stems across a lack of respect for, mankind, for your brothers, for your sisters out there, a lack of respect for the law. And this is why people do whatever the F they want. So it's not good. This way I can't condone piracy, you know? If we want the video game industry to grow into something bigger and better than what it was when we first started playing video games, it never is going to if people keep stealing. They keep stealing items off the shelf. You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy. And for anyone to say that, personally, if they think that pirating a new video game is okay, I mean, you guys know what my answer always is. They probably got brain rot. This is fact. I feel sorry for them.
No cap.
Yeah.
I'll also say this. I'm reading the chat a little bit. I'm not going to get into some of the stuff that Stash said because there's other reasons that some of those things happened as well. But what I will note is, someone brought up, it's up to, like Nintendo to protect their IPs and they have to learn how to secure it. Guys, they have an answer. It's called all digital. Is that what you want? Because that's the only way to stop it. And you might go, well, on PC, you're right. Yeah, on PC, people still pirate, and there'll still be a way to do it, but it'll stop all the piracy pre-launch. Can't have piracy pre-launch if there's no game to grab pre-launch. And you want to make it even worse? DRM.
Mm-hmm.
And why do these things exist? He talked about this in his tweets. Like, these measures that make things worse for consumers exist because of piracy. If piracy just wouldn't happen, especially on new games, we wouldn't have DRM. We wouldn't have the threat of taking physical copies away. We wouldn't have all games do online checks. Like, these are the measures that come in place to stop it. And all it does is make the product worse for general consumers. Well, if piracy would just, do ethically, that they always say it's all about preservation. Well, guess what? There's nothing. No one's worrying about preserving a game that just came out.
No.
Someone dumped it somewhere. Doesn't have to be leaked online. Doesn't have to have everyone playing it right now. You can maybe do that when the game has reached its expiration point and is no longer available for sale. Someone wants to put the ROM online. Fine, I'll listen. But like, it's happening to brand new games, and it's wild to me that, like, yes, it's up to these companies to put the protection measures in. You know what they do every time they do it? They get yelled at because they're making it worse for gamers, but they have to do that because of what's happening. So basically, what he was trying to point out is all the defense to pirate games, especially like new games, falls apart when you realize that the defense of having to preserve things is bullshit with brand new games.
Mm-hmm.
It's utter bullshit. We're not talking about games from 40 years ago. We're talking about games that released today, yesterday, being pirated right now. That shit doesn't need to be happening. There's no defense for it. Even if you're like, well, the game's too expensive. So fucking what? I can't afford a Lamborghini. I'm not going to go fucking steal one.
Exactly.
Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just can't own shit. As N64Josh, you are not entitled to shit you can't afford. This is not an essential good. This isn't you starving and having to go steal some food from the grocery store. These are luxury goods in the first place. Optional entertainment. You are not entitled to it if you can't afford it. And that sucks. And it's not me saying you're broke. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're not entitled to something because you can't afford it when it's literally an entertainment good. You're not entitled because your friends can't afford to go to the movie theater. To go to the movie theater, take your phone out and bootleg the fucking movie for your friends. No, you're not entitled to do that. There's reason these laws exist. These are optional entertainment mediums. It's extremely illegal. And I'm not saying when you do that to these big movie studios and yes, the biggest of the big companies aren't hurt as much by it because they have so much interest in their products. They have so many sales anyways. I understand that. It's the justification to do it. That's the problem. With brand new games, there's no reason to pirate that's legal. That makes any sense. It is legal to back up a game you bought. Sure, no one's going to bitch if you backed up a game you legally purchased and you play it on an emulator. Nobody gives a shit. That's not what's happening. It's people actually playing like brand new games without buying them and then arguing it's game preservation. Motherfucker, you're playing the game. You ain't preserving it.
Yeah, if this happened to a game like, let's just say Prime 4, let's just say, couple month and a half before launch, Prime 4 was just getting pirated all over the place, that'd be a death sentence for the Prime series. Like, this is a game that needs to sell to survive. It would be a death sentence.
Yeah.
It'd be the last nail in the coffin. Yeah, we'd probably get like your, every once in a blue moon, your 2D Metroid, game like Dread, the follow-up to Dread or something like that. Maybe one a generation. But yeah, this there was back on the Wii. This was the very first, I think it was my first indie game that I ever bought. And I loved it. And it was, I think the developer, if I remember correctly, is 2D Boy. It's World of Goo.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Loved it. Made by two people, and I believe at the time when it came out, it was the most pirated game, and that game was a critical smash hit. And those two people, that should have been a career-defining moment for them, and unfortunately, instead, they didn't make a dime on it. Those two guys who slaved away to make such a unique masterpiece indie game. If I'm remembering this story correctly, I don't want to misquote, so I'll double check, but I'm almost positive I remember reading about this. Yeah, it had a 90% piracy rate when it came out.
Which game was that?
World of Goo, the first one on Wii. Jeez. I remember being so stoked for these guys because they're like, dude, this is insane. This game rocks. Like, and I was so excited. I mean, we just now in the last year got World of Goo 2.
Last August, World of Goo 2 came out. That's when they probably recouped costs, found a way.
They had a couple games come before I forget what they're called. Two really fascinating games, but they weren't as, they didn't have like the mechanical depth. Like they're definitely much lighter games than World of Goo. But
so they didn't go out of business. But also, like, if World of Goo would have got the sales that the interest in the game seems to indicate it should have, we would have probably had World of Goo 2 a lot sooner. And the company could have had more investment in their other games as well. They could have been
they could have been like a Yacht Club, or they could have been like Team Cherry. You never know. So it's I don't know. That's why I'm like saying for people to sit here and act like it doesn't have any consequence on developers. It does.
No.
And it's not just AAA games. Like, that's the thing that's so silly about it, is like people act like, oh, well, if they didn't charge so much, we wouldn't do it. I'm like, well, why are you doing it to indie games? Why are you doing it to a $15 game that was made by two people that they spent 10 years of their life working on, and now they'll never make another game again? And they're in debt.
It's selfish
for the next
it's
20
selfish
years.
though. These people that do this are selfish, and they don't look at the big picture. All they look at is how they can achieve their own goal, which is to get the game for free. They don't care if someone loses their job over it. This isn't hard to understand. None of this is. It's a very simple thing. We all know the difference between right and wrong. You can't tell me that you can't ask a person with a fully functioning brain, even a half functioning, if it's right or wrong to steal. Okay, right? I think we all know this. If you go to a classroom of kindergartners and ask them if it's right or wrong to steal, they're going to tell you it's wrong.
Yeah,
this is easy. There's no in between here.
As I said, there is extreme circumstances in countries and worlds where like people are stealing, like kids are stealing like bare basic necessities, like a piece of fucking bread, a loaf of bread, some fucking water. Like, I understand that you're in a situation that really sucks that shouldn't exist, and I'm really sorry. And hopefully your country, the world, can do things and make it better for you. But the problem is we're not talking about that. We're talking about
talking about video games.
And no offense, no offense to anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, we should all be smart enough to realize we'd
That
never
there's a
compare
difference.
video games or toys or movies to
Essentials.
like medical
Essentials
stuff,
of life.
toilet paper,
Well,
water.
yeah,
you
it's
know?
it's wants and needs in life.
Yeah.
And again, these are things we should have learned a long time ago.
And I
what
know
are wants and needs.
like for all the complaints that come up, because I'll admit, it seems that a lot of the bitching comes from the U.S. based on what I'm seeing online.
It does.
But there are places that have worse than us. Brazil, gaming in Brazil, insane. You basically gotta be rich.
It's because there's chronic complaining here in this country. It has been for a long time, and it sucks.
Yeah.
This is why I don't do social media.
But I'm just pointing out that like other countries actually have it worse with their prices. And I know that piracy is a thing there as well. Piracy is worldwide. But it's just, I don't know, man. Like maybe it's just the way I was raised, but it's like there's other things you can do in life besides play video games. I used to play neighborhood baseball with the neighbors, and we didn't have a baseball. We barely had gloves, and so we were taking old pop cans and shoving rocks in them and crushing them. We were pitching them and swinging bats and like shards of metal flying, and one of the stupidest things. But we had a blast because that's what we had to play with, because we didn't have the proper shit to play because shit's expensive and none of our parents had any fucking money. Ideally you're using a wiffle ball or something. None of us fucking had one. We're kids. We couldn't afford it. So you make do. When I was even younger than that, I grew up extremely poor. People might not know this. I was very, very poor growing up. I basically didn't even have toys when I was a little kid. I would go outside and dig rocks out of the ground and try to stack them and build walls, and then take a rock and throw it at it. Like we're playing there's a board game that's like that where you shoot little discs and knock down the walls.
Crossbows and catapults.
Yeah. Except I'm making a homemade version because we can't fucking afford it. I didn't have a fucking football as a kid or a basketball. I did as I got older. My parents finally got better jobs, but from the age of 0 to fucking 7, I didn't have any of this shit. Video games? You fucking kidding me? There was an NES in the house that was my dad's from when he was a kid. We didn't buy new games for it. We just played whatever games he had when he was a kid. It was wild because grew up with nothing, and I didn't bitch about it. Couldn't afford video games. Yeah, we'd rent some sometimes, but that still wasn't I was renting them all the time. And if I did, it's because I paid for it, not my parents. I went and shoveled driveways, mowed lawns. Yep. Earned my own money to rent games. I still couldn't afford to buy them, but at least I could play. And here we are. It's a game is, no game should be $80 or $70. It's so anti-consumer. I'm like, okay. And don't buy it then.
Yeah,
doesn't mean you should pirate it.
Wait for Black Friday.
What cured me? What cured me, if it's a disease, but what changed my perspective. It was early 2000s. I was playing in a metal band, and we had to front all the money for our recordings, our CD, we're putting our CDs out at our shows. And I remember somebody walking up to the merch table, and their friend bought a CD, and I was like, "Are you going to get one?" They're like, "Oh, I'll just burn theirs."
I remember that.
And that's all it took. That's all it took for me to be like, wow, all the blood, sweat, and tears that I put into this music and the cost to try to recoup any of this stuff.
Yeah, that was my first introduction to piracy when I was younger was music CDs getting burned and downloading MP3s and stuff. And it was wild because up until a certain point, dude, I had a huge disc collection.
BMG, baby. We all had bad credit thanks to BMG at age 12.
Yeah.
I love the house.
CDs.
I did it.
But then it was what when we got to the early 2000s, and it's I think that's around the time I stopped buying discs. Why? My car will play MP3s. I just plug a little USB drive in.
Right.
Or if I have one of those cassette play tapes, you put in the cassette player and you have the CD player, you have a burned disc on there.
Well, and I said this recently too. Like, it's like that. It's like,
does the audience even know what cassette tapes are anymore? I just
right.
am I going too old school here? You had to rewind them with a pencil sometimes when the rewind function would break.
Your tape deck would eat the tape. You have to try to
and
get it out without tearing it.
Yeah, without tearing it. And then I did tear it once, and I put a little tiny piece of tape on it to put it back together. And one song would be fucked up, but if I fast forward past that one song, we're good.
Yep. Oh yeah. 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 I look at gamers like the lady in line trying to save 50 cents on her $2 candy bar with a coupon. And she's mad because it is expired or it won't work. And it's like, I feel like there's this weird thing that's inside most of us that it's like us against businesses, right? Like if you don't get charged for something at the grocery store or whatever, you're like, I won. You know what I mean? Or like that's the mentality that it seems like people have when they, as if these businesses are the enemy. And it's like that's where you're going to get your groceries. This is where you're going to get your entertainment. Like, I've had people get so mad at me because they're like, this is art. Like, games are art. Great. You still have to, it's still a business at the end of the day. Like, at the end of the day, it is a business.
Yeah.
And
art costs money.
It does. It does. It absolutely does. And so I just, it's hard to have conversations online because of this kind of stuff, because I'm just like look for creative ways to go make some money. Like I've said this on my shows multiple times. Like go on Facebook, go on Craigslist free, pick something up and go sell it on Facebook Marketplace, and then go buy whatever you want. Right? All it's gonna take you is a little bit of time to go pick something up and then deliver it and meet somebody else. And it's literally free cash. There's creative ways out there to make some money if you want to. But I think I'm watching the chat and everything. I think there are people that don't work that want to enjoy gaming, and pirating is the way that they, can do that. And then I have people in my community that are younger, and the Switch 2 is out, and they couldn't get it day one. They had to wait. They finally did get one a little bit later, but they were upset just at the pricing because they just didn't want to miss out, like it's not like, but they weren't going to go out and start pirating stuff or whatever. They just knew they were going to have to be patient and save some money and make it happen, and I felt for those people because they want to be, they want to be in the, in the early adopters, right? They want to be right there and in the conversation, and it wasn't happening just due to life circumstances.
Yeah,
but
that's normal though. That's normal. That happens to all of us throughout our lives with certain things. Whether it's a trip or a specific item or an event. Like there, you mentioned earlier, Nate, concerts and stuff, and going with Yulia. There's been concerts where I've wanted to go so bad, and I've almost pulled the trigger, but I had to be like, oh, would this be responsible? I can't really afford it.
Yeah,
I've got bills coming up.
So I've been dating 14 years. First time we ever went to a concert.
Yeah,
it's like I couldn't justify it, but then now that I've done it once, I'm like, okay.
I've skipped out on shows where it's been like, oh, this might be my last opportunity to see this band because they're old and they're probably going to retire, and I've missed out, and it sucks. I get that, it sucks, and I'll be bummed out about it for a few days or for a week, or I'll think about it a month later and be like, man, I wish I could have gone. But that's normal. That's a normal part of life. We can't, most people can't do everything and anything when they want to all the time. That's
I'd like to go to every home Packer game. But
it's okay to be excited and really want a Switch 2 and not be able to afford it and wait a few months. That's just a normal part of life. It sucks. especially if you feel that kind of that FOMO, and it's always awesome to be a part of like that initial wave and excitement. It's happened with me with console releases. I've been lucky most releases through my life, but there have been a couple that I got later because it was, you know, harder to get my hands on, or I didn't have the funds at the time, especially when I was younger, you know, and I'm, you know, in college and working like a crappy minimum wage job, and, you know, I'm all those early adult life responsibilities for the first time. So I mean, I feel for the situation, but it is a normal part of life. And like I said, you're not going to be able to do anything and everything that you want to do right away.
We need a devil's advocate. I guess that'll be me. It's always morally correct to pirate Nintendo. How many times have we seen that online? SkySwordsAlisa, you got any thoughts on this?
I pretty much would echo everything you guys say. I really don't advocate piracy, especially for like newer games. I do understand to an extent like the really older games and like the lack of accessibility, but in the end it's just gonna hurt. Like, you might not think it is because they make a lot of money, but they need the money to pay the people to make this stuff. So if the people making this stuff don't get the money that they need, then they can't work there anymore, and then there's no more games.
Simple as that, right?
So, you just literally summarized the entire last 40 minutes of conversation in like 2 sentences. It was great.
But Alyssa, for research purposes, have you ever pirated before?
Oh, putting her on
I guess so. I guess I did.
Was it a game?
Was it a game you already owned?
Yeah, it was Ocarina of Time. I wanted to play it on my MacBook because I was in middle school. And I wanted to play it on the bus.
Yeah, that.
Sure. Well, at least you already owned it. You know,
Yeah.
like, they got the money.
You didn't pirate an early copy of Tears of the Kingdom, though, did you?
No, and I don't even know how to dump games. I don't know how to do any of that.
Do you guys know anyone?
Most consumers don't, but you know.
I tried to mod Skyrim and I got to a certain point and then it just stopped working, and I was like, okay, that was like 10 hours. I don't know where I went wrong, and I don't know that I want to start.
Yeah, modding games can be like that sometimes. Real fun, but you break shit all the time.
Like, I just want to look a little nicer.
Yeah.
I will say, to like touch on you know, part of what this developer was saying that like I maybe don't necessarily agree with them is like, I don't know that Nintendo, and this is just honest, like I don't know that I am on board with Nintendo consciously making the decision like, hey, we got to take the, like, this is gonna suck, we're gonna take all the heat for it, but like this is the right thing to do, and this is what we got to do for the industry.
Yeah, I also don't think Nintendo is making the decisions for the industry.
Yeah.
I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
Nintendo makes the best decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
If it happens to have a benefit for other companies, I think that's
a side effect.
Like, I'll say this: like game key cards, Nintendo doesn't use them for their stuff. So where did the idea come from? They talked to third parties. That's what they wanted. Third parties want things to be all digital. Nintendo probably would love for things to be all digital. They just know we still have a really high percentage of people that buy physical, so we're going to keep supporting it. Third party sales, guys, like. If you look at other platforms, it's like 80-20 digital versus physical for a lot of even the big AAA games. Like, you know, they would rather it go that way. So it's interesting because that's a decision that game key cards, I do think that was actually made for the partners, and that's why that decision was made. But it's very interesting. Because, like, what did the guy mention about key cards? He says, like, it helps protect against piracy or stuff like that. Like, that was one of the piracy points. But still allows them to have a retail presence. I think another one was, there was another comment I think he responded to, where it was something about, like, managing inventory. Like, not having lost inventory. Like, you made too much of something and it didn't sell. And then you got to eat all that. With game key cards, it's, like, such a low risk item that even if the key card doesn't sell well, you didn't really lose a whole lot.
I still don't fully understand like all the hate surrounding key cards. That still baffles me a little bit. Obviously, I fully understand people wanting physical games that have the full game on it. That I understand 100%.
Yeah.
I understand people who want all digital for how seamless the experience it is. It's convenient. You have everything there. You don't have to worry about losing a cartridge. I won't lose my cartridges, but there's a lot of people who will, especially if kids. I've almost had it happen with my kids.
I have
my Mario Wonder anywhere. Everyone swears they put it back.
I don't know where my copy of Odyssey is. It's just gone.
But I've gotten lucky to where I've been able to recover it. Key cards, it's kind of a neat creative solution. It's a fun in between to where like listen, it is technically a digital copy, but it's also giving someone a physical tangible item. So if you're a collector, it's better than all digital, and you could resell it. Like the code is locked to the card, not to the console. So it's just an interesting in between that to me is delaying the inevitable that the people who ultimately hate game key cards are even more scared of. And it's like stalling that future, in my opinion.
I think people view it as it's accelerating that future. Because what they're scared of is all digital. Game key cards are still digital, so they're still part of the
digital. But
I know we look at the physical, but for collectors, yeah, they just like to collect things. Stash likes to collect things, but people that defend physical and really want physical, it's because hey, I have this. They can't take it away from me. Its lifespan only ends if I break it, lose it, or 40 years from now it stops working. Which people aren't worried about 40 years from now, and I don't need the internet for it.
Right, but fighting to stop game cards to prevent the digital future.
Digital is happening anyways.
Yeah, it's like fighting to stop aging of humanity.
Here's what I also don't get.
It's like pursuing immortality. It's fruitless. Let it go.
Like
we're all gonna die.
Frankly, about this, and I'm not trying to push console wars. I've noticed there's this unique thing where Nintendo gets attacked for anything that seems to start to favor a little bit on the digital side, like game key cards. But where is the massive amounts of shit show backlash against Xbox and PlayStation having digital only systems?
Well, it's not only that, Nate. You go to the store today, you go to the Xbox section.
Oh, there's like nothing.
There's like no physical games. They stopped doing that basically. We know this.
Or all the discs they do have, they all say download required, so that they're just irrelevant anyways. They're basically
they have like no retail presence. That's the thing, is that game key cards slowly migrate us right here, this age group. It migrates this age group to the all digital future. Everybody else is already on board.
It's already happening.
We're the only ones holding out. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's gonna happen, and it is what it is. Dude, this is nothing to be upset about.
I see PC race people like blasting key cards, and I'm like, what the fuck are you even in this conversation for? All your games are digital. What are you even doing talking about this? Like, why do you care? You only buy digital games.
Yeah.
I can't even recommend people buy physical, to be honest. I've already told you guys on the pod my fear. How likely next gen I'm making the full leap to digital, except for maybe special occasions where there's like a collector's edition or certain games. But the thing is, we're all going to be left behind. If you don't, the later you jump, the more left behind you're going to be, because eventually your entire library will not carry over to the next system.
That's true.
And it's going to be we're sorry. This is once there's no physical option on a new piece of hardware, everything that you bought, you will no longer be able to play going forward on new hardware. So if you want to play your previous gen games on the next gen, you better start buying digital. So like I'm a hypocrite. I'm going to continue to buy first party Nintendo games physically because I'm a collector and I love that stuff, but I can't recommend it to people.
I'm just nostalgic for midnight.
I just can't.
That's what it is for me. Like the big games still have them. So it's like when the new Zelda comes, the new 3D Mario, goddamn right, I want a midnight launch.
Yeah.
Like I'm nostalgic for it. I grew up with that shit. It's a communal event.
There's nothing like the smell of GameStop at a midnight launch. That's for sure.
But I mean, seriously, I don't even mind the smell, man. Bring it on. Dude, the Switch 2 launch, fucking amazing, man. I love that shit.
Yeah,
I love that shit, man. And I don't want to have to just wait for new hardware launches to have that. We used to get that with every major game release when I finally became of age that I could afford my own games, right? Like, it was awesome, dude. Being at there, you know, launch for Skyward Sword, launch for Mario Galaxy. Like, dude, all the World of Warcraft expansion pack launches when you used to have to buy the discs.
Yo, when COD and Pokemon came out at the same time, that was such a crazy mix of people in line.
Yeah, you'd be like, what are you here for? Call of Duty or Pokemon? Well, what do you think? I'm playing on Game Boy right now. What the fuck do you think I'm here for? And then you'd have the people that are, I'm here for both.
Yep.
I'm getting both. It is what it is. I play handheld and console. I got them both. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, sweet. But nah, it's, you know, obviously I love communal gaming events. Like it's awesome. You know, even like PAX West, like it's such a community. Like I don't have to know all the people there. It's just so cool watching people. Everyone's here for games. And this is awesome. You know, you don't get it at those like conventions these days. So obviously there's other things like what's up?
You mentioned it like with music too, like, you know, as it went digital now, like touring and going to the shows and buying the merch and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Nintendo almost seems to be hedging their bets with like the possibility of Switch 2 not doing the same kind of Switch 1 numbers, but they're selling, you know, that flower, right? Like that's kind of like merch from a concert at the end of the day. You go to Super Nintendo Land, and it's like all of this exclusive stuff.
Is anyone getting the flower, by the way?
I'm getting 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Nice.
I want it on my desk at work, so when people walk by, it just starts talking to them, scares the shit out of them.
I am going to wait and see. Like, I know they said what it is, and they showed off like one thing it said. I want to see like how much it interrupts and how much crazy shit it does, because I want to use it to wake my kids up randomly.
It says it's not an interactive item. I think you have to press the button.
I thought they said they talk randomly.
Yeah, like a Furby.
Yeah, it said out loud. They said out loud that it actually will. You might be able to turn it off, but it said that it does have like it'll just randomly talk to you out of nowhere.
Gotcha.
No, whether it has like a camera or motion sensing, I don't know what it's determining when to talk.
Stick it in your head, and all of a sudden in the middle of the night it starts talking. Son of a
Yo, if you ever have dealt with Furbies, they are nightmares.
Dude, yeah, dude.
Don't get them wet or feed them after
I
midnight.
remember whipping it. Dude, I was a teenager. I whipped that fucking thing against the wall because I couldn't get the battery pack off to turn it the fuck off. Like, where's my dad's screwdrivers? I can't fucking find them. Like, smashing it.
At least the flower doesn't look like a freaking like devil reincarnated.
Next day, put the Furby in my sister's room, and it's like half broken. The voice boxes, and it's like, bro, fuck off. And I'm like, yeah, I taught it that. I taught it that. Take the fucking Furby, get the fuck out of here. My kids wanted a. Oh, I remember it was one of my kids wanted a Furby. There was like when Furbies came back for like one holiday. My kids saw a question, I want a Furby. I took one look at Yuli and I said, if you buy my kid a fucking Furby, I'm leaving. like I am not having this fucking demon in my house again. No, I had to grow up with this shit. We're not doing it. We're not doing it again. Nightmare fuel, man.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I grew up watching like Gremlins, so it just felt like I had a fucking gremlin in my room.
Right.
That's just gonna fucking do whatever the fuck it wants when it wants to.
Don't get them wet. Don't feed them after midnight.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Is there anything else we want to touch upon on this topic?
No.
Cool. So what's our fourth topic, Mr. Stash Man?
Okay. So guys, this might be a tough conversation for some. You thought that was a tough conversation.
Uh-oh.
This next one.
Am I going to plead the fifth?
No.
Response.
No. So I already had this topic written out. So this is about the price of video games.
Uh-oh.
I titled this topic "The Arts and Value of Games Over Time." Okay. So of course, there's been a lot of noise, as we all know, around the pricing, right, of the Mario Galaxy bundle.
Hmm.
A lot of people are upset.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's $70. A lot of people are saying, I can't believe Nintendo is charging $70 for two games that are both over 15 years old. I think it's 15 and 18 years old. Galaxy was 07 and Galaxy 2 is 2010. So a lot of people are upset about this. And I had some points I want to make on this. So do you guys want me to list out these points before we dissect this and hear what you have to think about it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I was thinking about this because I also came up with Capcom too, with what the Capcom dev said, and kind of put this together. So, all right. Nintendo doesn't discount first-party games often. We all hear that. They rarely put their major titles on sale. And the player's choice and Nintendo selects, they haven't been around for a while. Not in the modern era. I believe this is deliberate because it reinforces the premium value of their IPs. And I want everyone to know that I'm not defending $70, but I am explaining why this is happening so we can all see the big picture here. Second point, lowering the price can devalue the IP to the average consumer. So, selling a game for $20 after launch can send the message that it's not worth full price or that it underperformed. Enter Ubisoft as an example. It's literally a meme. We know this, right? You don't have to buy it at full price. You can wait 30 to 60 days and you can get it for half. So Nintendo's strategy maintains prestige and a long-term relevance for their catalog. Okay. Third point, perception is reality. How many times have we heard that over the years, right? If one Mario game is 70 and another is 40, casual consumers will assume the $70 one is better, regardless of content or age of the game. They do not know any better. This is how the brain works. So pricing consistency helps preserve the reputation of quality across the entire brand. Now, this is something I've thought about a lot. Fourth point is that this is all in the hopes that the video game industry grows, right? Because I think we all want this to be bigger and better than it was when we started with it. Games should be like movies. I have an example. Great film, one of my all-time favorites from 1985. Same year I came out. Back to the Future.
Ah, there it is.
For example, is still a phenomenal movie in 2025. It's been re-released on multiple formats: VHS, Laserdisc, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray. Each time, it retained or increased its value because the art remained timeless and the format improved. This goes into the whole debate about re-releasing a game multiple times. But again, what happens with these movies? They improve the resolution. Games, we got 4K Mario Galaxy now. And you can look at something like Nintendo, and you can compare it to like the Disney Vault. So Disney pulls classic films from the vault at high prices, sometimes $70 to $80. For example, I bought Return to Oz. This is a movie that also came out the year I was born. If you haven't seen it, it's like the dark 80s sequel to The Wizard of Oz. Yes. Return to Oz released on Blu-ray from the Disney Vault. Sold for $79.99. I think I bought it in around 2015. So this is not when the economy was where it's at today. We had no inflation. It was $80. I looked it up today when I was writing this out on eBay, brand new, $399. if you want yourself a copy of that. So keep that in mind. We're not at that level, okay? Next point is visual upgrades. As mentioned before, visual upgrades, they justify modern pricing. So like 4K Blu-rays for old films, Nintendo re-releases games with visual upgrades, UI tweaks, and performance improvements. Galaxy 1 and 2 in 4K, it's more than just a reissue. It's a modernized version of a masterpiece. So, to me, again, $35 each is a fair price for two of the greatest 3D platformers of all time. Okay, go to the next point. Entertainment value by the hour, something I've talked about here. Last year, Ghostbusters 1 and 2 released in 4K. It was a combo. Wario64 posted it. I replied to it. It is astronomical. $70 for 4K Blu-ray, Ghostbusters 1 and 2. If you remove the credits from the movie, they're like less than 3 hours total for the two. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, $70 for 70 to 80 hours of gameplay. Also, I looked that up on howlongtobeat.com to make sure I had that right. So $23 an hour for the movie versus $1 an hour for the game of entertainment. A massive difference in entertainment value, which again is always an equation I use. But here's when we get into the art form part. And this is how the industry grows and I think can mature, is art doesn't expire. So a great game from 2007 is still a great game in 2025. Just like movies, some games get better with age, especially when enhanced with modern technology. And then sometimes you have games that re-release today and they make a few small tweaks. Take what was it? The Elder Scrolls game?
Skyrim? Oblivion?
Oblivion. Thank you. Oblivion, you make a few tweaks, right? Look at Suikoden. I reviewed Suikoden on PlayStation, right? The re-releases. They added fast travel to the game. Fixes a lot of things, right? You do a couple things to bring it up into, modern gaming. So overall, you think about your perspective, right? Many gamers expect anything old to be cheap, regardless of quality. And I think that mindset undervalues the time, talent, and legacy built into these experiences. So if we want the industry to grow, we have to evolve how we think about value and age. Now, what does everyone say about re-releases? They say it's a cash grab. Look at The Last of Us, okay? Movie studios, though, they do it all the time. So I have to ask, why is it only considered greedy when it comes to gaming? 4K Blu-rays cost more than the original DVDs. Same content, better delivery. Nintendo's doing the same thing. Sony does the same thing. They all do. They bring back beloved games with better tech. Final Fantasy Tactics is coming out. That's a nicer version of Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1. So when we look at all that, I think you got to say something like, we can't have it both ways. We say we want gaming to be treated like film, music, and literature, right? There's always been that discussion about video games as an art form. However, everyone wants everything for $5 on sale. You can't have it both ways. Like, truly respecting it means recognizing that video games are art, and even if it's playable. So you got to look at it like, part of like growing up with this industry is supporting it and actually buying these games. And that goes into this whole thing with pirating, right? This goes into Kickstarter too. I've kickstarted so many games, right? Because I want to see the industry grow, or I see a really good idea like this royalty-free, brilliant idea, right? I want to see it be successful. So I'm going to help do my part to make sure that this game can release. So ultimately, this is my thought, that masterpieces aren't measured by release date. They shouldn't be measured by what the calendar date was. It should be measured by impact, which is why Galaxy still holds up and this price shouldn't be an issue. Okay, because if I can go out to the store today and go buy, for instance, Tombstone was released. I have it on Blu-ray, but it was released on 4K. I think they charged $60 for it.
Yeah, the the 4Ks are like, they used to be like $25 from what I remember when I first started buying 4Ks, and now they're like 50 plus for 4K. And I caught the end of what you were saying, Stash, because I had to step away. And I love that you made 4K movies an example, because for whatever reason, like you said, it's so weird that the logic is so aggressively applied to gaming compared to any other form of entertainment. And like, I know for you that 4K Tombstone is worth it. You know,
it is
one of your favorite movies of all time. But you know, there's a lot of people who don't care maybe about like director's commentary. You know, they don't want to listen to director or like, you know, the little special features here and there. You're paying $60 for what's an hour and a half to 2 hours of entertainment, as opposed to complaining about a game that's costing you $40. That's the best version to date of the game. That's, you know, dozens of hours potentially of entertainment. It is interesting.
It is. And if you have a Mario game on the shelf at the store, and I mentioned this in the beginning, that's $40 versus one that's $70. It devalues the actual IP, and people will look at it, the casual, and say, well, this game must not be as good as that game because this one's only $40. Unbeknownst to them that, well, it's priced that way because these games came out 15 years ago, right? So instead, Nintendo says, no, you know what? All of our games, all of these Mario games we made are still great today. So we're going to charge the same amount. We're going to add some extras. We're going to try and do a little bit for everyone, right? Some people want this. Some people want better resolution. We're going to do little things to make it a little bit better. That way we can hopefully get as many people as possible to buy it. But this is what they do with movies, and they have for ages, right? They come out with a special edition of the DVD. They come out with a director's cut, the Criterion edition, you name it. They come out with the Steelbook edition. Any reason to re-release it and make more money. And a lot of times there ain't shit at it. Or it's the same format. Nate, what do you got?
Okay. So it's a very interesting topic. Because I'm not buying Galaxy 1 or 2, guys. Now I'm a unique perspective in that I don't really replay games. For me to justify spending $70 on something like this, they would need to be like complete overhauls with tons of new content. And that's not what they are. They're the OG games. And they're fantastic games. Well, one thing I said in my video on it was there's this thing Nintendo does with pricing that I think in hindsight, the rest of the industry wishes they would have done instead. So the industry has created this, and look, consumers love it. This, we're going to discount things as quickly as possible. Okay. We get all the initial early adopters. A month later, game's like half off. Then it pops back up to its normal price. Then the holidays hit. We bring it back down again. And then sometimes it just stays down. And then just continues to go down from there. Until the point that you can buy a massive AAA game from two years ago for $10. And I don't look, for consumers, that feels great, right? But the thing is, it actually creates a devaluation of the game. So think about how many, and specifically with the AAAs, indies are obviously a little different. How many of the AAA games are actually evergreen? There's some, for sure. Call of Duty sells all year long till the next one, right? That I would argue it's fairly evergreen.
Yeah, it's evergreen for the calendar.
Grand Theft Auto.
Calendar year.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, pretty evergreen, very clearly, right? Still a top seller more than a decade later. That's why we don't get one all the time anymore, because it just keeps selling. Why would they? They re-release new versions, but why would they, come out any sooner with one? They can make other games while this game continues to just make bank. And they have other ways to make money with it with the online. So there are some games that are very evergreen. But no company has more evergreen games than Nintendo. And why is that? Is it just the games are just that good? There's plenty of games that come out that rate better. I'll give an example here. Sonic Crossworlds is coming out. There's probably a legit sector of gamers that are going to think it's better than Mario Kart World. Do you guys think that's going to still be selling millions of copies 3 years from now?
Nope.
The previous ones didn't.
No, and I wouldn't trust any of those people.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that, and by the way, I'm not trying to. This is not me insulting the game. It might be utterly fantastic. Okay, I'm not saying that it's a bad game.
It is a good game, but this is just fact. What you're saying.
Yeah, they're gonna drop the price to get sales back up, and then drop it further, and then drop it further to the point where, when a consumer sees it on a shelf, when a consumer sees it on an eShop rapidly discounted, they might go, "Damn, the game must not be that good if they got a discount in it." Meanwhile, Mario Kart World's sitting there at $80. Shit, must be a significantly better game. Might not be, but you talked about this, how the casual consumer looks at things. And what Nintendo has done is the rest of the industry rapidly discounts games to try to squeeze any additional sales they can, which does make sense. This isn't a business thing. This is part of, you learn this in economics class, that you can be really profitable doing that way. You can also be really profitable and maybe even have more longevity the way Nintendo does. Nintendo takes more of that Apple route. We do not devalue our IP just because it's old. Now, there have been times that they've done Nintendo Select lines and stuff, and you have to look at what was going on at the time period that they did that. They were struggling during those time periods. So when they were struggling and they just needed any money possible, they got desperate. And so they gave us Nintendo Selects. But if a company's desperate, that usually means they're not actually in a good place. So we didn't get a Nintendo Select line with Switch. Why? Switch is the most profitable generation for them ever. And it continued to be profitable all the way up to Switch 2's launch. They didn't need a Selects line because they're not in trouble. And I know that seems anti-consumer, but you have to consider why companies do it. They do it because they're struggling. Games get heavily discounted because they can't sell them. If there's multiple ways to look at it. One, if you sell a game at $70 at launch, but it's half off a month later, maybe your game wasn't worth $70 to begin with. Or you're telling consumers that you don't think your game's worth $70 because you're going to sell it to them half off later and everyone knows it. Whereas with Nintendo, guess what? When Kirby Air Riders drops this holiday, it's going to be, was it 70 this holiday? Mm-hmm. And next holiday? And the holiday after? And the holiday after that? And probably the holiday after that? Then finally, we might maybe see some Black Friday sales. It is a misnomer that Nintendo games never go on sale. That's actually a lie. Nintendo games do go on sale. Usually takes a few years. They go on sale for the holidays, then they pop back up. We see this all the time. How many people out there bought Breath of the Wild 2-3 years later for $45? Retail, brand new. Happens. The discounts are there. But the MSRP either is only temporarily down, a sale, and comes back up. Whereas a lot of companies discount their games and then keep their games down there. Nintendo has conditioned people to expect high value from their IP, and that value is still going to be maintained over time. And so I get that it feels bad as a consumer when the rest of the industry is doing something different, but the rest of the industry is having mass layoffs as well, including Sony and Microsoft. They're not immune to this. They are having, there's only one major company that didn't have mass layoffs, and that was Nintendo. because they maintained the value of their IP, which created evergreenness because consumers now value the IP higher. So when a brand new Switch 2 owner buys a Switch 2 for their very first time 4 years from now, and they see $80 Mario Kart, if they didn't buy a Mario Kart bundle, so they got a different bundle or whatever, they see $80 Mario Kart, they're going to be like, damn, that must be one hell of a fucking game. I'm going to pick it up. Damn. You know, the new Fire Emblem game is still $70. Must be a hell of a game. I'm going to pick it up. There's a perception that if the game is held at that value by the company, that the game must be great. And the thing is, for Nintendo, more often than not, that customer that bought that copy at full price 4 years later, yeah, the game was still great. Just as great as it was for all the people that bought it 4 years ago. If you buy Tears of the Kingdom today for the $80 price point that they have it for on Switch 2 or the $70 price point they have it for on Switch 1, guys, it's still just as great as it was in 2023. And arguably on Switch 2, it's even better. So when you look at the old games coming back, I am someone that doesn't replay games. Pretty much, I don't say ever. That would be a misspeak. Like I beat Ocarina of Time just last year on NSO. I don't replay games often enough that I'm willing to spend $70, right? I'm not willing to spend, it's not worth the money to me to buy something that's just going to sit on my shelf. And I'm not even going to play Galaxy 1 and 2. I got my fill of them back in the day. I grew up with them. But damn, if my son tells me he wants to play it, he didn't grow up with them, he's never played them, yeah, I'll buy him a copy. Because I know the amount of fun he's about to have with those games. And that's well worth the $70 I'm going to spend for him to play. So I'm not always happy with the prices for me personally. And you know what? It's like what Joycey, our moderator in my chat, said, you don't have to buy everything. If you don't like it, don't buy it. That's how you vote. I know we could bitch online, and like you could hate all of Nintendo's prices. But the bottom line is, if you don't like it, don't buy it. That's how a company might adjust one day. Is if enough people decide not to buy it, then they might adjust their pricing structure. But Nintendo's created this expectation that their games are elite. They are worth the money for many, many years. And more often than not, they're not wrong. If you bought Breath of the Wild 5 years later, it is still the GOATY game it was in 2017. It didn't get worse. It's probably better due to all the patches and the DLC content they added. So it's kind of a conundrum where Nintendo did something that most of the industry doesn't do, but is very popular in other industries. Apple maintaining prices, Disney maintaining prices. A lot of companies that do this strategy and often are viewed as super evil for doing it often create a super loyal audience as well, because the audience realizes that, hey, this shit's just as good as when I played it and watched it before, except now maybe it's slightly better. Maybe that 4K, that's enough for you to get this because you love the Galaxy games so much. You'd love to see it in crisp 4K. And people will go, well, yeah, but it's been like that on emulators forever. Majority of people are not pirating and emulating games. It's just reality. It's not a majority of consumers, especially ones that are looking at these and thinking, damn, these are just 70. I've seen comments where I was like, I'm not going to pick it up for 70 because it's not worth it to me because I know I'm not going to play them. However, I saw comments in my video saying, damn, I thought it was going to be like $100. Remember, they originally launched at 50 a pop. So their expectation was Nintendo maintains the pricing to $100. But they didn't maintain the pricing. They actually made it slightly cheaper. Now, why? Probably because there's a little sticker shock saying $100. Little sticker shock there. And
let me give one correction.
The new standard. Yeah, what's up?
This only adds to your point. They were $59.99 when they came out on Wii.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Saving $40.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, $50.
Yep. And I realize, I've seen the arguments out there like, hey, you can go get these games for like $10 a pop on eBay, get yourself a Wii U so you can play HDMI. Because, for modern TVs. You're going to use HDMI. You're probably not going to get a Wii with component cables. So okay, you get your Wii U, HDMI, get your Wiimotes, because the Wii U didn't come with Wiimotes. You had to get your own. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's still, if you do all of that, you potentially could come in cheaper than $70. But you're not coming in much cheaper, and you're not getting the 4K. You're not getting the extra story chapters. You're not getting what appears to be some new textures. Where you're not getting any of the extras that if you just paid like $7 more and just bought it for the thing you already own, you get with it. So this is just one of these interesting situations where Nintendo is always going to get yelled at for it, and yet they always quote unquote get away with it because they seem to understand the value of their games and what consumers will be willing to pay for them better than pretty much anyone, because they've been doing this now for decades. This isn't new. And if you think that this is a bad value, guys, I didn't buy Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Roughly 2 million people bought it, though. And that was $60 for a game that had no changes. It was just an HD. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD sold over 1 million copies. I didn't buy it. They didn't do enough to get my $60, but they knew that probably about 1 million people would.
This game's new for so many people.
Yeah.
They've never played it. So this this maintains value for so many people. Like I think Spawnwave had a poll on his channel about how many people have played Super Mario Galaxy. And if I recall, more people hadn't played it than had played it.
See if I can
based on his audience. So what does that tell you?
He plays Mario Galaxy 2, because remember Mario Galaxy technically already came back out on Switch.
Yeah.
So a lot of people got to play it. So let's just see what the poll says. Yeah, 58% out of 54,000 votes.
Yeah.
58% has never played Galaxy 2.
And Galaxy 2 is the better game. It's the more complete game. There's more. It's more of everything that's great. Yeah. So
one of the greatest platformers of all time.
And this goes back though to a point that I've made numerous times on here. This is why you have to get out Prime 2 and 3 though. Like just saying, if that many people haven't played that, how many people haven't played Prime 2 and 3? I mean, these games came out. Prime came out when I was in high school. I've already been in my 20-year reunion. I mean, this is decades ago, dude.
Well, I will note that there's a franchise difference in interest in consumers. People love Mario, and Nintendo's not stupid. They're bringing Galaxy out now because they're going to get a pop in sales this holiday, and they're getting another pop when that movie drops.
That's why it was on my bingo card, brother.
The movie got Galaxy in the name. It's going to be another pop. Oh, well, the Amiibo. Yeah, the Amiibo are coming out around the movie. You know why? Because there's going to be more people going to the movie than buying the games. And people will buy the
Think about those search terms.
Oh, yeah.
SEO, man.
They know what they're doing. They're very clever in how they're handling this. Like, they know what they're doing. They know people will buy it. They've been waiting for Galaxy 2, etc. this holiday. They're going to buy it in millions.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to get even additional sales once a whole new audience is introduced to Galaxy via the movies. Like, Nintendo knows what they're doing.
Do you know how they know?
I don't know. I don't work there.
No, you know, because we saw it in the last movie. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe.
Oh yeah,
flew off the shelves as soon as that. As soon as people left the movies, went to Target, went to Best Buy, went to GameStop, and little Sally, little Tommy, they wanted to play some Mario afterwards, and that's what they played. So they got more strategic with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't there something similar that happened with Pokemon, where a bunch of old Pokemon games started selling rapidly, either because of Pokemon Go or like Detective Pikachu movie or something?
Both.
Yeah, there was something that happened that like Pokemon got really big again, so people started buying the old games.
They all feed off of each other. I would like to make one point based on what you're saying about how some people are like, "Oh, just play it on Wii U." Again, not many people owned Wii U, first off. So I think a lot of people aren't familiar with how your games are going to be displayed on Wii U. But again, I just double checked it. So if you play Mario Galaxy 1 or 2 on the Wii U, it's going to output the game at its original 480p resolution, but then it upscales it to a shitty 1080p for a standard definition image on an HD TV. This results in a blurry appearance because the game was not built or remastered in high definition. So you're still playing the game in 480p. It's blurry, it's pixelated, and it's not full screen. It looks like crap. So if that
Still
is how
unclear.
someone wants to experience it, by all means, go ahead. But it is in no way comparable. And also, I want to play this game with original controls, man.
Just get an HDMI 13-inch.
I want to play with that. Right there.
Just get an HDMI 13-inch old school television. It'll be great.
This is why I always go back to people saying, "Oh, well, like we can't ask the casual consumer, the everyday casual gamer consumer, to go buy a GameCube, buy Metroid Prime 2, set it up on a TV because you're not going to have RCA inputs. It's very doubtful. So then you're going to go on Amazon and find the cheapest, shittiest converter. You're going to use that, and then you're going to introduce a shitload of input lag, and you're going to be like, this is a horrible experience. And you're not going to know any better because you're casual. And then you're not going to want to buy Metroid Prime 4 because you're going to be like, this game controls like crap. I moved Samus, and it doesn't even go.
TV that's too big.
Yeah, this is why you can't ask them to do that. And the same thing goes for Wii, though. I mean, it's going to look horrible on a modern television. You run into all the same issues.
I remember when Skyward Sword came out. I had a small CRT when that game came out. I think it was like 24, maybe 20, 24 inches, and I thought the game looked incredible. I was like, this game looks beautiful. My buddy calls me like, dude, this game is hideous. I'm like, what are you talking about? It looks great. It's stylized. It's not photorealism. Well, he had like a 36-inch TV or whatever, which was too big for a game like that. So it did look super jaggy and pixely stretched out. So yeah, it like even forgetting the input lag and forgetting like the extra tools to play these old games, just throwing it on. Most people have, like, not everyone, but a lot of people have at least like a 50-inch TV, and playing a Wii game on a 50-inch is the game's just gonna look like absolute ass, like dirty ass.
Wii bowling still kicks ass even at 50 inches. Saying. Just saying.
And even better on Wii U.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, of course. Then again, if you want HD Wii Sports on Wii U, you can't anymore because it was an online rental program that was stupid. Remember that?
There's a disc.
And they made
you could have purchased it outright, but yes, you could also rent it for 24 hours.
Dude, that was so stupid. One of the stupidest ideas I think Nintendo ever tried.
I did rent it one time. One of the games.
I did too, and then I realized this is dumb. What am I doing?
Yeah,
it's so dumb. I'm more frustrated by rental engine. They want more money. Like, I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, there's convenience.
They were playing off of game rentals, by the way. Like, we used to do that, except I'd rent it for a whole weekend, not a day. But whatever.
Well, we did it at like New Year's Eve party or something.
And you were renting per sport. That's what was fucked up.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like $3 for 24 hours or something.
So dumb. Anyways, go on. What you were gonna say, Josh?
Oh, just the convenience of not having to hook up those systems, not having to deal with batteries for the Wii remote, like, and Nintendo's just going to they're gonna see what the market will allow, and they just keep doing it. And look at how this game is selling. Like, anybody that's complaining about it's not moving any needles. The only way you're going to move the needle is to just not buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. If you care that much about it, put the effort into being able to pick it up. And we just mentioned New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. The entire Switch, like, the majority of the Switch One's lifespan was selling Wii U games. Like, there's so many Wii U games on there that everybody bought. That you know how many people probably had.
Wii U had no games.
Yeah, but you know how many people probably had no idea they were buying Wii U games?
Most people, they had no idea.
Yeah. How many people know that Mario Kart 8 was a Wii U game? You know, like
how many people know Breath of the Wild is a Wii U game?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or that Twilight Princess is a GameCube game.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What about Tokyo Mirage Sessions, everybody?
Love that game.
I
love that game. That game is so good.
Yeah.
Like nobody played it. Even when they re-released it, still nobody played it. The game is so fucking good. I was hoping the re-release was going to be like, finally, we might get another one. No, the game sold like shit. We're not getting another one of these. God damn it. But it rocks. Game rocks.
Yeah, they're gonna test it.
On this, I know that it's not Zelda, and I promise we will have a Zelda topic soon. I mean,
It's okay.
because we obviously have a Zelda game coming up that we need to talk about. So we will be talking. That will be a topic coming up. I mean, technically, there was a new trailer today.
There was. I watched it. It was amazing.
Dude, everything about this game looks amazing. Anyways, any thoughts on the price stuff and all this?
I pretty much agree with everybody, but nobody brought up another thing is that you can't take your Wii with you. You can take your Wii U like 10 feet away from it on the gamepad, but with your Switch you can play Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 on the couch, at work, on the bus, etc.
I mean,
you get
I don't know about you guys. Back in the day, I had a battery bank with an outlet on it, and I would bring the Wii U in my backpack and play the fucking thing walking around.
It's fucking great. Oh my god, I love that.
It was the stupidest fucking shit, and you'd only get like an hour, but it was like I was basically switching before Switch existed, but it was very convoluted.
We had sorry.
Go ahead.
We had one of those minivans that had like the DVD player with the little screen that came down and that had RC cables in it. And I bought one of those giant ass car charger things that could plug like an outlet in. I hooked my GameCube up and I was sitting in there playing Ocarina at a time when we would go like for like a couple hour drives to go camp.
Hell yeah.
Love that.
So
I'm happy surprised my kids haven't asked if they could hook anything up to the DVD player. I'm like, yes, you can, but you just don't even know. You don't even know. Dad, why are you spending all this time in the car to get away from you and play video games? Leave me alone.
I'll tell you guys something that I did, and it was a lot of fun. So I worked at this place. A couple of my friends did. My cousin did. It's called Water and Ice. And it's literally a place that you go, to fill up your water, like your big water jugs. Sell ice. They had Thrifty ice cream there, which is the shit. There's a shaved ice machine. And we used to make shaved ice all the time, make these crazy concoctions. So
every flavor.
Yeah. So again, this is during, this is in high school. So it was during the GameCube era. And I had bought the screen attachment for my GameCube.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
By, I think, Intact.
You lucky bastard. I always wanted that. Oh.
Yeah. So the owners of Water and Ice, their names were Kathy and Dave. And, they'd pop in here and there, right? Ricky was the manager. He was like 5 years older than me, my brother's age.
Oh, would it be like Gamer's wife? Well, sick.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. But I used to bring in, so I, obviously right after school, I'm at work, and I'd bring my GameCube with me. And we'd set it up where the shaved ice was. There was, like there's a wall there with obviously shelf and all that on the other side. And we'd set it up in the shelf, pop the screen open. We'd sit there. We'd play NBA Live back in the day. And we'd literally have tournaments at work. And we had a system in place that like, hey, obviously, like if we're going to do this, we all know that like we have to pause the game immediately. Someone comes in, like no effing around. We still have to give amazing customer service like we always do. But we can play video games at work. This will work. And it did. And there was a couple of times Kathy and Dave came in and we had a system to cover it up real quick. Like with, a bunch of, I think it was like paper towels, like the industrial ones, because that's where we stored them anyways. So we had a whole system in place to play video games at work back a long time ago. So I had a portable GameCube back then. It was great, dude. But yeah, I just figured I'd share that story because those aren't struggles anymore because everyone has a handheld now. But we were still trying to do it back then, and we did it. Kathy, and Dave know I ran into him before. Years after I told them about it, yeah, they thought it was hilarious. They're like, you would have never known though. Like everything was, so clean, and you guys did such a good job. I'm like, that was the point. That's what we were trying to do.
Yeah, we bust ass. We get away with it. Leave us be.
Yep.
No one's going to complain if the work's getting done.
Exactly.
We did the same as Alyssa one time. Power went out when we were on vacation at a cabin. I took the SNES out to the van. I would always bring a retro console with me on these trips to play older games, and so went out to the minivan and hooked up into the RCAs and plugged. They had outlets already, so I was playing Super Mario World like late at night because
sick.
Power was out.
I always wanted a
So
van
awesome.
like that growing up. I always wished we had. It was funny when you talk about like the first cars you want. When I was that age, there's a really big part of me that wanted to get a van.
Same.
So I could put a TV in it and like a Nintendo and shit. Basically have like my ultimate 80s van. But in, 2003.
So you could live in a van down by the river?
Yeah, of course, man. Who
go.
wouldn't want to live in a van down by the river?
I was the same way, Stash. There was a time in my life as a kid where I dreamed of having a van. It was because my grandparents on my dad's side, they had one of those old school vans with the curtains, and
dude, swear to God, my grandma did too on my dad's side with the curtains, and it was badass.
It was like a cream colored van with like the big stripe down the side, and then it had like the
shag carpet in it too.
Yeah, the carpet, the curtains, and then it had like dual monitors, like the dual CRTs.
And there's like captain seats, I think, in the back.
It's the classic game and weed van.
Dude, it was so cool. Who wouldn't want that?
Hook it up and play some video games.
It's the Game and Toke van.
Yeah, Game and Toke.
That van, I don't care what anyone says. That van looks cooler than any van on the market today.
Oh,
sorry. Sorry, dude.
He's not sorry. He's not sorry.
Whatever happened to curtains? Why don't they do the curtain stuff anymore? Come on now. I get it for the driver's side, but
I don't know. I thought it was great though, man.
Maybe because it creeps people out and things. They're doing something you shouldn't be doing back there.
I like it. It's cool. I like doing the curtain peek and then slowly closing the curtain.
Yeah. It was fun, man.
Of course you did.
Just putting a nipple in the window and then just closing it.
We were bad. We used to like moon people.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that was the thing for sure.
I know, but my grandma was driving. She didn't know. People would start honking all crazy. She's like, "What is wrong with them?" We'd like look at each other and laugh.
Whoops, Steven, what are you doing? It's okay, Grandma. We got curtains back here.
Yeah, we're bad. We're always bad.
That's terrible.
I know.
Yeah. But that's what it was like back then.
It was, yeah. It really was.
That was like a normal Tuesday.
Yeah, lots changed since then.
Yeah, now today, if you're mooning, someone's gonna like pull you over for sexual harassment. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Dude,
I'm having fun.
There's a lot of things have changed since then.
Can't do that shit today. Well, you can. It probably just won't end well for you.
You know what we were talking about? So
you can always do an experiment.
At the bachelor party, right? Some of the guys I went to high school with were best friends, and we were talking about some of the things that like you can't do anymore that we used to do, like in school, not outside of school, just in school. And mind you, I had done this pre 9/11, okay? But dude, I remember being in a Spider-Man costume, okay? Like full body.
Yeah.
And lighting smoke bombs and then throwing them into my friends' classrooms and yelling bombs away. And then literally security chasing me in their golf cart but I'm way faster than them, even in their golf cart. I'm literally jumping fences into people's backyards because it was right across the street was a neighborhood too. So I'm like hopping people's fences. I'm like, oh, they're never gonna find me. They don't know it's me because I got a mask on. That's why I did it. So you can't identify me. But dude, just like the things we used to do.
Dude, when I was
it was pre-internet.
Dude, when I was a kid, there was a lot of lighting bags of dog shit on fire and dropping it on people's front lawns.
Oh yeah.
Just fucking rough.
Yeah.
We had a girl, Bonnie, and Bonnie knows this because I'm friends with her. But we did stuff we should never do. Like we always
absolutely.
It was our weekend ritual to TP her house, but we started taking it, a couple of steps further. We'd get people's stuff out of like the front yard and like stack it on her house. We literally put a couch on her roof. We did bad things, like stupid things that I would never tell anyone to do. But like, we literally put a hose down her chimney. Guys, please condemn me for doing this. These are things you should never do, right?
Jesus.
The hose one is brutal.
Brutal.
Yeah, they're all bad, but the hose one is
all
brutal.
bad.
Yeah, we used to fire Roman candles at each other every 4th of July. Roman candle fights, and then we'd start firing them at random cars as they drive by.
Oh yeah.
We used to like, you'd have someone, the one friend that had a truck and everyone's in the truck bed. We'd drive by with baseball bats and take out people's mailboxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can't get away with any of this shit today.
Yeah, we used to in school. We used to bean dip everyone.
Dude, egging cars, egging cars. That was like a thing.
My friends in high school, we had this thing because like every lunch, a handful of us drived, but we used to do this thing where we'd like go out to lunch. We'd go to like, I don't know, we'd go to like a Mexican restaurant or hit up like Jack in the Box or something like that on our lunch. And we'd always like, for whatever reason, someone would always have a lunch, whether it was me, one of my buddies, or one of my buddies in the other vehicle. And we'd always come to a red light and get out of the car. And one of us would chuck our lunch, like macaroni or like pasta, just like throw it at the other person's car and then get back in the car and drive when it turns green. And it was like just like a thing that we did all the time. But we also would fill like a Stater Brothers bag, like a grocery store bag, to the brim with water when one of our buddies was in the stall, using the stall.
Oh, dude, yes.
And we take it and just lob it over. And it was not a water balloon. It was a water explosion, drenched from head to toe.
Dude. Me and
I think we all did the same stuff.
Me and one of the neighbor kids, we stole 2 shopping carts from the downtown store, pushed them all the way to the top of the hill to do a shopping cart race all the way back to downtown. and it went horribly. Just I don't know how we survived. I smashed my head on the concrete. It was not good. And yet we just got up and did it again because we couldn't determine who won. We couldn't remember.
Could you imagine if we had cameras for all of this back then, like to record it, not to get caught, but to like record this stuff?
I mean, look, at that point, I was just doing Jackass before Jackass existed.
We all were, right? That's why I think we all love to Jackass because it's on TV now. It's a movie, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what? You fucking slammed that guy in the nuts? Yeah, I did that last week. Just didn't get it on camera. Shit, that was a mistake. Should have got it on camera. Oh, man. The thing is, that stuff will go viral now. It's all about just having permission now. You got to get all these permissions and waiver signing that none of us were fucking doing. I didn't give a fuck. We just did stupid shit because it sounded like a good idea. I don't want to even talk about all the shit I did with firecrackers. Probably should have been arrested. Some of the dumb shit I did with those.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. So let's get to the super chats. We don't have too many tonight, unless you guys want to get your super chats in right now to get your questions in. I had a new member on my side, or maybe a membership renewal. I didn't double check, but Seth420, thank you so much. And then we had Demonic Brawler, of course. keeping the tradition alive. Bring back
Yes.
NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits. Got to keep it going. True Dude, so hyped for Galaxy 1 and 2. They are my favorite games of all time, and I'm happy to play a new definitive version. I think a lot of people agree with you. A lot of people
100%.
agree with you.
I have it pre-ordered.
Oh, this was a suggestion from Pokemon Fan back for characters for royalty free for all. The Sponge Monkeys from Quiz.
Equals no subs.
Pretty sure those are still copyrighted or not royalty free yet, but they were hilarious. Waterman Bowman's DC channel says Nintendo should add Nintendo music to the Switch or Switch 2. Why not? It basically would override any other sound from the Switches, even in the game. Yeah, don't the other systems have that where like you can play music if you want? I can't remember. I don't actually do it.
I know on PlayStation for certain games, when you hover over them, they have certain. I think that's kind of cool. I wish Nintendo did do that. Just a little jingle.
I think it was 360,
Mm-hmm.
right? That you could use your own.
And OG Xbox.
It was cool. It was cool, man. Like I remember having some of my own music, like playing NBA 2K back in the day.
Mm-hmm. You had to didn't you have to put your disc in, burn the music to the drive or whatever, and then you could have it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Okay. Next up here, new Game Boy Advance NSO drops apparently happened. I didn't see them yet. What games were they?
Mr. Driller, I think, and Kelowna.
Klonoa. It was a Bandai
Klonoa.
Namco drop.
Okay. Yeah, I know those games. Cool. All right, so there you go. You got the news. Nintendo Ninja Prime says Metroid Prime 4 Beyond hype. Dude, don't you worry about it. We probably got to do something special for it in November, the week before.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, the day before it comes out. Shit, so it comes out on a Thursday, right? So shit.
Yeah.
We're going to have a show right before it comes out. Actually, technically, as it comes out digitally.
Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah. Shit. We have to have some more drinky celebrations that night and reminisce on Metroid. We have to build a all-star Metroid guest cast for that.
Yeah.
Andres Restart, I know you're watching. You better free up that Wednesday night.
Yep. Andres, Dave,
yeah. We got to get that lined up. He's gonna be like, no, because then I have to delay playing the game because he'll probably have it digitally to play it early.
Yeah, probably.
Went to Battle 7. If we get achievements, could themes be next? Well, I think the idea was that potentially you could use the points, because a point system with the patent and everything for the achievements, and maybe buy themes with your achievement points. And other things too, avatars and everything else that they already kind of do. What I thought was interesting is they said if you hit like a certain level, you could potentially like gift or trade items with friends. I thought that was kind of cool. You have a buddy that like just got a Switch 2 and you know they love Metroid, but like they don't have the points. You could send them the Metroid wallpaper. I think that's kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
Again, assuming that this actually happens and isn't just another one of those patents that comes out and nothing happens. Bama Hut did 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Bama. Appreciate the support. Jorge FT, do you think the Final Fantasy VII Remake series can be an interesting test for game keycard, considering the games are likely 90 plus gigabytes based off of Intergrade? I think any game that comes out on a keycard is a test of game keycards. I mean, I don't know. The early data kind of suggests they're not selling well. The key cards, not necessarily the games. We see Madden doing really well on the system right now. So like, and that it's all digital sales. So, I don't know. Like, it'll be interesting if we ever get a report that a third-party game sold a shitload of key cards, and maybe Final Fantasy is the one that does it. We'll see. Because they do have like the interesting pre-order bonus stuff going on with it. So
I think once the install base is built up for Switch 2,
yeah,
and you have all the casuals owning a Switch 2, they do not care about keycards. They don't know the difference. I'm just telling you, they they don't know the difference. I won't even go into the reasons why, but they'll sell.
And I mean, even for games like this, though, it makes. I mean, obviously, you got to go the game key card route. You can't.
Yeah,
You know,
the same
there's
Braveheart on VHS. They're
Right,
not going to put three VHS tapes.
There's. It's not like some of these smaller games that could fit on an actual card that they're going the game key card route.
I mean,
that type of stuff.
Exactly.
If they want to make zero money, they could do multiple carts.
They could.
Yeah, they can open a
But
charity
you,
next.
you make no money then, but hey, 2 carts. Let's go, baby. That's what games used to be. Man. You get halfway through, you got to put the next disc in. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Final Fantasy was famous for that. It was like, what was it? Final Fantasy 8? I had like 6 discs on PC that I had to keep switching between. Something like that. It was insane. But I did it because that's just the way gaming was. Nintendo Ninjas dropped $1.03. That's why I'm drinking the beer. We hit our little streak.
Nice.
Boo Many gifted Gamebird Classic a member. But Gamebird Classic's not here to see that because crazy shit going on.
Yeah.
Can't talk about it. There's crazy shit going on. And then I feel like this has to be a small conversation. You know, I think deserts are fun.
They mean to spell desserts?
Talking about Metroid Prime 4.
You talk about Metroid Prime 4.
No, I know.
So much backlash over the desert thing. Like, it doesn't look good. They're not fun. They're boring environments.
He loves barren spaces. I don't know what to.
I mean, it's where I live, so I'm all for it. I like that. I like that my environment is being represented in Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. There's going to be other environments too. That said,
you feel seen, Stash?
I do. Yeah.
He feels very seen right now. That said, I want to turn it around and take it in the opposite direction. What are your favorite desserts? Go with the double S one.
I mean, of course, ice cream, variety of flavors at your disposal. Love cheesecake. Love it. Shoot, man, I love dessert. I'm a big dessert
all
guy.
the snacks and treats and candy you eat that you probably love desserts.
I really do.
All right, SkySwordsAlisa, favorite dessert?
Cookies, peanut butter cookies.
Peanut butter's the best.
Pumpkin bread stuff is good.
Oh, pumpkin bread's good. Good shit. Eric.
Yeah. German chocolate cake and or pistachio cake. Damn good ones.
Interesting. Josh.
So ice cream, either vanilla or black licorice are my favorites. But with vanilla, you got to throw some like peanut butter cups on there, some Reese's Pieces, something like that. Like I love
You
that.
put them on there whole?
No, crumbled. But well,
crumbled.
I'll cut them with my spoon if I have to.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll just use them as a spoon.
Gamebird, favorite dessert.
Favorite dessert. Holy
and don't say me.
With that right when I get back.
Was not expecting this.
You came out at the perfect time. The next person needed to talk, and I'm like, there he is.
I'm not a huge dessert person, to be honest with you. I prefer salty and savory over sweet. I think that's why Josh and I got along so well at PAX.
There are salty and savory desserts.
But I like tiramisu a lot. Tastes like coffee.
Yeah.
Like a bomb tiramisu. I like cheesecake too.
Yeah, I said cheesecake.
Good cheesecake. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd probably go with those two. And then I jump right from there to like children's candy because I don't know. I'm a big baby and I love gummy bears and sweet tarts and all the Airheads, all the kids' candy I love.
Dude, just some gummy bears and some dirt cake and have that.
I got to give a shout out so I don't get in trouble in case people are watching. But Michaela makes very, very good macaroons, homemade macaroons, which are hard to make.
You're still in trouble because it wasn't like the first 5 things that came to mind,
right?
And then my mom makes a very, very good icebox cake, which is, you guys know what that is, by the way? Icebox cake. So It's like graham cracker on the bottom, and then like vanilla chocolate or banana pudding, then another layer of graham cracker, and then on top a different flavor of pudding, and then you let it set for like 2 hours, I think. And I tell you what, like, mom has been making this for decades. Her mom made it. This is so good. Like, my mom makes it. Yeah, for like my birthday, she'll be like, do you want icebox cake? I'm like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Still want icebox cake. Yes. Yeah, it's so good. So, yeah. I love desserts.
Gamebird, you need to try squashies if you like kids candy. Try some squashies.
Squashies? I gotta look this up.
They're all over TikTok,
Squashies.
and you can find them at like Five Below is the best spot. But they also sell them at Hot Topic, but they're like $6 a bag.
Interesting.
Like $3 a bag. So
they look bomb. I've never seen these before.
I think they came over from they're like across the pond. I think they're a very popular candy in like the UK and stuff.
Interesting. Oh, then so it's flavorless.
No.
I'm kidding.
No, it doesn't have a lot of color, but
I'm kidding. That was a joke. Come on now.
It does not taste like beans and toast.
So for me, like it's really hard to like just pick one because there's so much shit I like. Like Moose Tracks ice cream. Oh yeah.
Classic flavor.
Fucking just destroy a fucking pint of that, no problem.
Never had that.
Dude, chocolate chip fudge brownies, warm right out the oven. Oh my god. Does it even get better? It's like a
You add milk.
explosion in
Now
my-
it's vanilla
ice cream on top.
It has enough of it, right? Just like
Except for Game
warm chocolate chip cookies. Like, yeah, that's fucking the bomb too. With some fucking milk. I love pumpkin stuff as well. So like pumpkin pie with whipped cream.
Oh yeah. Go ham on that.
Dude. Yeah, they used to. I loved it so much growing up that still to this day on Thanksgiving, an entire pumpkin pie gets made extra just for me.
Nice. We buy an extra too, and it's
That's
pretty
meat
much for
pie.
me. I don't declare it, but it
can't
is,
eat
you
the
know.
whole pie anymore, but they still pretend I can.
Costco,
I'm so
man,
happy-
so cheap too.
I'm so happy you
Right?
mentioned pie because I've never had I literally just had this conversation like a month ago with my wife. I've never had like a pie with like berries in it, like blueberry pie, raspberry pie.
What?
Like I've never had like a warm pie with fruit in it other than apple pie.
Okay.
That's all I've had, which is delicious. Apple pie is delicious, but I've
Cinnamon
always been so
apple pie,
curious
oh.
because I see photos of these like berry pies and they look
They're so
freaking
good.
or like peach
are-
pie. They look
they are
so
amazing.
bomb.
You gotta try it.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah.
If your taste buds are set for toddler mode, you're probably not gonna like it.
Oh yeah.
If you're set for, you know what you will like though? Hey, if your taste buds are set for toddler mode, French silk pie.
Oh yeah.
There you
All
go.
fucking children love that shit.
Oh, yeah.
So fucking good.
I
Guys,
also-
how'd we get to toddler mode? I never said
Well-
I'm a baby.
I gotta give a
Hell?
shout out
Toddler
to
mode?
You said you ate just
It's like
kids,
kids
candy.
candy. Yeah.
I love kids candy. It's not toddler mode, it's kids. I'm a big kid.
Sour
I gotta give a
gummy.
shout out to Michaela's peanut butter pie as well. She just put that in chat.
Let's
Yeah.
say
That sounds
you're
amazing.
just trying to make up because you didn't list one of her desserts in your top five.
You know, I forget though because she has so many. Everything she makes is so good. So it's like I can't keep up with all the
Whenever I
great
finally
desserts and
visit your house,
concoctions.
I got a feeling whenever I visit your house, I'm gonna probably be 30 pounds heavier when I leave. I'm just guessing
Yeah,
based on the way your wife cooks.
probably.
Did ThunderStash invite you over?
No, actually, I tried.
Okay, I was about to say, I was about to be like, what the hell?
Time I brought it up. This is the
hell?
fourth time on the show I brought it up.
Yeah.
I keep insinuating I would like an invite. It just doesn't happen.
Well, it's just gonna happen one day, right?
One day.
We said one day we'd all wind up like at PAX, and then it happened. So, yeah.
We'll see. Okay. I think that's good. I think we have any more super chats, anything else to get through. Thank you guys for that support tonight. Let's go around the room. Let us know what we got going on and where they can find us. And just a quick reminder again, royalty free for all. Check out their Kickstarter. It's linked down in the description. Great game. We're trying to get that game over onto Nintendo. They got to get their stretch goal here, or not the stretch goal, their initial goal in the next 6 days to pull it off. They They said they're on target, but that's only if the momentum continues. So obviously, I hope the momentum continues from that. I hope I wake up tomorrow and they're only like $1,000 away from it. So we'll see what happens. Eric, what do you got going on?
Not a whole lot. You can find me here, and you can find me on our Clips channel.
And you are the sock puppet.
What? I don't have anything going on. I don't have a YouTube channel.
Dude, you have the Clips channel, but
yes,
I will say the irony that because like Eric barely talks in the podcast most of the time, and that's the whole sock puppet joke. It's funny because you're about to have a vlog drop where you talk a shitload.
No,
because in person you won't stop yapping.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's just
yeah.
funny.
I was very surprised by that. I'll be honest. And I mentioned it in the vlog.
We weren't really talking.
I mentioned it in the VO.
Just wait till sports comes up, man. Wait.
Eric is you're a talkative dude, and you're very easy to talk to in person. And not only that, like in a lot of ways. And again, this is stuff that I talk about in the vlog. Felt like dude, he was our lighthouse as far as like, well, day one especially, which
he was our beacon, man.
He was the beacon, but he also was a lot of the glue that held shit together too, because dude, you were so on it with like, hey guys, 5 minutes, we gotta start heading this way because
that's where he is.
Like the whole time I was like, dude,
he knows that if he says nothing, I'll just be like everything.
But you were you were more on it than like all of us. That was like you were like, hey guys, let's head this way. We got to go up to here. We got this starting in 10 minutes, and then we got to be over there. Like, you were just on it, man. So it was really cool. I was like a kid in a candy shop half the time, so I know if without Eric, the Toad hat, I would have been lost multiple times.
We scheduled, we're going. I'm like, well, I mean,
they would have had the security intercom.
Yeah,
saying, Game Bird's looking for his friends.
Michaela said you were the ultimate Disneyland dad, Eric.
Yeah. Yes,
we were all the kids. We were all the kids. We needed a Disneyland dad. Oh my god. Is that what's gonna happen if we all go to like the Nintendo theme park together sometime? It's gonna be the one making sure we fucking get shit done.
Does that mean I have to break out my fanny pack? God damn it.
Yeah, you just store some cigars in there for me.
Yeah.
I swear if you go back to fanny pack, it's gonna be great. They don't know fanny pack, Eric.
No.
It'd be great if you have to make a one-time return.
Yeah, right.
And next time, guys, I will be partying with you. I was so mad that I couldn't. For those of you who don't know, I was like wildly losing my voice and starting not to feel well. And if I had gone out and one of the days it was really bad, like my voice was just like it was like awful, like speaking and having someone go, "What?" and then I have to like try and say it again.
Dude, and and Game Bird now has footage of me doing the karaoke stuff, and I bet in the back of my mind the only thing going is, fuck, I wanted to be there.
I did. Yeah.
Dude,
it was entertaining.
It didn't matter that I couldn't sing like shit because I was drunk as fuck. I still entertained the crowd because that's just what I do.
I had no intentions of recording it, right? But it became like I could see the entertainment value soaring, and I'm like, oh my god, like I have to get my phone out and hurry up and record this.
When I do karaoke, I'm an entertainer. Like I'm a performer. It's one of those, even if I don't have it tonight singing wise, I'm going to make sure everyone in the bar has fun. And then if I do have it, sweet, I have it and I'm able to entertain people. That's just a bonus. But if I get like too drunk, I can't sing. But I can still perform. I can still entertain.
Yeah.
It
was good. Game Bird, did you watch it yet?
I did. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah,
so you know that scene I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he throws his leg up on the table. You hear Steve audibly laugh when it happens.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Audibly start laughing. And then I got scared when I was watching it because he almost beat. Dude,
I was
you
trying
almost
to jump down the steps.
downstairs.
I was trying to jump down the steps, and I kind of slipped when I hit the bottom, and I was
Dude,
gotta keep it going. Show
that
must go
could
on.
have been
face planted.
that could have been
That's
so
I've done that a
bad.
million times too.
Yeah.
I'm the master of almost face planning all the time. All the time. I was known for it in high school. That's why I ended up playing the Scarecrow in the Wiz. Because the Scarecrow almost biffs it all the time, and I'm just a natural at almost biffing it.
But do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? I was the master of almost face planting.
Yeah,
that's what I
all
was
the
known
time.
for.
All the time. I would be the master of. I would lose my balance, but always catch it. So,
Michaela's listening to the podcast.
Yep.
She said it was probably the Rumplemints.
Fucking love Rumplemints, man.
Would you order that? I'm like,
I did
ordering Rumplemints.
Yeah, of course I did.
It's like ordering the what was it? Gold Slick vodka from the movie Superbad.
Dude, Rumplemints, Goldschlager, I'll do that shit all night. Got no problem with it.
Man, yeah, I mean,
so epic.
I just like usually when I go to karaoke, I hit it early, and then I just keep drinking and keep drinking and keep drinking, and then once you get to that point, I've already sang like 3-4 songs. We're usually leaving the bar. We didn't get to the karaoke till late.
Yeah,
so. Anyways, yeah. If you guys have, people that watch my live streams, I can entertain. Now, just imagine I'm in a bar setting with a microphone and some music. It's glorious. You're gonna probably see a little tease in a vlog. Gotta be careful. I don't want to get copyright claimed. But
oh yeah,
he'll make it work. Gamebird will make it work. We only get to Eric.
You only got through me.
SkySword, Alyssa.
She's
just here to endorse the stories.
I am. No. I wish I could have contributed a little bit more. It's also pretty late over here.
Well, so, okay, to be clear, I like to pick topics, that are going to be good for our guests. But then all of a sudden, royalty free for all people are like, hey, we're going to come on. I'm like, well, that threw the whole show for a loop. So, dang it. Good thing, Scott Swords. I think you're coming on next week too, right? So,
yeah,
I'm sure there's a topic next week
that's okay.
You can speak on. Anyways.
But I stream here on YouTube under SkySwordsAlisa. I have a Twitter as well. I'm trying to be a little more active on there, but still working through Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition. Almost done with that. Not really sure what game's coming after that, but I will be streaming the launch day for Legends ZA, and I plan to stream Age of Imprisonment and not play it on my own. I'm probably gonna hate myself for that, but I think the reactions to me having like what the story implications are would be somewhat entertaining. I might cry. Probably will cry.
Oh, there we go.
So, yeah.
Then we got N64Josh suggesting $6 candy.
There we go. Pinky's out. Mr. Bougie. Oh no, that's me.
Anyway, and remember, you said the candy's not very colored, so of course it's got to be dye-free candy. God, you're really bougie over here.
I'm telling you. That's me. That's me. Guys, you can find me everywhere at N64Josh, even Farmers Only, and and on the Nintendo Powercast, which is a show that comes out a couple times a week typically. So check it out. So glad to be here. Love hanging with you guys, and I'll always look forward to we're gonna hit 5 hours. I think we're gonna hit 5. It's almost 2 a.m.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Yeah, that's pretty normal. It happens sometimes. It's because the first topic with the guests went extra long, so that happens.
Yeah.
Nintendo Power
might be a record.
Nintendo Power Hour.
Yeah.
No, we've gone over 5 before. So
well, for me on here with you.
Okay, well, be on our show more often. It'll just be a normal Tuesday. Actually, it's Wednesday, but whatever. Gamebird. Actually, Thursday now.
Yeah, you guys can find me at Gamebird Classic here on YouTube or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've been so busy. I've been trying to get impressions videos out, but honestly, the vlog is so much work that I feel like I've got to take care of this first. I thought I was about done cutting everything up and just ready to get to the refinement stage and the edits and the sound effects and all that fun stuff and the voiceovers. But then I found out Stash has a slew of footage that I've never even seen before because I
He
missed.
wasn't there. Yeah, he
I
wasn't
missed, except for night one, I missed every after hours thing the whole time because I just wasn't feeling very good and had no voice.
There's some great shit from night one, though. There's some great.
Yes. So I'm finally getting to see the footage of, even though I was there during the day for Josh's Mario Kart tournament, and I'm getting to see the NBA Jam tournament that Stash Man bled over, and Prime, doing the wild karaoke. So I like going through everything's a lot of fun. And now it's at the point, I wanted this to be 30 minutes. I was right at 30 minutes before Stash sent me all of his footage. And so now it's like, I don't want it to be an hour. I think it's too long. If we had like 1 million subs, sure, I'd do an hour one, but it just feels too long. I want to keep it at 30. So now it's about really cutting down and making this, the most exciting a vlog could be as someone who's never made a vlog before. But I'll say this, it feels fun so far. Nothing feels slow, and I think the personalities that we see come through and kind of the adventure that we went on, the stuff I have put together is mostly day one. I don't know. I feel like people are gonna like it, to be honest with you. So I hope you guys do.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah, literally, I'm just like
the stuff that we've seen so far, the sneak peeks,
the stuff that I know.
Amazing.
I was there.
Yeah.
And then being reminded of the karaoke because I only have vague memories of the moment. Like I remember putting my foot up on something. I couldn't remember what it was. Then I saw, I was like, oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, totally. I'm surprised I didn't walk up to a random girl during the, oh no, that's a different song that I do that with. Never mind. I gotta save some of my performances. I have other songs I do stuff with. So I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah, don't spoil it. I want to see it in the future.
You gotta stay live.
Yeah, I started the video and it's like, oh, yep, okay, that's what he's singing. Yep,
yeah. Bachelor Boys is like the go-to.
Yep.
I want it that way.
Yep,
that's always like a go-to because easy crowd pleaser. But I have other ones. It's just for me to do other ones, I got to be at the karaoke bar early. Because there's usually other people doing it, and we were there late. So that's one thing I might change. If we do karaoke again, is that we actually make that like, hey, even if it's a $10 cover, I don't give a fuck. Just go in. Fuck it, I'll cover everyone's cover. I don't give a fuck. It was fun. That bar was fun. I remember the bar was very fun. That was more fun than where Josh took me, which is where I forced myself to get fucked up so I'd have fun.
You mean bar that was out of 90% of their alcohol?
Yeah, they were out of like everything.
Or didn't have.
What about the place before that had 0 room?
Yeah, there's that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
See, I don't get bothered by bars that are crowded. I just go, this is more people to have fun with.
What about when I almost got hit by the car?
Well,
there's that too.
Did you get that on film? Please say yes.
Inside the bar.
I need
if you stay inside the bar, you're fine.
I guess, yeah.
No, it was all good. Dude, I'd be sick if we had that on film somewhere. Yeah. He did legitimately almost get fucking smoked.
Yeah.
That was great. Dude, that was a fun night. Just could have been more fun. That's all right though. It was fun. Yeah,
hey,
next year. We better map it out next year.
Always
you've made it to the long list of people I've disappointed. So congrats.
Yeah, and you don't even get to see the performance. So that's what I'm saying. We gotta hit this shit early.
Oh, I also missed.
You only see me do so much karaoke. Mm-hmm. She just needs to get into it a little bit, and she'll get into it if I put a mic in my hand. She'll cover her face, and then I'll do something to make her laugh, and then it's all over. She's gonna start drinking and partying and having fun.
No, guys, honestly, it was so cool meeting everyone in person. Josh was literally one of the most friendly people I've met.
Well, I mean, look, you two got more personal than I just. You guys have
just a very friendly guy.
I
remember thinking on the plane, wow, that Josh is really friendly.
There's a reason I'm your favorite dessert.
So guys, tune into the vlog.
That's funny.
It's gonna be wild. I'm gonna enjoy it bare minimum. You'll get probably 2 views out of me. One from me, and then when I have to replay it for Yulia to see what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. ThunderStash Gaming. We finally finally.
We're here. All right. Okay. Everyone that's still watching, please go watch my PAX playlist. Okay. I've been chained to the desk since I came back. I'm working literally all day and into the night every day since I've came back. I have videos out on Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII, Kirby Air Riders, Pokemon, Crimson Desert, Toa, and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree, which comes out on the 19th, so in 2 days. Royalty Free for All, Little Nightmares 3, Pac-Man World Repack 2, Toxic Crusaders, Yooka-Laylee, Double Dragon Revive, Bubble Bobble, The Good Old Days, Alterium Shift, which went up today, which is a JRPG, and the likes of like Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger. That's what they're going for. He-Man, I uploaded it and scheduled it today for tomorrow, so that goes live tomorrow. Then I have Draco and the Seven Scales, Bubsy 40, and one more video. They're all recorded. I just need to edit. It should be done because tomorrow I have to start playing games. So let me tell you what's coming after that. So this is what I'm working on, all right? And of course, I have a list here of what's going on, but let's see. I got a code for Gears of War Reloaded on PS5, which is cool because I want to try it out on PS5. I have a review code coming for Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree tomorrow. I already have a review code for Trails in the Sky first chapter. I'm getting one for Final Fantasy Tactics on the 20th for Switch 2. So 5 days before that comes out. Those are things you can look forward to in the immediate right now future. That and Hades 2. But I have a list of everything else that comes right after that. That's going to be for next week and the following week and the following. So, holy God, it's tiring to think about. And I don't know how I'm going to do it. But I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you figure it out. Dude, you're Lord Steve Zimmerman.
Did we talk about that?
I don't know if it actually came up on the trip. I'm not sure if it ever came up. But like, yeah, you don't fuck with the Lord, man. You know,
it's true.
I'm about to remember next trip on one of the times when I'm drinking. I'm about to bow to you, okay, my Lord. Yes, my Lord. Can I get you
That'd
another
be
beer,
funny.
my Lord?
That would be funny to do.
Yeah, I was thinking about it at the karaoke bar, and I was like, well, it's just you and me. It'd be more fun if we had people with us. Anyways.
Got real quick, Nate. I actually have to. Something's come up. I have to take off.
Yeah.
But
I'm hitting end stream in like 2 minutes, so you're good.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Alyssa. Always a great time with you guys, and I'll see you all next time.
Sounds good, man. Have a good night.
Later, bud.
Bye, guys.
Dude. SkySwordsAlisa, are you really talking about Titanic behind the scenes?
Yes.
And I missed it?
Yes, you did.
Gabriel said big jugs first.
Dude. He said big jugs first. Dude, we've been on a whole thing for like 20 minutes one night about Titanic. All right, guys. I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. Daily news content, rumors, leaks, all that stuff. Occasionally some discussion videos as well. We have our streams. I'll have a stream tomorrow night, unless I'm in trouble for being up so late tonight. If I am in trouble, you know what? It won't be the first podcast I've been in trouble for. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah. And I know that for some reason we're having issues with the audio version showing up on Apple Podcasts. I'll spend some time tomorrow figuring out before I get this episode up to see what's going on. Sometimes RSS feed issues. Sometimes I have to yell at Spotify to be like, why are you not sharing the show? Stop it. Get some help. You know, Like you go all Michael Jordan on them, and they usually works.
Hit me up if you need help with that.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Why it has? I don't know. The last couple episodes haven't been going to Apple Podcasts. I'll get it sorted out.
It's the second time it's happened too.
Yeah, I know. So I don't know. Something's going on with their system. I don't know. I'm sure it's happened to other people, but I'll talk to their support and we'll see if they. Sure, it's just an RSS feed issue or some shit. So, all right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. SkySwordsAlisa will be back, and I think Action Jack, unless he's sick again. I don't know. He was sick last time, so we'll see. It might just be SkySwordsAlisa, and then I'll just be like, "Wow, shit, we're talking Zelda then." I mean, we're probably gonna talk Zelda anyway. We haven't really talked at all about Age of Imprisonment, like at all. I'm the Zelda guy. It's like we haven't even mentioned the game outside of that game was in the direct.
Yeah, feels like ages since we've talked about it.
Lore implications and like looks phenomenal. We got to talk about this thing that's like shape shifting Link. Like we just haven't even talked about it.
I need to see that new trailer too.
And this is where Joyce J is like, wait, you're talking Zelda? Shit. Get it.
All right.
Joyce just anytime you're talking Zelda, get me out of the show.
And now apologize to everyone listening to with headphones.
I don't apologize. I'm loud. I am who I am. And there's technically limiters on. That doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt.
That doesn't mean that your screeches do hurt there.
Baby.
Oh.
Okay, hit that
Bye,
outro.
guys.